Welcome to episode 6 of the Baroque Works broadcast. We should have Alan. I said Honka earlier. My bad. Griever probably gonna join later. He said he had some time, and yeah, I was trying to get some other people to come. I did my best. It is what it is. Also, I did it too last minute because I be forgetting. I think everybody's timetable is as flexible as mine, but I hope everyone is well. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? In the chat, add and call. Add and call.
Well, I'm doing good, Niggas working. It's the holiday season. Gotta stack up that dinero for these gifts because they ain't free.
I feel it.
Chilling, taking my break. Can't wait to praise Harold.
KG's gonna slide too. Pat, give us a 1 minute Sekiro glaze. Go ahead.
Oh, 1 minute Sekiro games?
Go ahead.
Listen,
Time him.
when I've been meaning to play this game since it came out because I fucking love samurai shit. Like, swordplay, I don't know, it activates some sort of nigga receptacle in my brain that makes me go, ooh, ah. But all I heard was like, oh, it's so hard, it's so hard, it's so hard. And I was like, can't be that tough. Nigga, I spent the first 2 hours on the first stage of the game. I was like, dog, no fucking way this game is that hard. But really, once I got down the parry timing and like understood that it's more about rhythm than just like observing your opponent, like depending on who I'm facing, I can parry with my eyes closed now. It's so gratifying. I love it. I'm almost done.
KG, check
Was that a minute? Did I
your.
go over?
Yeah, no, you're good. Check your Twitter and or Discord DM just so you have the show notes for the topics. And how you doing?
Okay. I'm doing good, man. How are you?
I can't complain.
Hello, Ben.
Can't complain. I'm very excited. This is the last One Piece stream of the year, so let's make it memorable. Let's make it memorable.
Yeah.
First thing we're gonna obviously start with is what we usually start with, which is basically the recent chapter discussions. I think was it 1165 the last thing we saw, or the last time we were on break, or was it more like further back? I think it was when those bums pulled up on rocks at 1 HP, and they still didn't have, and Garling still didn't have the balls to do it alone. He said, "What if his pinky hits my shin?" He was scared.
Yeah,
was
1165 should be the last one because it's 3 chapters, right?
Okay, yeah, like you don't have to focus on any specific chapters, anything that happened in the last 3, just whatever comes to mind, go ahead and speak about it. But I'm gonna start us off because I want to speak about being truly moved by that man on screen with the bandages over his eyes and the horns protruding from his forehead. That man held up whichever bitch ass person from his family and said, "Camera on me." He said, "Hold on. I remember what my birth mother did to me. The moment I was born, she threw me into the realm of the dead. I don't like any of you. I don't care that you're relatives. I don't care what you guys think. And you're about to tell me that you poisoned the only mother I've ever known? Edith's about to die? Are you niggas crazy?" You held him up. The village was on fire. He done beat everyone's ass. I said, valid, reasonable, crash out. As a matter of fact, not crashing out is the wrong thing to do. That's my guy. I knew Loki was not as bad as they made him out to be. I knew it. I knew about him. I believed. And as soon as Luffy was like, I like this guy, I'm like, Luffy doesn't really misread people like that. So shout out to Loki. I just gotta give him his props. I felt bad seeing him pull his little hat down in the cell. He can't even grieve with anybody. He's just there by himself in jail. Damn. I like Loki, man. That's my guy. Fuck Harold.
Sad.
What's up, Griever?
Except fuck Harold.
So guys,
That's all. That's all. That's all. That's all. Ida. I'm not even Estrid and Harold. You do nothing. He learned all that from Ida's. Ida's
Yo,
Chill on
imprint.
Harold. Chill on Harold as a parent. As a parent. Chill out on him.
I don't. I don't.
I actually
as a
absolutely
parent-
love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Right.
I love that Loki showed up and to be like, because we've seen him and stuff, but we've seen this. We all grew up in that era of the 2000s, the 90s anime and stuff, where the begrudging, the foul-mouthed character always did seem to have like a special, feeling for that person, like that's the only mother I ever had, sort of feel. And like we seem to have lost that in the last 20 years. You don't have those type of characters anymore, like the Inuyashas, the Vaughns, Mescalone, that kind of idea. But here, Loki's doing it, and he's just like, yeah, I might have on the outside, everyone thought I treated everybody poorly and stuff, but he wasn't doing that. He brought the boar to Ida because he's like, make sure she gets better. That was his own way, and only Ida recognized what he was doing. And it was like, yeah, that shit hit.
yeah. I want to say, shout out Ida, man, the greatest man.
I tried
One of
not
the
to cry on
greatest
screen. I did on stream. I
Yo,
was
that
fighting
shit hit
tears.
me. Yeah, her and Loki, too crazy, man. Two of my favorite parts of the past few chapters.
Yeah.
Harold, hey man, one of the biggest bums out there.
Yep.
I am like as much as he's gonna get cooked, I am gonna attempt to be a little nuanced when speaking about him. But regardless, my opinion of him is negative. So just keep that in mind.
I'll say this about Harold. Maybe I feel like as someone from a third world country, I have a different perspective at characters like the Marines and Harold and stuff like that.
Okay, talk to me.
I know a lot of people that act like him in real life.
Oh,
I just know them. So I understand his existence. My only issue with him is that we don't see enough of the Giants doing bad stuff. Well, like for him to be so ashamed of his history, because we also know that the Giants used to be with Nika, so supposedly they were good. They were on the good guy side. Like if we see more of like the barbaric stuff, I guess I can understand like how he comes to this conclusion, because a lot of people do have that way of thinking in real life.
I actually think your point about not seeing a bunch of giants rampage necessarily is a good point. And even when I'm thinking about like the first giants we're introduced to, Dory and Brogy, I'm reminded of Harold being like what did he say? I can't remember exactly how he worded it verbatim, but he said they have like an odd disposition or something of that sort, where they're like they've always been fair to humans, like they're not gonna hate on you just because you're human. And if you think about it, the most prominent pirates for the giants at that time would have been Dory and Brogy,
Dory and Brogy,
and they're not bad people.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know
my
if the
issue.
crew rampage. Maybe the crew did, but those two individuals, they're solid. So that's a fair point.
And like, yeah, also like the other giants that we meet in his lobby, they were also like fairly good people. They befriended Usopp quickly.
Yes,
Yeah.
Oshimo and yeah,
Yeah,
Oishimo. What was the name?
Still got tricked, man.
Oimo.
Oimo.
Oimo and Kashi.
Kashi. Here we
Oimo.
go. Thank you.
Kakashi.
Oh
We're
my
not
God.
talking about that, bro.
but yeah, that I promise you guys, there's a plenty of people that act like Harold in real life. Like it's
Yeah.
actually he's normal to me. Like I see a lot like him.
That's
Oh,
interesting.
I think he said that's normal.
That's
There's
I
a difference.
can
You'll
see
be
that.
surprised.
that's very interesting.
Do you
to
mean
me.
normal?
Yeah.
Do you mean normal in the sense of the fact of his naivety? Like he's so like focused on this one goal, and he's like, okay, the world is black and white. These are the facts, and I'm going to go with them. And even when they're wrong and they're disproven, and he's got tons of examples, like he's just like, no, he's narrow tunnel vision sort of idea. Is that what you mean?
He has that stubbornness that many people have, mixed with a lot of shame.
Yes.
And that,
okay.
and
I
that
see.
that
And
you
wanted
see a
to
lot of
work for
people
the
like
right
that.
man.
Mm.
What?
Gotcha,
But
gotcha.
I want to say this before, but I feel like people don't understand. I can like I Harold as a character and Harold as a person is two different things. Just because I don't like Harold as a character doesn't mean I don't doesn't mean I don't like him as a character or what understand what he
Right.
represents.
No, let's remember he tried to do the right thing. Like his goal, his end goal, and everything like that comes from good intentions. But I'm going to quote Sam Neill from Jurassic Park 3 here and say some of the worst things imaginable have been done with the best intentions. So it's like, yeah, Harold, you had years. It wasn't like one incident. It was years of just, hey, Rox is your friend. He might be a pirate, but he's sort of like a Luffy pirate. He's not the worst guy in the world sort of idea. And he's telling you all this shit that they're pulling. Oh, no. And then he gets example after example of why his path, his tunnel vision is wrong. And he just refuses. He's got blinders on. Mm-hmm. He's not checking those mirrors when he's driving. He's just like, nope. Not going to look at all that, you know?
I think Oda created a good character with him. I just don't like what he did.
Yeah, let's not conflate the two things, right? I think he's a good character. I understand his motivations, and I think he's well portrayed and written in the story. I don't like him.
I think that's the point of Oda's writing, though.
It's kind of like Gon Havra. You know how I always say Gon Havra? Gon Havra is an important character, one of the 10 main characters in Kuber, One Last God. I acknowledge that. I don't like that fish. I want to drown him. But
that's what I mean. Isn't that the sign of a well-written character? Because it's sort of like when you take an actor and you put them in a movie, like a really like drama-filled movie, and you're like, I despise this guy. I want to see this guy hung up by his balls sort of idea by the end of the film. Like he has to get some karma shit. And that means that the actor and the writers did a phenomenal job because you genuinely hate this character. That's really well written. You know what I mean? So in the same regard, I think Oda was spitting when he did Harold, because we all, like the community as a whole, is agreeing like, Harold, why the fuck? You know?
The thing is like, it's easier for people to understand when they're like villains, though. It's easy to say, oh, I hate this villain, but he's well written. But Harold's supposed to be the quote unquote good guy.
Yes.
He's like the misguided good guy that you need to understand he's misguided.
Right. He's incredibly naive. He's incredibly misguided to a fault. And the fault is, of course, as we know, what's happening right now. You know what I mean?
When I look at Harold, I get the sense of a character that is struggling with a lot of shame of his own actions. So it's like he's projecting how he used to act.
Yes.
Onto what all other giants do. Because remember, on his introduction, like he was introduced like as a problem child, causing mayhem, having callous disregard for other people's lives.
That's well said.
Worse than Loki.
Yeah, that's why like throughout like most of this flashback, I want to say like 90%, I wasn't getting on his case for the way he was acting. But then the last what was it? Three chapters ago,
yeah.
when he said he was gonna be allow himself to be a slave, I was like, oh yeah, I'm done, buddy.
Can I interject and say that I found this absolutely fucking hilarious? So Harold does what he does, right? Makes the Pentagon. He gets the what? Is it the deep sea contract or deep? It's shallow. It's deep and deep sea contract, right?
He gets the silver medal. He gets
the second one, right? Makes a pentagram and says, this will make you, like, attached to me.
Yeah.
Frame 1, Emu says, make an army. Join the Marines. Fight for me. He didn't wait. He even tried to, like, manipulate and be like, oh, or, like, maybe send some more giants to the Marines or, like, cipher pole. He said, frame 1, I want an army. I said, dog, you didn't wait? And after, he's like, wait, but, like, the violence and the violence, and then Emu was like, first of all, you cannot bear that weight on your own. Second of all, you gave away your free will, stupid dummy. I want the army. And I'm like, dog, I thought Emu was gonna play a long game and try to like indoctrinate them. No, he said, make the army right now, today, this instant. And I started dying of laughter because Emu didn't even try to like hide his intention. I don't know. I thought it was funny. I started lying. I'm like, because if it was me, I'd have been like, okay, so like, you think any of your giants would be good at like covert missions? Maybe send one to. You know what I mean? Like, I try to like play the long game. Like, Emu just went, give me the army.
He's like, I
you know,
won, man.
you know what makes me laugh personally? It's like this guy Harold like attacked the ship of the world government because like they attacked a neighboring country. He now works with the Holy Knights that do all the scummy thing for the Celestial Dragons.
Yo,
What realistically could he have done there? That works with his morality. That's my
not,
issue.
yo.
There's,
I'll have to talk
you know
about
what?
that,
I saw something similar on, I forget where I saw it, and I've expanded upon it because I expanded upon it in my review. The idea is that Harold is he is in a toxic relationship with the world government, in the way of he is not seeing, because we have multiple examples. We've all been pointing it out. He has multiple examples of red flags, like crimson, blood red flags throughout, and he's like, no, because I want to clap those cheeks. So he is willing to do everything to make the world government happy until he finally gets that W. And he sees it, he wants that cake, and he is going for it with dealing with all the red flags. And finally, right there, what Nia just said about the friggin' build me an army and stuff like that, it's like, well, at this point, you're in too deep. You went into the deep zone, and now he's just like, wait, what? You mean I'm not going to get laid? I'm never going to get those? No, but you're still going to do everything I want. I'm going to drain your bank account. I'm going to take your kids. I'm going to take your house. I'm going to take your stuff. And you ain't going to do shit about it because you were too stupid to listen to every family member and friend that ever told you, yeah, this bitch a hoe. And you did not listen. You did not listen to everybody for decades that the world government is for the streets. And you did not listen. So I doubled down on that theory. That is exactly what Harold did for decades. He wanted it so bad that he had those blinders on, and he was in just the most toxic fucking relationship with the world government up until that point. And finally, when it was too late to change anything, that's when he finally saw what everybody was telling him.
I think that might be downplaying. Like at a certain point he has to acknowledge. You can't just say he just like ignoring it. Like he did talk about the slaves escape. Like he doesn't care. Like I just don't think he cares about the humans as much as he says. He just cares about giants.
That's actually
he doesn't care about the humans. He cares about the perception of the giants by the humans.
Yeah, like if it was a slave, right? Like if it was a giant slave, he probably would have said something. But if it wasn't, like he probably just be fine. Like he's fine with it. But I also want to say with Naya, like I was thinking about it, even before, like he said when he was in the throne room saying, Imu said that, yo, this man Hero said to the Gorosei, after this, I'm gonna step down. I'm gonna let like my younger generation take charge. Yo, the first thing Imu says to him is, "That's for me to decide." Like, what are you talking about? This man literally says, yo, Imu says in front of him, "I'm gonna decide your fate." Like, don't you think there's something? That's why when people say, yo, why didn't Rox tell Harold about Emu? That wouldn't have changed his opinion because he saw Emu and he still worked for him. Like, he was still willing to work for him. It's like, it didn't change anything.
Yep.
Hold
it
on.
Wouldn't have changed a thing. That's what I like. He literally said that, as you just said. He literally said there was a burning red flag right there. Like, oh, I'm going to step down as king and stuff like that. But I'm going to be grateful to help you guys. And they're like, oh, no, that's not for you to decide. And instead of going, whoa, before I get this tattoo, can we talk about what you just said? No, he's just like, oh, well, yeah, I guess, you know.
Like, they would have had a point on Rox if he, like, straight up said something about when Emu was there, but he didn't. Like, he was still working with them. But my bad. What were you saying, Naya?
No, I was going to read the chat real quick. So they said, Xebec for the world government is wild. Harold is kind of twisted like Big Mom, but in the opposite direction. Big Mom wants to be liked, but shows it in the worst ways, and Harold is doing the same thing. That is fair. Hanging around slave owning dictators and surprised they wanted to turn the nation to a bunch of slaves. Come on, dog. And Rox had told him what was going to happen, and it's not like he hadn't seen the worst sides of the world government. Oh, you're an allied nation? Unaffiliated nation. We don't care. Like, you're not a part of us, so we can do whatever the hell we want to you. And Harold didn't like that, and he did. Sorry, I just the imagery of Harold hopping off his big ass fucking Noah Ark to cleave your ship in two. To me, it's like, it's actually a scary ass sight, because like, It's literally the Willem Dafoe meme looking up like, oh my god, I am fucking dead.
That's true, because he's not
I
even a
had
regular giant. He's an ancient giant, so he's twice as big.
Exactly.
I
You see
I
how
had an
far the giants who
interpretation.
stabbed him come up to like maybe a little above his waist. They're way smaller than him. Go ahead, KG.
You know what's the worst? He did.
I
He took out all his frustration with the world government on a fucking giant bandit, quote unquote, because he knew that, like, I just betrayed my best friend. I didn't help him, and he died. The world government's at fault, and I'm going to take it out on you. It's like, oh,
I
dude.
for me, I had a weird interpretation of Harold at the beginning. I don't think if the story necessarily validates this idea, but still in my head, Harold never actually like naturally became a good person. Like he doesn't actually understand the concept of why this morality is good and this is bad. It's just because he really likes Ida and she told him what's right and wrong. He's like in a weird zone where like he wants to do the right thing, but he's not. He doesn't naturally understand it,
Can
which leads to
I?
him doing bad stuff and misinterpreting it.
Can
I
I?
don't know if you see it like that.
Wait, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read this comment, and then I want to offer something that I learned. I guess in like newer psychology that I want to know what you guys think about. But Chief said my problem with Harold is that he was rushing it. It wasn't like he didn't have any human allies prior to trying to suck off the world government. He already knew how the world government was moving when Cypher Pull attacked one of his human allies. My nigga, you have a long lifespan. Be patient. The humans will come around, and Elbath will get connected. And I think that's fair. I hear what you're saying. And if you really think about it, even though they were not accepted into the WG, the perception of giants did change a lot with Harold. He did help that change a lot. Does anyone want to comment on what? Does anyone want to comment on what KG
Is
said?
he just cutting for me or what?
No. I just want to know if anyone wants to comment on what he said though, like real quick before I continue.
Oh no, I thought you cut off. It was just me, but I think it was fine.
Oh, did I cut off? Did I cut out? I'll just reading a comment. Sorry, KG would just Chief was just saying that prior to sucking up the world government, he saw Cypher Pull attack one of his human allies and helped him out. Basically saying you have a long lifespan, be patient. And I added the fact that the perception of giants has actually changed despite you guys not being a part of the world government. You did it. With
Yeah.
He changed Elbath, and he's not satisfied. Like this
He's
man, I've been
arrogant.
saying this for the entire flashback. The man has no patience. For a dude with a long lifespan, he's got zero fucking patience. It's like you cannot end 900 years of everyone afraid of you in 3 fucking days.
I was
Calm the
watching a
fuck down.
podcast that said a lot of people, if your DNA is kind of made up a certain way, it's hard. You can't truly evolve and change who you are. You manage it. And I was wondering, with Harold's violent nature and maybe some of the violent nature of previous giants, I think through Ida, he wanted to be different. He wanted to change because he respected her and thought that she was a good woman based on her ideals and her like willingness to accept different cultures and things of that nature. But do you think that maybe he never truly evolved from it and was trying to manage his general disposition and nature in life? Like because I'll give you an example. It's like, let's say you're a porn addict or an alcoholic, right? And you meet somebody who's not into that. And like in that moment you decide I'm gonna change, I'm gonna not engage with this drinking or whatever pornographic behavior. But it's like, did you really evolve from it? Or are you trying to manage it as a result of your new relationship? And as a result, because you're trying to skirt around it and kind of suppress it, it's going to leak out in different ways. And for Harold, I'd argue it's the self-hatred that I'm like, I was a naturally violent giant. And I am basically beating myself up in this roundabout esoteric way because I feel guilty about all the like people I've harmed. Like Ida said, your strength and size and it's a quirk of fate. You're not don't think you're better than human just because you're 105,000 million meters tall or feet tall, however tall they are. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I
I
agree.
think I
Yeah.
agree. Whenever you try to change, you can never just go cold turkey, right? And I think that's kind of what he did here. Rather than like embracing his violent nature and just like toning it down a notch, he tried to stop being violent altogether. And that's kind of like what Ida was talking to him about on her deathbed, where she was like, "Look, it's nice that you're like being all kind and stuff, and like trying to steer the mindset of the people on Elbaf into a different direction, but it's okay to have warriors still too. Like I didn't like you because you were a pansy, you know."
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a middle ground that he's not seeing.
Mm-hmm.
He's overcorrecting. He's going
Mhm.
completely in the opposite direction. Where it's like, keep
That's
your warrior ways, cause like you're still a nation that needs to be able to protect what's near and dear to you. Protect your people, your family, your friends, and your country. So still have warriors and train them, but what you need to do is remove the violent tendency to be like, oh, you're just a human, I'll step on you, kind of thing. There's a middle ground he's not
this
seeing.
this reminds me of like, do you know how because like I like to talk about religion, I noticed something with people that were very very atheistic or very very religious tend to jump from one point to another. And when someone is like kind of neutral, he can go to God, he can become an atheist, but like he's rather normal about it. It's like that kind of thing where like you had a strong emotional and feelings towards something and how you want to act, and then you decide to flip it. So the same level of extremism is still there, just on the opposite direction. And like that's where Harold is right now.
Precisely.
Hmm.
I agree
I
completely.
really love your alcohol analogy there, Naya,
Hmm.
because I think you hit the nail on the head completely. An alcoholic who goes to meetings is still an alcoholic. They might not touch the drink again, but they're still an alcoholic. They don't not become an alcoholic. You know what I mean? Like they can't drink because if they do, it becomes a shit show. So just because they say people are cured, no, they're not cured. They will forever now be an alcoholic. As someone who's struggled with booze, my life, I know this for a fact. I don't just have one. I have 15. You know what I mean? I
Hmm.
don't want just one beer. You know, so as a result, it doesn't mean that alcohol isn't tempting to me. It doesn't matter your drug of choice or whatever. And you're absolutely right. He overcompensates for that. For if you want to use the alcohol comparison, what he does, like what I do when I try to not drink, what do? I fill up that void of time. All of a sudden, I'm very productive. I start new projects. I work out a lot more. What I'm doing is distracting myself from activities that don't include usually physical that you don't want to drink. You know what I mean? But all you're doing is distracting yourself by filling up this time and being hyper focused on different things. So the end of the day comes quicker. As you know, nobody likes to be at work on a slow day. When the day is fast, yeah, it might be hectic and busy, but the clock goes by really fucking quick. And if you're trying to avoid your daily routine of booze, cigarettes, doesn't matter what it is, that's exactly what's going to happen. So he hyper focused on people of the world need to love the Giants of Elbaf. And that was his hyper focus to avoid being what his nature is telling him. No, you're still a warrior. You still want to fight. You're a soldier. You want battle. You crave carnage and mayhem. And he's trying to suppress that by overcompensating on the other side of things.
Hmm.
And that actually makes total sense. Exactly, it
Babe,
follows
no,
Harold.
get out of here. One Piece spoiler. Sorry, you cannot watch this. Danger. Sorry, continue. She
Yeah,
she
no,
she
that
just
was it.
she's on Dressrosa. She's on Dressrosa.
Oh Jesus, yeah,
Yeah.
no, we got spoilers up the yin yang here.
Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah, yeah. Be careful. Continue. Sorry,
Uh,
sorry. I'm to cut you off.
yeah.
Yeah, no, that was it. I just like the idea of that because, as I said, at the end of the day, like you were saying about DNA and stuff, Harold was still born as an ancient giant. War and blood and the way of the warrior is still in his veins. It's like the son of a samurai sort of idea. You know, he wants to pick up the sword. He's going to be good at it, sort of idea. It's in his DNA. He's trying to suppress it, and by trying to suppress it, he's overcompensating and hyper focusing, like someone who quits cigarettes, who's a pack a day guy, like someone who drinks regularly. They may not be the level of an alcoholic or whatever, but it's still It's still the twitching hand. Like, I'm I got a spare hour. Like what do I do? you know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Uh, yeah. I just want to
My
say I do think Harold is arrogant in a lot of ways. I think Emu said it. The arrogance in thinking that he himself is good enough to shoulder the weight of 1,000 years of giant crimes. The arrogance in thinking that he should be able to decide the future of giants and who they work under. The arrogance in deciding that he's in like less than like 100 years he can fix everything by himself. I also think that he looks down. He just looks down on humans. Like, I don't even think he's naive in a lot of ways. I think he's arrogant. I think he looks down people. And yeah, there's a lot
I
of other
think
things I think.
I think it's more childlike naivety in that sense. He's like, well, I'm a good person now. Like, yeah, I was bad yesterday, but why am I still grounded for the rest of the week? I was a good boy today. So why did the demon hit me?
uh,
You know what I mean? Like that's what he's not contemplating because, as you said, he hasn't actually changed. He's just trying to do what Ida wants. He's trying to do. Oh, this is I have to do A, and he doesn't understand why no one will accept A. A's got to
But
happen.
I
Like
also don't.
to be fair, he understands it. That's why he's willing to go this slow and becomes a slave because he understands that he needs to do a lot of work. To be
that's
fair to
another
him.
thing.
But he
I
doesn't
will
understand
willingly
the
become
weight
your
though.
slave. Okay, build me an army. Wait, I don't not consent to this. You literally consented to being a slave, bud. Like,
They know, but
Yeah, I don't think Harold understands the weight of being the king of Elbaf as much as he did if he wanted to be a slave. Like, there's
no,
no way he
he's a
did
bad.
if he understood that he would be willing to put himself as slaves. Like,
Yeah, when you're the ruler of a nation, my God, I can't talk today. When you're the ruler of a nation, you can't say those kinds of words. That's really what my biggest gripe was, because like the king should never. I'm not gonna say bow his head, but like lower his status to something of a slave to another person. Like that is effectively like lowering you and your entire nation to that level.
yeah,
So
and
that was
like,
kind of like what made me upset.
and it's like we can't even say naive because they actively show how they are. They play their the world government shows their heart on their sleeves, man. They don't act like they don't even pretend half the time. They be like, yo, if someone was probably telling you, yo, this slave escaped, man, I have to kill her now. Like they were not trying to hide that shit, man. Like it would be
And
one
how
thing
many?
if they were trying to trick him. They're not.
That's
So
just
it's not
No,
even
vocal
like
about how they are.
In a
I just
weird,
wonder how many missions was he sent on? Like, how many missions was he sent on? Because obviously we have that time skip. I forget the number of years where he was the bronze knight or whatever before he got the silver mark. And
16, like 15, 16 years.
15, 16. Yeah, I knew it was at least a dozen. So he's been a better part of a decade or more. He has literally been doing these missions, and I'm sure it wasn't limited to just striking down pirate ships. He's one of the royal knights. Like, come on. Like, you telling me that you never had to go slaughter a village with women and children in it? They never
It was
asked
a
him to go.
pirate village, man, and a pirate women and pirate
Yeah,
children.
that's what I mean. Like his tunnel vision knows no bounds. I have never seen this level.
Graver, you're killing me
I'm glad you're entertained.
today.
Uh,
this is actually a criticism I have for this flashback. I assume that the reason why him and Zebek had a strong relationship is because, even maybe subconsciously, Zebek reminds him of a guy like he would get along with when he was younger. Do you get what I mean? Like young Harold and Zebek would be the easiest like pair of best friends like you can see. So even though like they
I
feel different
I feel
now,
that.
he's still the same guy inside.
Oh, so you think
So
he saw a bit of himself in Rocks, like his younger self?
yeah, there's like a bit of that, and like a younger Harold would be like a clear best friend for Zebek. Like you can just see
Yeah,
it.
I like this.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, but my issue is like maybe like I wanted more of that because that could lead to this conflict with Harold that he's not being honest with himself, so he doesn't really know what he's doing because he doesn't understand this person that he's trying to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I get it, yeah. I
How
also
did
think
Go ahead.
Yeah. Go.
Go
No,
ahead.
go.
No, you go. You go. I'm trying to. I was gonna switch gears, so continue.
No, I was just gonna say quickly. I just don't like how he Loki using Rox and Ida's deaths to push his own thing.
Hmm.
Being like, yo, oh, you hate these people, you willing to die for them. I'm gonna use your death to push me into being their slave. Or Ida
That
being
that
like,
was a yeah.
or Ida being like him using basically trying to justify his actions by being like, this is for Ida, when Ida even says she doesn't want it like this. But that's it, really.
She basically commented on the warrior's pride thing being cool and necessary, which is why I said there's a middle ground he's not seeing because
Oh
of
yeah,
his own self guilt and whatever the old giants used to do. But yeah, um, what I was gonna say is when Ida died, how did you guys feel? Like I don't know. I actually don't know if you guys like really liked Ida. I thought she was like a great character, and like
I love her.
the joke continues where like they say like being a mother in One Piece flashback is the most dangerous position of all time. You're finna die. But yeah, how do you guys feel about Ida? Like, were you really sad? Were you moved? But they're cause like I had to hold my tears back on stream. Like I almost cried.
I'm not like emotionally attached to either, but for what she is, I think she filled her role very well.
That's fair.
Like I'm very happy with how she is.
I'm not mad at that.
I was surprised because I actually didn't think like she was gonna die in the flashback because I didn't feel like there was a reason for her to die up until like the end where I see like okay this is where he's going with this trying to show that Loki actually did care for her because I thought she was gonna be around in the present day just like in a different location or something
Hmm.
and I really appreciate like for a mother especially it's not easy to raise a child that's not your own. Um, and like the way she just treated Loki as if like he literally came out of her own womb and was just always kind to him. And like you see in the beginning was like he's trying to act all standoffish and mean, and she was like, "You want some juice?" you know,
And he's like,
like.
yes. Which reminded me of Luffy and Shanks. Like, oh, I'm a pirate. I'm a grown ass man. It's like, okay, you want some juice? Yes, please. I never seen a pirate drink some juice. Ah, what a bitch! like, it gave me a flashback
Yeah, man,
to Romance Dawn.
it was sad. I kind of wish she was still alive, just to be in the present day, just to be somebody to like kind of help bridge the gap between Loki and Hydrogen. But it is what it is.
she had to be she had to die, man. She was a One Piece mom. I was
Yeah,
sad
she
too.
was
Oh,
sacrificial pawn to show that Loki is compassionate. I get it.
Yeah.
remember,
I
one
was
of the
sad.
theories was that the one he was talking to on the Den Den Mushi, I forget the code name or whatever, but what that
Mosa.
was. The
Yeah, I thought that was her.
Yeah, a lot of people did. I was about that theory too. I said that one would work. That works.
Let me read these comments. Hold on. To play devil's advocate, do you think the people around him kind of led him astray, though? Saul could have said something. Ida could have reined him in a little. Even Gabon could have done something.
We've seen them do that though.
And
He
he
never
didn't
listened to
listen.
anybody.
Like, we're not gonna
He never
blame
listened
them.
to anybody. So
Yeah.
we
Like at
saw
the end of the
people cry.
day, he has to take responsibility for his thing. And like,
Yeah.
like, there's no way Saul didn't tell him about
O'Hara.
yeah, O'Hara. So that's another reason. Like, he knows what the world government's capable of.
Yeah.
Mm.
He saw it. He refused to see it. That's why I keep saying blinders and tunnel vision, guys. The fires were right on his left and right, and he refused to acknowledge that anything was burning.
Okay.
It's
His
like
last
they
problem-
always say, you can't make another grown man do anything. He has to make the decision for himself.
I like that.
Yo,
one, yeah.
his ass. He probably would have told the Gorosei about Saul in a couple. He better offhand, yo. I think he's good with the Gorosei now. He's like, yo, the Saul's over here, man. But it's fine. He's with us.
And you got to remember, from the Elbaf perspective, none of the world government shit, none of the corrupt, none of the stuff. Harald just comes, yeah, I'm working for them. I'm making progress. I'm doing well. So from their perspective, they're like, you're trying to change Elbaf. This is a good thing because on paper it is. It is good to Ida and Saul and stuff. He doesn't come there and go, Yeah, so Rocks died because they tried to do a slave fucking tournament and murder a bunch of people and stuff. Yeah, yeah, like he doesn't come down and talk about his day exactly, you know what? Or he admits the details. He just goes, "Yep, one more step on the staircase to the world government." He doesn't confide in them from any panels we've seen, and why would he? Because he's refusing to acknowledge the world government's faults. So he's not coming home and telling Ida all about how was your day. Well, found out that the Gorosei are a bunch of fucking slave-loving assholes, but it is what it is. like
Shit,
Yeah.
man.
King in the
He
indie
low-key
said
don't
there's
care.
also a discussion to be had on him feeling like he can force others to be the way he wants them to be. It's cool. It cool because you don't want them to terrorize people, and that's a positive. But it's also not your place to decide how people live. Even if they choose to do crazy stuff, they should have their freedom to make their decisions. They won't be free of consequences, but they should have a choice. You can't force them to live like you because you changed for some Gucci. I don't.
not gonna lie, but he's kind of spitting here.
Loki having to be in prison when she died was the saddest part for me. But as a mom and OP, yeah, the death flags were bright.
Yeah,
That's the
that's
only
another
mother ever
reason.
Just
known.
to,
Had
just
me,
to
had me
comment on,
Naya. I felt Ida's death. I feel that somebody has to confront Oda on his mother stuff. It's not okay. Please help him.
uh, uh,
Yeah.
about that Harold discussion. To be fair, again, like it comes to like a lot of people like that live in minorities, like minority people.
Hmm.
A lot of people, especially older ones, would feel like if you do a lot of bad stuff, it's gonna reflect on us. So you
Yeah,
can't do that. That's the
Right.
They
issue.
want to twerk for
that's true. That's true. Yep.
the white man. I
When
understand.
when you're a minority, you represent your
Yeah.
whole
Your
group,
Yeah.
whole,
no matter what you do.
yeah, which is dumb and it sucks,
It's
but
like
it's the thing.
I,
it's
I
like
I will
when
say this like as a Palestinian myself, I know from people that live in the inside the 48, inside of that places, they live together. If you do something dumb, they will retaliate on everyone in that area. So it's not gonna be one person. Like because you're a
Mm.
minority, they don't see you as an individual. So
right.
they're gonna attack all of you. That's the thing.
But I I think the point of Harold's character is the idea that you cannot appease these people. Like, no matter what you try to do, no matter how you try to play, no matter how much you try to play politics and try to be nice to them, you're not gonna appease these people. So there's no
I
like you
agree.
cannot work with them. You
And
cannot
it
appease
does
the world
not matter
government.
how much you do for them
No
at the
matter
end
how
of the
many
day.
concessions you make, no matter what you do, at the end of the day, it's not gonna be enough, and you're gonna be fucked. You're gonna
Yep.
be burnt out and fucked over.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is a thing that a lot of people, like yeah, I get it. I mean, as a minority, I'm not a third. I don't live in a third world, but as a minority, I get it though. It's just like the idea, like, oh, if we work and we be nice to these hey man, I'm just gonna say white people for the better words, or like the ones in charge. It's like it'll be fine. We'll be nice to them, and eventually they'll see how great we are. But they don't see it. That's the fundamental truth. You cannot bargain with people that see you as animals.
Yep.
It's okay, Lizard. You can say me. I'm not offended by white people. It's fine.
Uh,
No, I'm trying to
ironically
see
enough,
like a
though.
better, like a first world, like I'm trying to see like a better word for it, but
Yeah, I know. I know exactly what you're saying because it's absolutely true. You're both right about that. That's exactly how, and he's trying his best. But the problem is, as you know, these cuts are deep. But you represent so much. It's like I don't like when people say like professional athletes, for another example, do not need to do this, that, or the other thing. But the thing is that you have millions of kids watching you. You are paid handsomely. Not back in the day when hockey players still had to be lawyers and shit like that. No, no, no. These guys are paid millions of dollars, not just to play professional sports, but to be an example for other generations, for kids and stuff. So, yes, you cannot get blackout drunk, drive drunk, and go to the bars and blah, blah, blah just because you got all the money. No, you are supposed to set an example for everybody else. You're supposed to do the foundation work. You're supposed to do that shit because you're paid handsome amount of money to be the example because little kids are watching you. You know what I mean? That's part of your responsibility to represent the sport and to represent, this is something achievable. So it's the exact same thing. It's like you're representing an entire race. So he doesn't like the outliers. Harold is not willing to accept that some giants are like, yeah, we don't all want to become Marines or scholars. Some of us like being on Captain Kidd's crew. You know what I mean? Like he's not
Hey,
willing to,
man.
you know.
We're gonna take those Giants out, man. Being a fan of Captain Kim,
Well, that's insane. Yeah, but like, if to go back to the athlete thing, as an athlete, someone that looks up to you may never be as gifted as you, so he can't do the good stuff that you do. But if he wants to imitate you, he just might imitate you by drinking like you, going around like you, dressing like you. Those are the stuffs that he can imitate. So you can't just go around being a loser.
Mhm.
That's like might be like the perception or the idea.
Nope, that makes sense to me. Um.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, just really quick, the Ida death thing.
Yeah.
What got me was I think somebody else said it in chat, was the Loki finally acknowledging she's not going to die because I remember my mother. She threw me to the underworld. Ida was the only mother I've ever known. That's what got me. It wasn't Ida's death. It was the effect and the sort of the turn, the 180 on Loki being like, no, I actually don't hate Ida.
Yeah.
She was the only person who treated me kindly. My dad's always gone on this fucking stupid mission that never works, and fucking she's the only one to show me any kindness. So that broke me. That broke me. That final panel of him. He burned the whole fucking village to the ground. He's like, "You people all deserve to fucking die. If she's gonna die, you're all dying."
Yep. I also
Yeah.
really, I
Like,
really liked what the fuck is wrong with me? Jamon. Neptune, King Neptune. Why did that work? Like him being like, Loki's not that bad. Like, remember how you were when you were young? Like, you were a fucking
Yes,
menace.
I love Neptune being like, "Bitch, please, you did the same shit. Fuck off."
And I love that like Whitebeard, like Harold and Roger are all cool with
King Neptune?
Neptune, and they're all just like, yeah, like they're all just cool and chill with him. But what I wanted to ask is if you guys subscribe to the whole Mosa, like the Shaggy, Harry, whatever thing. Could it be that Loki's actually speaking to Shirahoshi? Do you guys subscribe to that theory? You think it's
I'm
Shirahoshi?
completely on board with it. I ship it too. I don't care.
hey man, Sanji,
Listen.
hey man,
Sanji's not
I
getting
like
in
the
this.
ship. I don't think that's who that is on the Den Den Mushi. I think it's someone from
Uh,
Showa now that Ida's not.
maybe. Personally, I just love that the gag with Shirahoshi saying "You're not my type" and her type being Loki. I find that funny. That is the main reason I wanted to be honest.
The type is big,
That
strong,
was hilarious.
with a long Thor's hammer.
Hey,
yo,
cool.
Well, unlike the,
the Loki
mountain climber, the mountain slayer himself, at least Loki and Shirahoshi making babies will actually make logistical sense. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Nah, that would be so funny if Shirahoshi's type is someone that's taller than her.
Also, shout out to Gabon still being top one of the verse because he managed to impregnate.
Yeah.
So,
and Loki, that's like, Odin and Toki worse than that though, because
Oda needs to explain why the ancient giant elders can keep Harold from marrying the love of his life. Harold was willing to move mountains to join the WG, but if some silhouetted elders told him to jump, then he jumps. Shout out to Coach Moore. No, that's fair. I've seen that criticism a lot. If you're already trying to change LBAF and whatnot in terms of joining the world government, why can't you change the normal customs and marry Ida? That's a criticism I saw a lot.
I agree because sorry, I just want to say quickly. Yeah, I agree because it's like if you're willing to change everything, why stop this? It's just kind of like a dumb thing, and like I see people say like, oh, in real life, like elders have this, you can't go against elders, but like he's a giant. This is not real life, man. He's like who's pulling up on Harold, man?
no, I
Show
think
me like who pulling up on Harold, and you're wrong.
I'm gonna push back against that because Harold literally it's the fault, and Emu even pointed this out to Rocks before he dummy reversed him. He's like, now that we have a king who's actually fucking not a warlord, a barbarian, I'm set. I'm gonna get my fucking giants. You know what I mean? Rocks is like, fuck's sakes, because at the end of the day, that was the thing. But this actually showcased real world stuff. Now, I don't want to bring up any examples so anybody starts fighting, but we know for a fact that some presidents of the states, some prime ministers of Canada, whatever, they want to do X, but because they have to answer to senates and communities and all this shit, it's like, this is going to be good for the entire country within 20 years. So I want to do it. and he gets voted down. It's like, you're the leader. Why can't you override them and say, fuck you? No democracy works that way. And unfortunately, Harald turned Elbath into a democracy basically overnight. And instead of going, I'm going to punch you out if you fucking tell me what I can and can't do as a king, he tried to be, oh no, I'm going to be the domesticated king. I'm going to be the docile king.
But
And as a result, he wasn't willing to tell the elders no, because like, no.
Also, this is like an evolutionary thing with humans and leaders. A king that isn't somewhat doesn't do what the other people want will end up being overthrown. So if a king wants to change the stuff and do all of that, and you also disobey the elders and everything else, now you're pushing yourself to the absolute limits.
But
You know what I
there's
mean?
two pushbacks. First of all, he already did that. He changed the warrior culture. Like, unless like there's no a push, there's no thing that said that the elders were fine with that. And two, again, he's not. This is not real life. He's still like he's still a strength over everything. But it's just not like him making Ida his wife is some kind of like crazy, super crazy thing. It's not. The public
Trust me,
loves
it is.
Ida. The public
You
loves Ida. Look at her grave. Like she clearly loved.
no,
Plus,
but like
if she wants to push people, if she wants to like her marrying Ida shows non-giant, non-Elbaf giants that you can work your way up. You can become even a royalty.
Yep.
You can do that. That'd be way more important than being clinging on to something some elder said.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm saying that Harald didn't have, basically, because he got sort of domesticated, quote unquote.
Yeah, but that's
He
a
didn't have
different
the
thing
ball
because
one-
he only changed his thing though. Like you can't
Yeah,
say he
but
got
he changed
decimated
things
when
when
he
he had
changed.
when he had the majority vote of the people. Remember, he's not running a dictatorship. He's not Henry. We all wanted him to pull a Henry VIII and go, Catholic Church told me I can't divorce my wife. Fuck you. Yes, I can. Well,
Do you
the
think?
church
Do
says
you think he
no.
got the
I'm gonna
people's
start my
vote when
own
he
church
said he
then. Go
wanted?
fuck yourself.
Yeah.
You know, like we want him to do a Henry VIII, but he wouldn't. He didn't have the I guess, respect or whatever to push through and make the upper echelon, these elders that we've never seen.
Yeah,
by the
but
way,
why should
unhappy?
again? Like, who cares about the elders?
He does, because it's still deep. We just talked about that whole, in his DNA roots, he's still a giant warrior of Elbath. And at the end of the day,
also
he only wants
Hey,
to
man.
change things to a limit. You know what I mean?
also you
Being
need to
married is
remember
like
this.
some big thing, though. Okay, man.
You need to remember this about like areas like that where Elbaf supposedly how they act. There's a lot of tribes, and in kingdoms with a lot of tribes, the king can only be as powerful as the leaders of the tribe allow him to be.
But by that
It is the
time, he was already well loved, though. He was called the beloved king.
he can be loved. He can be loved, but ultimately, for a lot of tribes, the leader of my tribe is most important. Now, if
Yeah.
the king is good to me, we can be good with the other tribes. He's like a mediator between the tribes. That's how a king used to be.
Hey, man. All
So
I'm hearing is he's a bitch and he couldn't marry his wife.
No. I
Like
agree
that's
with
all
you.
I'm hearing, man. Like y'all just making excuses at this point.
Here's the thing, my guy. We
no,
are
but like
agreeing
that's a
with you.
very
We're just
common
pointing out
thing.
why
That's the
he's
thing.
doing it.
Also,
Yeah.
it's like this is not real life. Hey, man.
No, but
No,
like
I
I
think-
would.
No, we hear you, Lizard, but like politics, brother.
Yeah, this is actually very
man.
realistic of politics of today. This is an absolute showing. It's like, why are you listening to the 6 old bearded fucks from the boomer era when
Again,
they can't
Harold
even use
is
a
a
computer?
giant.
It's like we
okay,
do.
man.
You know, literally countries of today, I think every country we all live in literally runs exactly like Harald just did. The elected leader.
I know.
does
I
not
get
hold
how
the power.
real world works because again, real world is different though.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but like still, it still applies to this though. Like you don't want to destabilize the nation.
Yeah.
Well,
If marrying your
it
wife is
depends on
that
like
bad, I don't know, man.
lizards do like to view it as an issue in the writing, or you just don't respect it?
Wait, I
Because
know. I don't
if it,
like.
oh yeah, then
It's not
it's
an issue in
different.
the
You just don't
writing. I just
respect
don't
it.
respect Harold for that.
Yeah, okay.
But, hey, man.
Yeah, that's a very fair point.
As I said,
Like,
I
y'all just
want
making,
him.
he just
I
making
am with you
excuses,
guys.
man.
I want Harald to pull a Henry VIII and go, fuck the elders, just like Henry VIII said, fuck the church. I'm divorcing my wife. I want a new wife. Okay.
He's not even
Henry VIII
divorcing. His
fucking
wife
went
was
and did it.
dead, dog.
Yeah,
Like it'd be
Harald
one thing
did
if his wife was alive. His wife is long dead, man. Like what are we doing?
Well, once again, there's religions in the real world that don't believe in remarrying. You know what I mean? So there's there is context for it. Maybe Elbaf is sort of a lifelong, like whether you become a widow or not, you don't remarry.
The
Maybe that's part of
context,
giant.
Lizard, is that if he marries Ida, then it would be seen as him trying to illegitimize Loki's claim to the throne and have Hydrogen be the successor.
I mean, hey man, it
Also,
could work
like
out that
Because
way.
for
because
the other
Loki is the royal
Hey,
child, but Hydrogen was the
who
one
will
that
be
was
the
born
better
out of
king though?
wedlock.
Who do you guys want for king? Harold or Harujin, the king of the giants?
Haruden, definitely
Well,
Haruden.
Hydrogen would be a better king.
Yeah, keep Loki away from the
I don't
throne.
know, man.
I
You're
don't
not gonna take
know.
Elba seriously.
Yeah, we're seeing Loki lash out, but as we know now from the latest couple of chapters, Loki feels like I didn't actually do any of these things because I'm evil. I did these things because I wanted love and respect and
The
stuff like
void of
that. Like
love.
he's not. You're right. He's not coming from a bad place. The only reason he burned the alcohol village down was because they murdered his mother. You know what I mean? The only reason he was lashing out at the first place was because his own mother threw him in the fucking underworld when he was born. You know what I mean? And his dad's never around to, so he's bigger. He's an ancient giant. He's different from everybody else, and so that's why he made friends. And once again, someone whose animals can make friends with animals. Generally speaking, fiction and in real life generally can't really be bad people. All the animals in the underworld are like, oh, they're all my friends.
Mm-hmm.
So at his core, Loki's not a bad guy. He's built this wall around himself because he's so scared of getting hurt again.
Yeah.
Like, poor guy.
Shout out to
I actually
Big
feel
Man.
really bad for him.
Okay, let me just read the comments real quick and catch up, and let's get off of Harold for a little bit, I guess. Well, I'll ask if there's anything else about the recent chapters you want to bring up, but let me see. But hold on, let me see. Where was I at? Saul said, "Aren't we missing something?" And Ida said, "Warrior's pride is dope." Harold said, "Strength isn't measured by might." And it's the culture's fault we couldn't marry. And they said, Knives in the back playing Sonic Racing. Yeah, I am. It's power, the power of tradition and heritage, to be more specific. It's a bit of tribalism as well. You guys are having your own conversation. It might be crazy. It might seem crazy, but that they accepted the change from a warrior culture, but not the marriage thing. But that could highlight how clannish Elbaf actually is, because that's lunacy. And we do know there's multiple giant colonies or islands that exist, or places, not just Elbaf. Elbaf are just where they kind of originate, or most of them come from. That would be strange if it's her, to be honest. Oh, that's what most of us being Shirahoshi. Neptune, we put an Ipil down. Like how much, like how did they get each other snails? That's a good point. I don't think Oda forgot about Loki and Lola. I think that'll come later, and him and his rejection of that love is gonna cause him to crash out in some way. I subscribe to the Shia Mosa theory, but I can see it being someone else as well. Could also be that he changed too much. He changed too much already, so they don't want to compromise anymore. Maybe Elba has a separation of power to prevent Harrow from doing absolutely anything he wants. We talked about democracy already. Harrow could genuinely solo most of Elbaf if he came to that. I truly believe that. It's true, but he probably doesn't want to use violence to get his way. This ain't Disgaea, I hear that. All I hear is that any way you slice a Herald is a loser and a bum. I just find it weird for Harold to say that they won't let him, but could change the foreign policy of the nation. Exactly. I just need Oda to explain how these elders have this power. He a bitch. But we at least can talk about real world reasons why these shadowy figures have power. There's no reason for these elders to pull rank. They definitely would not want Loki to be king, though. Even if Harold doesn't get killed, Loki has such a bad rep from his mom's family spreading lies. The real world idea does apply. Even in the real world, kings can't do whatever they want. It used to work like that. Then people caught on and put checks and balances in place. Script for being the king. LOL, Loki is Broly. He's not a bad guy. I can feel it. The checks and balances point is well said. Like, maybe even though you're a king and you could say you could do and say most things, it's like there's certain things from a diplomatic political standpoint where it's like it's got to go through legislation, the House of Parliament or Congress, wherever if you're from Canada or America, depending on where you're from, or I don't know somewhere else, where it's harder than it seems. But
I will
I know
say this.
me. I'm a dictator, so if it's up to me, like you can't tell me who I can and can't marry. Like that's the one thing you will never control.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't give a fuck.
I will
If I want
I
Ida,
will say
oh, Mary Estrid, I'll kick her into the realm of the dead. Are you kidding me? Fuck that bitch.
I will say this because I'm familiar with a lot of like tribe conflict. The whole point is like the wealth of the kingdom comes from these tribes, and you always have to balance between them so no tribe feels that it's getting the short stick of stuff. So usually these tribes don't get involved in foreign stuff. They just say, as long as I have the same power in the kingdom that I feel like I deserve, I'm not gonna say anything. So when you bring a woman that's outside of the kingdom and you bring her here, now you bring another element that can take power from the tribe because her kid's gonna be related to a different tribe that isn't none of them. That's like the whole thing. And they probably, some tribes have like the best weapons, some tribes have the best money. So you want them on your side for your main goal. That's usually how it's done.
That's fair.
Remember, these guys are Vikings at the end of the
Yeah.
day. So Viking tribes absolutely work exactly like you said. You know, they might have you have fealty to an overlord or a king or what have you, but the tribes, as you said, still give them power.
Yeah.
So think Game of Thrones here. You know what I mean? It's the same idea. The king has power, but only to a degree, only so much. You know what I mean? Who holds all the gold? Who holds all the army? Who holds all the food? You know what I mean? Like these things are necessary, you know? So the checks and balances in Harold, and I think part of the reason, not that we saw this, so this might be just my headcanon, but Ida shows up, got a kid, Elbaf knows all this, you know what I mean? And they're like, okay, this woman already showed up and has changed our king's ideals and stuff. We're only gonna let that spread so far. Like we got to make some fucking hard roadblocks in the way, and one of them was legitimizing Hyrudin and Ida as members of the royal family to them. It's like, nope, they're not from Elbaf. No, we got to put our foot down. You want to change some stuff? You know, it was almost their way of compromising. Let Harald do its thing, but we'll have pushback. You know what I mean? And that's how real world politics work, generally speaking. You know.
This is why I say the way the humans rule has never ever changed. Because democracy, authoritarian, fucking kings, it all leads to the same stuff. You have a
Yep.
group of people that you have to listen to to
Yep.
do what you need to do.
My history professor once told me, it was the smartest thing he ever said. He said, democracy is actually a horrible way to run a country. It's just the best system we've come up with.
That is true.
And I'm like, yeah, my dude's spitting. So, yeah, like there is no great system here. You know what I mean? Somebody gets fucked. You know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is Harold officially more naive and or worse than Odin, in your opinion?
He could never be. I'm sorry. He could never be.
No, Harold is 1,000 times more naive than Odin. Absolutely.
No, I
Is it
can't.
naive the question or is arrogant? Like who's more arrogant?
Well, whatever like
Okay.
Yeah.
you want to attribute to it, like is he
Hold on,
stupider?
I'm going to explain exactly why.
Okay.
Because with Harold, right, he had multiple people in his corner and firsthand examples of trying to steer him in the proper direction. Specifically with Xebec, he was telling him, like, look, these people, they know good, bro. They're going to use you for what they want out of you. And then when it's time for you to collect on that favor, it's going to be empty. And on top of that, he went and worked with them, saw firsthand exactly how they treat other people across the world, and still said, yeah, I want some of that because it's going to help my country. It's going to help the Giants' perception. Is going to be better in the long run. But what Odin did was he took the self-sacrificial route to maybe have a better future for his people. Because the difference is with Harold, he grew up and was raised from a prince to a king. So he was always in his nation, right? He was always doing stuff for Elbaf. He learned the customs, all that stuff. But Odin took like half of his prime to adventure, travel the seas. He was with Whitebeard, then he ended up with Roger. He wasn't in Wano like that, and he really never really bothered to learn like the diplomatic side of like what goes on in the country of Wano. So he wasn't
Mhm.
really fully raised to be a proper shogun. So when he came back and saw that his country was in turmoil, he tried to handle it the best way that he could without causing any backlash to fall down on his people. Now, had he been in Wano his whole life and he was raised the way he was supposed to, he probably would have come to the conclusion like, okay, we might need to take a couple hits, a couple sacrifices, but these people got to get out of here now. But because he
I
traveled the world and saw so many different types of customs and the way that people lived in different areas, he tries to incorporate that. And unfortunately, it didn't work.
I would argue that if he got more attached to the people of Wano, he would probably be even more strict about like not letting anyone die based on his character. So it would be probably even worse if he actually cared more about the people of Wano than he already did.
I'm not saying he didn't care,
I don't
but
know. I,
what I'm
I
saying
know.
is
I'm just saying like he would care more because like he lived there more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. His inaction is his one. My thing about that is that Odin made one bad call based on the information he had at the time. Kaido rubs that in his face years later, but to Odin he goes, but from Odin's perspective, he doesn't believe that this is the right, because he's not willing to make the hard decision. So, but as Pat was pointing out, he wasn't raised that way. He's a samurai and a warrior through and through. He took Kaido at his word because he's a samurai, and he took because remember his experience with pirates were the noble, honorable ones, right?
yes.
So with Roger and
Mhm.
Whitebeard and people like that. So his experiences, these guys keep true to their word. They might be pirates, but they keep true to their word. So when Kaido came to him and said, basically, here's how the Wano's going to go down, and he's like, and all you have to do is do this, and we'll keep the peace. And he's like, fucking bet. I'm not willing to sacrifice hundreds, thousands of my citizens, on a bet that to fight a war that's unnecessary. Avoid war at all costs, right? From Odin's perspective, this was the good call. Now we know later on it's a bad call, but how was Odin supposed to have that information? How was he supposed to know that? We only know that because we know what Kaido is about, but he doesn't know that. So Odin had no warning. Nobody's saying Whitebeard wasn't on his shoulder going, "Hey, by the way, I've worked with Kaido. Brock's a bitch. All right, he gonna backstab you in the ass, sort of idea. Like, listen to me, brother. Sort of idea. He had nobody with any info. The difference is Harald had multiple occasions over multiple years with multiple people giving him multiple examples, and he refused to change his way of thinking. Had Whitebeard shown up in Wano and went, "What the fuck? You're trusting Kaido?" Had he docked just once and said, "Hey, Odin, how's it going?" Well, Kaido kind of took over the country, blah, blah, blah. Whitebeard would have been, "Oh, fuck this shit. We're going to go kick that brat's ass right now." You know what I mean? Like, and Odin would have been like, "What are you talking about? He's not going to be true to his word, man." Like, Odin did not have that person. So I 100% think that I'm with Pat on this one, 100%. Odin, we made fun of Odin during Wano. Everyone shit on Odin for making one bad decision, you know? But in retrospect, you
Eh,
know,
Thinking about it, Harold is probably more naive or more stubborn, both probably.
mm-hmm.
I still don't respect Odin. Like I don't respect Odin even more than Harold. Maybe that's the thing for me.
Ooh, why?
But
What was it? Just down to that one thing? Like, is that why? I'm
for
curious
me,
to know.
I don't think Odin is a good character. Period. Like I still I'm not.
Character.
Wow, that is
For
a
me,
take.
between the two, I think Harold is a better character.
Ooh, see, oh, I don't know about that. See, I think they're very similar characters, with Harold being quote unquote better written because we're seeing all these effects that we've already discussed about that. But Odin basically made one bad call, Harold made several. So it's the
Oh,
same stubbornness, the same naivety. in a similar character, but one only made one bad decision. And the moment he found out that he was being played, he said, "Fuck it, we ball." Harald did it until it was way too late.
Yeah, but I
I
don't
can
think that
see
was.
like I can see not liking Odin because he is a very selfish character.
100%.
So I can understand like that rubbing you the wrong way, but like to say he's a bad character, I don't know
Yeah.
about that one, bro.
Yeah.
I haven't. Again, it's been like 5 years, so I can't like get in details on how I feel about Odin, and I don't think like most people like care about Odin right now. I just like from what I remember, I wasn't. There's nothing about him that I was satisfied with. His quote unquote character development and how going with Roger and Whitebeard changed him, I didn't really see that. I didn't really care about any of his relationship with anyone. Like, there's not a single person that I'm like, his dynamic with Odin moved me. Like, I want to see them interact on screen. Do you get what I mean? Like,
Mm,
there was nothing about Odin that I said,
I would
I
say
like this about
Odin
Odin.
and Izo, and Odin and Whitebeard. I liked it, but other than that,
yeah.
um,
I would say like with his retainers, yes, he had great relationship with his retainers. For the prominent characters of One Piece that we know, like Roger, Rayleigh, Whitebeard. Well, not Whitebeard because he called him brother, but like the others, I can see what you're saying because like he didn't really impact them that much.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But like for the people in Wano, he was a larger than life figure.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, like, if I was a citizen in Wano, I would hate Odin too. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, I
Well,
just I
my
don't find a
question is,
reason
you
to
haven't
respect
read it.
to respect him.
Well, you
Like
were
if I
reading
would,
it week to week, I assume, my guy.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, I was.
yeah, yeah. And you haven't gone back and reread Wano since, right?
I have enough self love to not to do that. I'll be honest with you. But
Okay, okay. But my
That's
point is, as somebody who was reading week to week about whole like I've been reading week to week for many years, obviously, but Cake Island, I couldn't stand that arc week to week for the most part. I couldn't stand it. Sanji's been baking a cake for fucking 5 years, Oda. Move the fuck on. Meanwhile, on a week to week basis with breaks, it felt like an eternity. On reread, Whole Cake is way better than I remembered. And I did the same thing with Wano after just last year. I did reread Wano, and I get why people didn't like A, B, and C at the time. But when you have it all there readily available and you're not reading week to week, certain arcs, especially in One Piece, work better on a full read rather than waiting. And I think that you'll be pleasantly surprised if you go back and reread, from Whole Cake all the way through, or even just start at Wano and go through. You'll probably have a better opinion because everyone I've talked to who has done that, who reread Wano, who said, I hate Wano. Wano's a 2 out of 10 or a 1 out of 10 or whatever like that as an arc. They go back, they reread it. Even if it doesn't become a 10 out of 10, it jumps up to a 5 or say, it's an average arc. I don't hate it as much as I thought I did, So I'm just saying, I urge you to go back and maybe reread. Not saying your opinion on Odin will change, but maybe, yeah.
I agree with that idea for One Piece. Like, for example, I'm a big fan of Dressrosa.
ew.
Reading it
There's a perfect
reading
example.
week to week would be horrifying. Same
Oh,
for
it
Whole
was
Cake Island.
miserable. That was a miserable experience.
Let me say
Yeah.
something, right? Like, I
Mhm.
get the experience. It's important. I don't want to deny that. But ultimately, what I try to tell people who are like, what did I do the other day when someone was like, oh, it was Tower of God. Like, you only feel this way because you're reading week to week. Does me reading week to week or in a binge change the literal content
I was about to say,
of
yeah.
the manga and
Like,
the
how does
story?
mothering mode change?
No, it doesn't change that. What I'm going
Yeah.
to get is a more cohesive reading experience because I'm getting to read it in one sitting, so I can kind of keep my memories and keep my train of thinking and logic. That'll stay consistent as I'm reading it. That's the difference. I never liked the idea that I have to change my opinion because I read it in bulk or read it in a binge. I'm not saying that it hasn't helped me
I agree.
sometimes. It has. Some arcs after, but a lot of the times it has nothing to do with the weekly experience. It's just the state of mind I was in when I was reading it. I was mad at Wano and mad at One Piece and mad at Oda. So when Kizaru didn't immediately cook an egghead, I didn't receive it well. Because Kizaru is one of my favorite characters. That has nothing to do with the week-to-week experience or a binging experience. Mentally, my mind was somewhere else because I was reeling from Wano, and I'm like, oh, Kizaru's finally here. Oh, you put up Tony Snell numbers. I'm mad. And I was mad. I didn't like the arc. Also, I don't like Vegapunk. I don't like that nigga. I think he sucks. I'm sorry. I don't fuck with him. But
You and I have been on that same.
yeah,
page
he's
for
a
while.
fucking asshole. Fuck him. He's trash. But
Just
yeah. Anyways, I think sometimes rereading will just help you just because you have foreknowledge and you're rereading it, but I don't think that's a result of necessarily the weekly experience or the binge experience. Let me just catch up the comments real quick. That made me angry that Odin didn't call for backup. Both the Roger and White Meat Pirates would have pulled up. Harold had a better reason to not think that Emu would have Orochimaru'd him. Then Odin had to trust Kaido. Oda's ending was so bad, in my opinion. Having the swords in the jail was crazy. I'm going to argue that Harold acted just as fast when he found out Emu was about to snatch him. Izo's the biggest hoe of them all. Told Ace, if Pops let me go, shake my hand, what a hoe. Oda's another dummy, but I like the Aura legend. The issue is Odin had zero reason to ever trust Kaido or Orochi in the first place, and then spent years essentially doing fuck all until it was revealed that he was getting duped. Let Sanji cook, bake some more cakes, cuz. Compared to Harold actively working to make the lives of these people better, even if he was compared to Harold actively working to make the lives of his people better, even if he was misguided. Wano is a 7 in the manga, 8 in the anime. 7 is beyond generous. Also, it's meant to be consumed weekly. All I think about when Wano comes up is the wasted panels in the weekly manga. I just want to catch up to the comments real quick.
Okay, just
I would
to
just
go
say
back to
like
Wano, just to finish my thought. For me, the issue with Wano goes beyond the pacing. It has a pacing issue, and pacing issues does get affected by the weekly experience. But it's actually what's happening. Like reading Mothering Mode weekly or like reading it all together, it's not gonna change how bad that moment was. Like I made the joke about Wano. It's like it has the side plots of Punk Hazard, the pacing of Dressrosa, the plot convenience of Whole Cake Island, and the tension of Fishman Island. It's really the combination of post time skip. Like I that's how I described Wano. And it yes, the pacing like thing would make it better if I read it together, but everything else doesn't change. That's my issue.
Okay. Um.
um
Or
with
Pat, you.
Wano, yeah, I was just gonna say I think with Wano, like one of the big issues is that there is a cultural disconnect because like obviously like none of us here are Japanese, but there's a lot of like cultural references that I can't catch. Like the only things I can catch is based on like my prior experience consuming the medium. And like even like I sent Naya something the other day that I just found out because like I knew the story of like Momotaro on the ship, but I didn't see how like it overlaps with the Wano Kuni arc. So I was like, okay, I see like Oda was placing a lot of like callbacks, references, overlaps with Japanese culture all over across the board, and that's something that's kind of hard to digest when you're reading it weekly. So I kind of understand that. Whereas when you're reading it all at once, you have the full scope of the information. It's easier to digest, and then like you get footnotes, or depending on like who's translating it, about what's actually being tried, what was being conveyed to you on the page. So I think one of those overly scrutinized. I'm not saying like it's the best arc ever or something like that, but I think like a lot of outside noise greatly contributed to the perception of the arc.
Yep.
Specifically, like people misconstruing what the editors were saying, or people in the community having their wants not being met and immediately trashing the arc every time they didn't get what they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a good
So,
arc, bro. Like,
so I will actually concede Naya's point a little bit about the weekly experience, saying my opinion shouldn't change just because of the way I consumed it. It's about my headspace. So, to go back to that, there's one point I want to go on the pushback on that, and one point I want to agree with. One point that I'm going to do the pushback is that, yeah, but every single, like, where I'm a YouTuber who reviews week to week and stuff like that, I know people call this another nothing happened chapter. Like, people complain about that in all, it's not just One Piece, right? Oh, because if you don't care about the characters in that chapter, right, then you're like, oh, I waited a whole 2 weeks because there was a break, and now I'm waiting for this. I get it in Kengan Omega, I get it in One Piece, I get it in everything, and I'm sure the rest of you do too. Like, there's that. Oh, this chapter was a waste of 17 pages. You know, people say that shit on a binge read. That argument, that part goes out the window because you breeze through those 17 pages. If literally nothing happened, or it was like a little dull or a little paced wrong, on a binge read, the pacing changes, and that changes your perception somewhat upon a binge read, in my opinion. Now, the part I'm going to agree with Naya on is that, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily the way you consume it, whether a binge read or weekly. I think that just rereading in general sometimes brings you a new perspective. A perfect example is when Thousand Year Blood War for Bleach came out with the anime and stuff. Naya and I were talking about that. Pat, you were there as well and stuff like that. We were talking like, Naya heavily criticized Thousand Year Blood War arc at the time, you know, back when it was in the manga form, and now it's like, why did I not like this as much? This shit's basically fire. And it's like, because you're older now, your perception has changed, your headspace has changed. It's not necessarily the pacing or anything like that, the way you consumed it. It's just the way, you know, at the time, how you felt, sort of idea. And you might feel different, you know, 6 months later, a year later, sort of idea. So it's sort of a positive and a negative on the whole.
Absolutely,
Like,
and there's so many small I didn't pick up on because I wasn't a super Bleach fan, but having reread it and gone through it again, like at a slower, more meticulous pace, because I wanted to make a little video on it, I'm like, I caught a lot more. Even me having a whole section in my video about Ishin and sorry, remind me what Uryu's the father's name is Ryuken. I'm like, their their father son dynamics are very interesting. There's a lot of commonality and overlap, even where there's differences. Where it's like sometimes for me it's just like right place, right time, right mindset. I absorb it properly. I'm actually gonna give you another example. I recently did a video for my second channel, Young Paperwork, called Deadly Class, right? I think I don't remember what I titled it right now. Something about, I don't know, whatever. But thank you for the follow. Deadly Class was a series where it lost me a little bit slightly because of a cast rechange and mixture. And because of that, like at the time, I'm like, oh, I don't care about these guys. I want my old niggas back. And I just didn't receive it the same. Having reread it now in its entirety, years after it ended, I think it ended like 2021, maybe 2022. I was like, you know what? I actually like these guys, these new cast members. I understand why each one of them were added, what they contributed to the overall narrative and the subplots and like the themes of the narrative, the story. And I was like, I understand for me a lot of the time, even with video games. Sometimes it's like, okay, I want to play this game, but like I'm just not in the right mood, mindset, have the time to grind and really delve into it, and it doesn't resonate. But maybe during a winter break where I have 2 weeks off, I'm like, oh no, this game is fire. What the fuck was I thinking? For me, it's not about the format, it's about the mindset and the emotional state that I'm in. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I have a little bit of pushback that I think there is weekly versus, you know, it's the same with manga versus anime. Some people consume anime better than manga. It's like, it's the exact same thing. And it's like, well, no, the medium's different, so things change. So I do say there still is a little pushback on the consuming something weekly, monthly, binge reading and stuff will change your perception slightly. But I think your point holds more water there, Naya, where it's more your headspace, where you're at, and how much time you've got to like focus on this, you know, regardless how you consume it, you know.
Yep. Yeah. Does anyone else have anything else to want to say about the topic?
Oh yeah, I mean,
Go ahead.
just you guys are done. I want to say My thoughts on that. So first of all, the weekly thing, more like I've seen TOG fans try to defend it. Like, so it's like, dog, if you're releasing it weekly, I'm gonna judge it weekly. It's like, also people think that, yeah, it's just that if you're gonna release a stupid thing weekly, it's not wrong to judge it weekly, and it's also not wrong to change my opinions because of something that happens next week. They say like, I know people say, "Yo, wait until the end of this arc or wait until this to see your trooping." Like, no, man. Like, why do I have to wait like potentially a year plus to see my opinions of something that currently happened right now? And then yeah, I feel like people should be okay with letting other people change their opinion once new information is found. Uh, that's that. But I also want to say, I think in a way, both of them are arrogant. Like, I don't want to. They're naive, but they're also just in naivety born from arrogance for both of them. I think the whole point of Odin's character arc was just that like he refused to get help because he thought he was enough. It was enough for him. Like, I think it's the same with Harold, where they think they're enough to shoulder the burden themselves. Shit, man. Like Rayleigh even said, "Yo, we could when he was leaving, and he like Rayleigh's like, oh, we can come and save you." Mind you, if really pull like even without Roger Pirate, just even without Roger, just the Roger Pirate would have been enough to smoke Kaido. Like Kaido even says, if you didn't spend 5 years twerking, but instead attacked me, you could have won this. And that was himself. Like he had that, but it was more of like him thinking like the samurai pride thing and thinking, oh, I can't burden anybody else. I have to take this by myself, which I think is the whole point of. Isn't that like that's pretty much the whole point of. I think that's the whole point of. What's his name? Momo. Oh, his son.
Yeah.
Yeah, his whole character is like he has him realizing he's supposed to ask for help instead of trying to burden himself with everything, which is why he asked Luffy for help and it ends up working out. As for Harold, though, I think it's just I don't know how much of naivety is. It's just dumbness. Like people say like, oh, I know people like pointing out that oh, his thing was working. Like oh no, look, it was working. Like even let's see, but like, are we sure? Like I feel like are we sure that like what did that really lead to him? Like what was his legacy? Because it worked because they were tied to the world government. And that's what people refuse to say. It's like the only reason the people liked them was kind of like it was oh, I'm tied to the world government. I'm tied to the world government, and that's why this shit is working. And then and like he thinks that like he thinks like that worked out, but it didn't because like tying yourself to the world government never leads to. It's like everything he does is filtered through the eyes of like oh the world government. Like he's letting the world government control everything they do and everything they think. Every action is kind of like oh the giants helped him. It must be because of the world government. Like it's attached to him, and like his legacy didn't even last that long. Like look at like the current time. Like people saying oh look at his legacy and the giants don't have to act, but I'm not being real. The reason the Elbaf's not getting attacked isn't because of is more or less because this is first of all Elbaf is Shank's territory, right?
I actually don't think
All
that
right.
we know that for a fact, but he's very cool with the Giants and with the kid getting eliminated around the shore of Elbaf. You make it comes across that he's very well connected and affiliated with it. I would argue it's like Alabasta, their team Luffy. Did Luffy plant his flag and say, if you fuck with
Oh, okay.
this, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's like that.
Okay, so but regardless, okay, so the reason that they're fine with not doing that is because two things: the giants themselves, like people are not attacking them because they're giants, not because they're nice or like they're kind or anything, but because who the fuck wants to attack giants, right?
Yeah, big as
And
hell.
two, yeah, exactly. And two, because even if they're not exactly like underneath Shanks, there's still an alliance of Shanks that were like the top tiers. At the bottom, the bums, they're not attacking because who's gonna attack giants? The people that are top tiers, they're probably in the know. They know, oh shit, Shanks is here. Shanks out here. Why the fuck would we attack a character that has some connection to the Yonko? Even in the even in when we meet Dorian Broggy, like they're not nobody's like ever like, oh my goodness, the Giants are so good, and like the Giants are put a random giant on a random island, everybody's probably gonna be slandering, they'll probably be scared rather than like thinking they're good. I do think like Harold's idea of like not making them fully full war countries, that's fine. But I do think this idea that he was achieving his dream when obviously it was just because the world government let him achieve it because they wanted him to think he was progressing and like tried to be loyal to them until he got the second slave his thing. I do think though that it's kind of hard to say because like Albaf is also just a it's like giants are different than random civilians because they're still giants. It's hard to enslave a lot of them unless you're prepared to do something. Versus like most Wano civilians are not gonna be able to fight back, right? But I think they're equal. I think they're both bums. That's just my point.
At the end of the day,
He
after
said all
They're
that
both
just to take the middle line approach.
Like there's no way
Well-
like I can think because okay, I think Odin screwed the actions of what Odin led to millions of people starving.
They really having an ass off. I'll be honest with you.
Exactly, but Harold's like ultimately Harold's is kind of like Kaido's is just based off one lifetime. But Harold's if Louis wasn't there, Harold's thing would have led to the entire thing, entire giant race being enslaved for centuries. Like there's levels to this. It's just pick your poison.
Did,
But I'm just
bro.
did everybody go?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That is funny as hell. But low key. Wait, I think I already. There's nothing. Wait, hold on. I do understand wanting to judge a series until you get the payoff, but the journey to the payoff should be enjoyable. Exactly. Rocks told them they were demons, but can we blame Harold for not trusting a career criminal? I suppose that makes sense. I love Oda to explain how rare ancient giant DNA is currently. I find it strange the elevated place ancient giants have in Elbaf, but not enough for them to reproduce throughout the years. Also, why aren't they green anymore? um, I wonder if an ancient giant just procreated with a giant and that diluted. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but I think we'll get those things in due time. But I did want
His
to.
orders.
Oh,
Okay, the giant.
Yeah.
Sorry, good.
no, I said I wanted to get to this question. It's about the Holy Knights, right? So, when it comes to the Holy Knights, right? Presently, the God Knights, if you will, are the Holy Knights being judged too harshly? And is there more to them than we're willing to admit? Based on what we know today, obviously.
I
to quote my buddy Lizard, fuck them bums.
I will say this about the Holy Knights. I think how strong I expected them to be, most of them are about as strong as I thought. The problem is Garling. He was being put in these fucking panels with Garp and Roger. Like people were calling him the champion. Had Garling been Yonko level or like strong, like you would respect his strength. I think no one would like be that mad at the Toby Roppo.
Well, it's Shanks'
It's
and
really like just
Shamrock's
a Garling
father,
issue.
so yeah.
Yeah. So it's really like a Garling issue more than the entirety of the Holy Roppo.
Okay. Let me read this comment real quick. I'll tell you what I hate about Wano, how it ended when he always said the Kurozomi was born to burn. I wanted her assassinated, you tone deaf bitch. Do you not see Tama in the corner? Do you not see this behavior is what created Orochi? Oda is my guy, but I don't know what he was thinking. One of the worst lines I've ever read. I'm heated thinking about it. The whole point was the wrongful persecution created Orochi and Kanjuro, and the Siddons suffered for it. And you both said Holy Roppo. I'll say this: I have many issues with Wano. I do, but that part I don't. I really don't. I don't fuck with them. Eradicate their clan. Tama's cool. Keep her around. Move on. I don't tell y'all. Like, I just don't give a fuck. Like, if that's my enemy clan, I'm eradicating them. I'm on my genocide type shit. I'm sorry. I don't want y'all around.
I'm with Naya.
And Tama's cool. I already vibe with her. I already like her. Like, you could stay around. Like, we're gonna change your last name. You don't even act like them. As far as I'm concerned, you have their blood and DNA, but you're not like them. I feel it. I get it. I understand why you guys feel that way. I personally don't give a fuck. That is my least biggest problem with the Wano. They deserve to burn. Fuck Orochi. He's an asshole. Fuck him.
Yep.
I don't care.
One, I will say I wouldn't expect more of an OnlyFans girl like that one, but for this idea, the issue here now is that you can have that opinion in a story, and that's fine. Like that on its own isn't the issue. It's because it's not getting challenged in the story.
And there
like,
was some like
supposedly in this story,
Japanese
that's
pun
not
with
okay.
it, like their name means like charcoal or something. Like it's
No different
it's
with
it's
Odin. I was
traditional.
going
It's
before.
Japanese. It's not really for the North Americans. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I get it, but like I just don't care. Like they suck. Go away.
And
Die.
The guy. This
Have
this
no more
movie- if this was in a
offsprings.
movie-
Fuck you.
If this was in a John Wick movie or something like that, everyone would be like, "Yeah, he's justified. They killed his dog," sort of idea. For some reason, people are against this, but it's like this is a girl who watched her father sit there in the fucking burning oil and said, "I am Odin, and I was born to boil," and being fucking wrongfully terminated, in that hot pot sort of idea. So this was a turnaround. 20 years she's been waiting to be like, and my father was born to boil.
Well, you were born to burn. Well said.
Fuck
No,
you.
no, see,
That was justified.
her having those
1,000%.
feelings is okay. No. Her having those feelings and believing it's okay for her to think that way isn't the issue. It's that the story doesn't actually challenge her. If we see like someone like in the story like
She
being
was
disturbed,
challenged for
like, what are
20
you
years,
talking about?
and you know what happened after 20 years? W.
No, that's not the challenge. No, I'm
Yeah.
asking like now Tama is since Tama is
She
from
was
that
made to
clan,
sit
maybe
there
there's
and mask her
potential there.
identity as one of his Oirons for her entire
Again.
life.
Yep.
Yeah, she's justified. Like, it's understandable why she would think that way. That doesn't make her right. That's the point. Like, someone needs to challenge her thought process. It's a human thing to do,
No.
but she's still in the wrong.
Don't challenge
That's the
her.
point.
But what is the thought process here? Like that guy made their country fall to ruin.
Yeah, yeah, but like the
I
same way
recognize
Orochi
that.
thought. Would you think Orochi is justified in what he did?
No.
All roads lead to all roads
It's
lead
the
to
same
Wano,
thing.
man.
No.
Their clan was notorious for being backstabbers. That's why they were
No,
persecuted in the
the
first place.
leader was. The leader was. Not everyone. The
No,
leader
the
was.
whole clan. The
That's
whole clan was known for doing that.
Yep.
No, it was just the leader. I fairly remember it was just the leader that was told that
The
he
Holy
was like
Knights are ass.
that.
They are
I agree.
regeneration merchants. Hold on.
Yes.
Put the camera on me. Let me talk for a second, because I have strong opinions and feelings about this.
Let's
Big hand
go.
pound?
What you said about Garling rings true. You are the father of Shanks, and as much as I'm not a Shanks guy, I know he's him. I know he's like that. I know he's different. He's strong as hell. Shamrock, the jury's out because he's a holy knight. I don't think about him yet, but I'm of the opinion that Shamrock and Shanks are relative, though I do have Shanks above him for the time being. Now, the Holy Knights, I thought they were supposed to be extremely powerful because Dragon was personally wary of them. Now, granted, despite their overall combat strength, I do think the fact that they have the regen ability is still a problematic thing to have to circumvent. I want to make that clear. Especially as it seems as of current, if you don't have Conqueror's Hockey and use it in a certain type of way, you can't slow, stop, or truly kill them with regen. So that's the first lap. Second lap. What KG said rings true with me. Even if they were pretty ass or not up to, like, I'm thinking like maybe Rob Lucci, Cypher Pole 9 type level. Garling himself was the one I expected to be like the outlier. You're the father of Shanks and Shamrock. You're the hero of the God Valley instant. You are a fucking bum. Oh my god, you are trash. And like, my problem with with Garling is like, he's like, he's so strong. He hurt me. What will he do next? Like, I'm tired of fake demons. You're a fake demon. You don't want to smoke. You don't want to fight this man. Like, he's over there smiling, grinning with a friggin' gash in his forehead, reclosing, acting like you're excited for the fight. No, you are not. You are a Mihawk gimmick, Kaido gimmick ass nigga. I've seen this before. Kaido, I want to start the greatest war in the world. What do? I stay home and I drink. Commit fake suicide. Yeah, alright, buddy. Oh, Mihawk. Oh, it's been such a long time since I felt the thrill of a hold on, let me grab my sword. My fucking bow can. Oh, it's been such a long time since I felt the thrill of the chase. Holding his knee up like, yeah, it's been a long time. Bitch, leave the house. What happened the first time Mihawk left his house in a minute because he was bored? He ran into a swordsman he thought was worthy of facing him in the deep, in the future. Zoro. If you are a quote unquote smoke seeker and I don't see you outside seeking smoke, shut the fuck up. Garling and his personality is messed up. Garling and his fake smoke personality sucks. And I don't think he's that powerful. Now, maybe with the Gorosei buff and the Emu deepest, darkest, blackest contract, he gonna be a little stronger, but not a single thing the God Knights have really done has moved me. And that includes Shamrock. Oh, Cerberus beat up a tied up Kaido Seki ancient giant. None of you have done anything to make me respect you yet. I'm not trying to downgrade and denigrate the entire group of them, but as it is presently shown, you are regen merchants. Even Maffy or whatever that busty bitch with the horns was, casual, okay, I'll say casual. I don't know how hard he swung, but Whitebeard just swings, cut in half. Oh, like you be dead if you were a regular person. You niggas stink. Get the fuck off my screen. You guys suck. I hate you. All of you. I can't. That includes Doflamingo. I can't wait to see the entire Celestial Dragons annihilated, eradicated, destroyed, reduced to atoms. No molecules left. Get the fuck out of existence. I hate all of them. I want them dead. Thank you for coming for my TED Talk.
Okay.
Can I go?
Guys, do we need to get Naya his medication now or in an hour?
No, I have deep hatred for Celestial Dragons. This is why people are like, oh, Doflamingo is fuck him!
Yeah, fuck Dofi.
There's
Fuck it up,
only
guys.
one exception to the rule. His name is Roshinante, aka Corazon. That is the only acceptable exception, because even as I guess Shanks, but still. Okay, two. But yeah.
Nilfgaard.
Everyone else, no, I don't.
He
He does not pass the test. Sorry, no.
Why not?
No.
He actively
Too
changed.
late. It's too
Like I
late.
said, it's too late, bro. He
It's too late.
died.
It's too late.
Is dead.
It's too late. What's up, Pusey? W16. No, it's too late. I don't want to hear about Mizogard. Fuck you. I saw what you did at Fishman Island.
That's
It's
crazy.
too late. I know. I'm not making excuses for them. I don't mess with the CDs. I don't mess with them. I am consistent on. Hold on, not consistent. I am mostly consistent on that because there's two I'm gonna let go. But aside from them, no. No. I don't like them. I don't mess with them. You're terrible people. You're all inbred. You're stupid. You're cattle. You're useful idiots. Fuck you. I hate them. Luffy punched all of them back into the manga from the anime. All of them. I need more. They're not dying enough for my liking. This is why I can't wait to see T spin the block. Kurozu and Earthquake, all of these bums on top of the red line. Kill them all. Don't leave any survivor if they deserve this.
Hey man.
So
Can I slander the Holy Knights next?
burn.
Let me slander the Holy Knights next. I don't think there's anything like even the regen gimmick don't move. Like people are saying, oh, they can regen. Look what it did. They were basically out of the whole fight. Like it doesn't matter. Like sure at the end, but if we're fighting, right? and I knock you out for like let's say regen's the same thing as being knocked out, right? If I knock you out for like the majority of the fight, at the end of the day, you're out of the fight, right?
Yeah.
Like, what did you achieve? Nothing. You were out of the fight. And then like
If
I'm
you
not moved by any of them. I do think the whole point of the character is just that, uh, it's that unlike like they didn't work for their shit. That's why they're so weak. That's why they're like like I think writing wise it makes sense. Like they're weak because they weren't um was like, they didn't work for anything. They thought they were shit, and like that's why I would laugh when people say, "Oh, what's his name? What's the bum name? Garling?" They're like, "Oh, Garling gonna take
Edward Newgate.
God Valley is yeah no not that like they're like you can take God Valley as a like a sign to we have to get stronger. No, he isn't. That goes against his character. He's never gonna think.
Let me say this, because Pat did ask. Sorry, real quick. A second part to the question: are there anything about them we're not like considering or giving them credit for? I think if I see the missions that they do and what it is and how they execute it, that would change my opinion. Because I'm wondering, like, what could the Holy Knights possibly be doing to be this strong? Now, here's what I'm saying. Pirates are having hockey blooms and things like that, pushing themselves to the limit, training and getting stronger and traveling the seas. You are in comfort. You are in an area of safety. And it's like, if I see the type of missions you take on and there's a level of difficulty to them, I can see why you're getting strong. Now, granted, that was my original opinion. Seeing the contracts, I wonder if all of them are not actually that strong and it's just Emu's power buff from bronze, silver to gold, as Griever had said many times, that is giving them their level of strength. And I also wonder how much true combat experience they have. Are you going to like nations where it's like kill all of the Buccaneers and it's like, nigga, I work at a flower shop. I don't know how to throw hands. Like you killing them doesn't move me. You know what I mean? So it's like if I see that, maybe my opinion will change. Just to answer that second part of the question.
I actually agree. I think that the whole point of his character, the thing is like when Oda said he's what was his name? Garling was strong for a reason. It's Emu. That's the whole thing. Emu just giving them the powers. That's why they're strong. This is why I also know he was gonna be a bum.
They got drip, though. They got drip. I won't lie to you. They clean.
That's the reason why I think
Have you seen his colors? He does it.
Listen, you got all
that's
the
another
money.
reason
You're
why
at the top of
yo
the world and you don't have
one
drip.
mic, one mic, one mic. Sorry, go ahead.
Yo, can I finish my point first, please?
Yeah, go ahead. They agree.
No, not you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to say that's why they're bums. Like, shit, man. He even said when Oda said that, it reminded me when he said, "Yo, Smoothie is strong." Like, man, if you're saying he's strong, you're a bum, man. Like, but the whole point of the character is that they're just strong because Emo gives them strength. Like they're paid for everything, just like the Celestial Dragons, man. They're just Celestial Dragons better.
I actually don't even respect the Gorosei that much. The only two that I think are like kind of cold is the Hage nigga with the sword and the like skeleton whatever, and the boar that Luffy couldn't hurt. Those are the only two I have a modicum of respect for. The rest of them, ass, die. You suck.
I had an idea that the way they get stronger is like through fighting slaves. So basically, like Marines capture pirates, then they are turned into slaves that are used for combat training. So it's like they live their life in a controlled environment where like okay you can fight,
like
but
Summer stinks.
nothing really is gonna happen.
He sucks. Yeah. He's not strong. Like I feel like I can take him. I shouldn't feel that way. I feel like yo, you give me a gun, I'll take that nigga.
Also, I mean, look at
Robin almost packed him up.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
He had the right ability to get back to like latch himself onto the tree branch. You know what I mean?
They were scared when Luffy pulled up. Like they're like, we don't want to mess with a Yonko. Mm-hmm. Does that look like somebody that's like that strong? Like no, they're clearly like they clearly only attack people when they have the advantage. and they're trying to go like extreme depth with slaves, man. Like that's why like the thing where they said he was a champion didn't move me because it was so obvious you were talking about him being a the champion of God Valley as in, like the best slave hunter.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're bumps, man.
I'm actually excited for Order to
Okay.
redeem some of the
Well,
Celestial Dragons. I hope it happens. It would make things thematically richer and more believable. I think there's an argument to be made that some of them, because of them being socialized like this, Emu played their asses so that he could have a Domi Reversi army on standby. You do not need a gun. Okay, being nuanced. Sorry, I'll wrap myself. I haven't spoken in a while, so I'll wrap this up quickly. Being nuanced and being fair. There are celestial dragons that I do. I think there's one of the women. I can't remember her name. I think she came to Saba Udi when she was watching one of the recordings of Vegapunk. Said something and was like, "It seems like she's one that's could be susceptible to change." Doflamingo's father and mother, they were like, "We don't want to be these holier than thou, above you people. Let's go live with the common people." Then you have is it Misogard, whatever his name was, that with Queen Orihime.
Yeah.
He changed his
that's
ways.
Guard.
I don't want to. I don't want to be. I don't want to be like extra and agenda driven. Like, yes, there's nuance here. Like, some of them are probably capable of changing under the right circumstances. Because you're right. This is all they know. Hey, you are a descendant of one of the 20 kings. You guys are the best. You can do whatever you want. You can have 40 niggas, 500 bitches. Don't matter. It's like no one can say shit to you. You guys run the world. And that's the way they've been indoctrinated, trained, socialized, and brought up. They don't know anything different, anything better. They spend most of their time literally on top of the world. I get that. I'm not trying to deny that. But I'm gonna use a little bit of a KG line. KG comes from a third world country or whatever, right? I'm black. I know what my people went through. I don't fuck with any type of version of slavery under any circumstance, and I don't like them. I don't vibe with them. I cannot relate to them, and I want them dead. Sorry. And that includes Doflamingo. Die. You're a piece of shit. He's a good character. I think he's well written. I'm not taking that away from him. But he's another one. I want you in the ground. If it's not Roshinante, basically, and Shanks, who are like world nobles, I don't like you. Go away. Sorry. That's my opinion. I don't feel bad about it.
But what if Nami is a celestial dragon, man? What are we gonna do with it?
Hey,
Nami's
she could
not-
live too. I don't know.
It's not, for me, the celestial dragon thing isn't necessarily about blood. It's more about mindset and how you move. If she was somehow a celestial dragon, just by whatever, she never was raised as one. She never was one. She was always a commoner. So as far as I'm concerned, Nami is not one.
Man.
Now you can make the argument
could be calling
Shanks.
people
Hold on,
slaves.
hold
I
on.
don't know.
You make the argument Shanks is a commoner or was a quote unquote lower level, low world level, whatever the case may be, and got accepted when he came to the Holy Land. So I don't know if something similar could happen to Nami.
Bonnie is,
And Bonnie is also one. Yeah, it's one in a sense, but I'm not a Bonnie fan if I'm being honest. So
no,
I guess my opinion still.
but
holds.
Bonnie's not a celestial.
But
dragon,
Bonnie's a
really,
12-year-old
either.
girl, so I'm softer on Bonnie. You're still a child. You don't know any better, really. You're masquerading as an adult, so I'm a little softer on Bonnie in that sense, even though she has that blood coursing through her veins.
Yeah, the mother's blood is strong in that one.
Yeah. I would like to hear Pat's thought on this because this is Pat's topic. I want to hear what you have to say about this. If you're ready to talk.
Yes. So, I mean, I asked the question, and I've heard all you guys dogpile on them. And look, verbally so, they have been underwhelming, combat wise. The reason I asked is because I'm trying to do this new thing where I look at all facets of the characters, and I'm trying to stray away from combat showcase because I feel like a lot of characters are starting to become undervalued, and they're only valuable if they can put somebody down. Like I'm seeing it done a lot, especially with the Straw Hats. Like people are saying, "Oh, what has Chopper done? Chopper didn't do shit." Like the whole post time skip. I'm like, brother, the whole arc of Wano, he was coming up with cures for multiple different diseases. that was helping the rest of them fight. Like, what, were you paying attention? So with the Holy Knights in particular, like I know that their purpose in the story, like, is it's in the name, right? It's self-explanatory. They're knights. They're supposed to be powerful. But I'm wondering if like there's something beneath the surface that we're not exactly getting. The first time I thought about this was like with Gunko when Emu possessed her body, and then like she was having that I don't know what you would call it, but like a hidden memory was being jolted, like when she interacted with Brooke or something like that, and it just made me curious as to like what the connection between them is. And even before that, like she was listening to Soul King before they started their mission. Um, and then on top of that, like seeing the flashback, I was very surprised that Shanks was able to come back to the Holy Land and be accepted. And I'm wondering if like Shamrock probably vouched for him and like what the condition was. Because like when Doflamingo tried to go back to the Holy Land, they was like, nah, fuck that. Y'all left, y'all not coming back. So I don't know if like maybe it was just because of the circumstance, like they're saying like Shanks didn't have a choice. And then I don't know. Like I want to know more about like what they got going on. Um but what I lost my train of thought. Fuck. Yeah, Garling. Yeah, I'm also curious to know like the hierarchy within like the celestial dragon families. Because like for him to be appointed as one of the Gorosei now, and like him just stepping forth, executing another celestial dragon, like that was fucking wild to me. The fact that one even got executed, I didn't even know that that could happen, and the fact that he was the one that was picked to do it, I just found that striking. So I don't know, I was just like twirling my brain, thinking if they serve a greater purpose here than what we've been shown so far.
Yeah, that's actually something on my mind. Speak on the tribes. There's like 19 celestial dragon families. How do they feel about only being 5 Goroseis? So like 14
Yeah,
families don't have the highest authority. Like how do
I,
they feel about that?
It doesn't affect them in their day to day lives. As I think was it Lizard or Naya? Somebody pointed out. It's like, hey, we're gonna give you guys everything. You're the top shit. You're the best. It's what Tom Brady
They've been
described about the whole
domesticated and
style
like,
coaching.
yeah, like listen,
Yeah,
you want bitches,
Th-
food, money,
we
clothes,
got you
whatever you
covered.
want, you're good. You covered. You don't need to work
Yeah,
for nothing. Just exist.
exactly.
wait,
So,
hold on.
so what do they care?
They
They
even
can
aware of
have
their
whatever they
existence.
want.
yeah, they
You
are.
know,
Oh,
The,
no, yeah, they do. They do.
this is a
um,
The
spoiled.
Ghosts are
What?
famous.
This
I
is
think the
spoiled
Ghost
child
is.
syndrome. Hey, I want one of those admirals to be my bitch. Okay, you know anything they ask for, they get. So why would they care who's a Gorosei and who's not? You
It's
know,
also
it's,
like
I
it's like the Ghosts have been for long for like at least 200 years. Let's say they've been for 800. It's just a fact of life. It's just like the Ghosts are up there. It's like you don't question why the sky is blue, right?
right.
Or like it's not
be,
that big of a deal why
And
the
Exactly.
sky is blue,
look
right?
at the
Like
movie
it's not that
Wally.
big of a
Look at
deal,
how
right?
long it took the humans just getting fat to fucking go. Oh, maybe there is a better way. How many centuries were they in that fucking ship? You know what
Yeah,
I mean? Like,
it's just like they don't question it, right? Like who's gonna question that? Like
yeah,
I mean,
that's
I
human
feel like
nature.
it would more of a thing when they first became Gorosei, right?
I mean,
But
I'm assuming like Goro says like before. I assume that I don't know if it's still true that the Goro says used to be Holy Knights. So it's like they used to go through cycles, and
Hmm.
Saturn was the oldest one. That was my assumption. So every like 200 years, someone new comes. 100 years, whatever. Whenever Emu feels like it.
I don't think
But
Saturn was the oldest one. I think he's the one who fucked up. That's why he was removed.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I
You know,
think it's like gonna be like a correlation where I thought like, oh, that's gonna make him the oldest one just to
oh,
do it.
I
oldest
mean,
is
I'm not
he
probably
sure.
might
Mercury,
be. He
if I'm
might
not
have been
mistaken.
sitting there the longest, but obviously
Yeah.
the reason he was taken out was. But yeah, as far as that question goes, yeah, all I'm gonna say is I'm gonna quote Team Four Star on this one and say that regen shit got old 6 years ago. You know, that's all I'm gonna fucking say when it comes to these fucking regen merchants. Because look, I was entertained by Perfect Cell. I was entertained by Majin Buu. But I watched Dragon Ball in 19 fucking 99. Regen shit got old for me 25 fucking years ago. I'm good.
I have
You know,
I have a problem with the regen thing, right? Here's my
The
issue.
regen thing bothers me.
Here's my general issue, and this is not exclusive to One Piece or manga. This extends to like comic books, Marvel, DC, and everything. The moment a character can regenerate, the author feels a need to immediately show them getting like bisected, losing an arm or something, and they get it back. Like, why not still showcase that they have hockey, durability, strength, things of that nature, and then be surprised that, oh shit, Zoro like got a clean hit and finally cut his arm off, but it regenerated. Like, the Holy Knights just like die all the time and regenerate. Like, to me, it's like, hold on, if you get the pact, is there some type of trade off where it's like you're more fragile, but you get like immortality and a healing factor? And the reason I say that is because I actually think he did a decent job with the Jailer Beast. They weren't easy to put down, but to get up quickly. Like, you've showcased this before, and I would argue with like, I could be completely misreading this, right? But because Hawkins is a straw man, and straws aren't like particularly durable, hard, or to cut or hurt or burn, it's like the trade-off for him having like the life minus dolls is that he became a more fragile individual. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, if you make it obvious, I'll take it. But the Holy Knights, I'm just like, all you guys just do is just like regenerate. Like, you guys don't move. Like, someone brought up that like Summers and Gunko have a decent use of their like different abilities, so they're not ass. Fair, I suppose. But for me,
I forget.
Yeah,
Naya, a perfect example of this: 7 Deadly Sins.
yes.
I was trying to think of this. Remember, Bond got so used to not caring about defense that when he finally became mortal, it became a problem with his fighting style.
Yeah,
because he's so used to, I don't give a shit about taking a hit.
Yeah.
So that made him more vulnerable. I think that the God's Knights, I don't think there's an actual fragile. I believe you're Hawkins there because the devil fruit, blah, blah, blah. How, Luffy with blunt attack, he's made of rubber, yada, yada, yada.
By the way, did you guys know there's people who don't believe that he's basically immune or extremely highly resistant to blunt force trauma? Apparently, it's a thing. Apparently. People think, yeah. They're like, there's so many examples of him getting punched and it hurt. And I'm like, I think you guys are just brain dead.
Oh my God.
Continue. Sorry. Just wanted to bring it up. Continue.
Media literacy. Oh.
George Bush will pay.
The One Piece community, my guy.
Yeah, that's bad.
But yeah, no, that's a perfect example. Is that so? I don't think, because what we even know from these deep sea contracts, what we've been told, different translations and whatever, is simply it gives you immortality and it does give you a strength boost. That's all we know. So without any downside, I'm going to say that no, these guys just don't give a shit because they know they'll regen. So they're fully 100% offensive. They are not protecting that football on defense.
And like there's a sense to it. Sorry, real quick. There's like a component to it that makes sense to me. It's like, well, I can't die, so why bother getting out the way of the attack? And I'm actually gonna give you a full circle moment, Griever, and be like, what did Aizen stop doing the moment the Hogyoku started to make him evolve?
Stopped actually giving a shit.
He stopped dodging shit for real. He stopped dodging shit for real. Like, if we're being honest, and it's like, maybe when you have a healing factor, you start to incorporate that into your fighting style in a natural sense. Where if it was me, it's like, you're not gonna hurt me. I'm dodging everything. I'm defending. I'm getting out the way, whatever the case may be. But if you manage to somehow like cut my finger off, it's like, by the way, bitch, it's finna come back. I'm different. And it's like, these guys are just like,
it's why.
No, you're ass. I don't respect them yet.
Single character.
Yet. Maybe I will respect the Holy Knights, but as of presently,
but with regen characters, we almost always see this with regen characters, and that's my problem. It makes sense to a degree, but it's also my problem with regen characters. It's because, like, we know Majin Buu was killed in Dragon Ball Z like 30 fucking times by multiple characters, but since he can regenerate, it didn't fucking matter. Cell
He's
lost to Final
also a
Flash
product of
Vegeta.
magic.
Didn't matter, you know.
My
So
my issue with the sorry to interrupt you. My issue with the generation here is that it's not fun. If I wanted to do a regeneration gimmick with a character, I would make it in two ways probably. In the extremes. One that is just a crazy brawler. Like he's just like not letting you breathe for a second. He's always attacking, attacking, attacking. The Holy Knights don't really do that. Like they just get attacked. Like they're not aggressive like that in combat. Or I would do it like Naya said. It's like I'm gonna make a character that refuses to get injured to like see how my character would deal with him. So the way they do it is just like they just slow and lazy. The way
Yeah,
they fight.
yeah,
yep, and that's what I'm seeing, and that's what my problem is. The moment we've seen them actually fight anybody competent, Gabon, Rayleigh, anybody like that, the moment or a chained up Loki, yeah, I'm so impressed, fucking Shamrock. The moment somebody competent shows up and says "fuck you," they literally Looney Tunes them through the wall. Like you are not shit to real top tiers. Fuck off. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Old Gabon kicking ass. Old Rayleigh kicking ass. Loki probably would have kicked their ass. You know, like it's just like you guys are bitches. You're afraid. You're not Yonkos. You're not even admirals.
Mhm.
You're fucking sitting down there in the bum category. Fuck you.
King in the Indie says the regen feels gimmicky so far. Sly said to me the regen is worse in One Piece because you don't even get to see the fun of the body gore. It's just black goo and hockey sparks. That's it. And King said, "Where is your skill set? What makes you interesting? Oh, you can heal like these other quote unquote 13 niggas." And I feel that.
Yeah, I want to say with like your point about like
Bring it home
I think
so we can
yeah,
move
man.
on. Bring it home.
Yeah, I just want to say like I think I think character writing wise it fits that they had the arrogance and like they don't want to get better and they're like they don't care. Like you brought up the point of the Marvel thing where like people like just let themselves get hit, and it fits them because they're so arrogant and they're so thing that they think like it doesn't matter what you do to me because I'm what's that word called? I'm immortal, right? Like it's kind of baked into them, just like oh, it doesn't matter what you do, I'm superior to you, and it ends up fucking them. But hey, man, that's all I have to say. They're bums.
Yeah.
So we've collectively agreed the regen merchants suck.
It's more so like where I'm like to bring this home and then we're gonna move on to the next topic. For me, it's more so of like I like how Pat phrased the question. Like, is there anything we're not considering? I do think in the future we'll probably see a better showcase of them. And if there's like Holy Knights who are stronger than like a Gunko or like a Summers, we'll see them take center stage and be a little bit of a problem in conjunction with their Devil Fruit ability. But as of present, they haven't done anything that I find more impressive. I need more, as you said, King of the Indies. Like, I need more. So for the time being, they haven't particularly moved me. I don't think they're strong. I don't think Dragon should be. You know what? Depending on how you see the Revolutionary Army as a force, I don't think he should be that wary, especially if you're one of those people who think Dragon is quote unquote top one. Like, bro, one Conqueror's hockey fucking kick is taking these niggas out. Like, you'll be alright. But no. Presently, they don't move me. I do think there's more to them that we'll maybe see. I think making Garling a Gorosei was a very deliberate choice by Oda. So I do think with the Gorosei buff, if he only had the silver deep contract, he has the deepest whatever Mariancha Trench whatever the fuck it's called, trench like contract, and he's gonna go crazy or crazier at the very least, especially if he has a Devil Fruit transformation, if not the same one as what Garcia had before him. So we will see.
Ancient rat.
You
Ancient
want me
rat.
to be impressed by these guys? You need to show me them taking on a Yonko, even a Yonko commander, and fucking actually going toe to toe. and not literally losing, because we've only ever seen them go up against
The whole
Yonko commanders, everything else, and lose.
the
Like
Holy
they've
Knights
lost.
is how I feel the community feels about the admirals. Like that's how I feel about the Holy Knights. Like you guys are ass.
Oh, that shit's not a comparison, man.
But
Animal Smoke
I think
Kingdom.
if I were to slot the Holy Knights into a tier, I would place them like in between Vice Admiral and Admiral. If we're looking at
or like I
strength
guess
wise.
like if I'm being like if I'm using the One Piece community terms on YouTube or like content creation, they're like first commander plus. Like Katakuri plus,
What?
and even then
What
I'm
the
like
fuck?
not sure.
Man, I got
Are we
Momoa
adding like premium subscription service to these fucking tiers now? What the fuck is a plus?
It's
Like
like they're
like
slightly stronger.
like likely
They-
maybe you can I don't know, maybe you're okay. All right, I'll say commander. I'll say commander. Like
No, no,
first,
no.
like
Nice, right?
Katakuri
Because
king
people
level.
put,
I
like
guess.
Prime
Plus
Rayleigh
is
in
like
Yonko.
you're a little better than the average like first commander, but then again, I don't think they're all made equal. I don't think Marco,
No.
Ben Beckman, if you will, whoever you want to attribute to Blackbeard second hand, if it's Aokiji, aka Kuzan, do you think it's Lafite? Do you think it's Shiryu? Like Zoro? I don't think they're necessarily made equal, but fair enough.
Yeah.
Your point is well taken.
In a power scaling tier, if I'm correct in what Nine's saying, you don't put Marco, Ben Beckman, Katakuri, all 13, 14, 15, 16. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how it works. So that's why there's a Yonko Commander plus tier. You know, because it's like Marco.
Like I don't think Cat
better
could
than-
be king. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Yeah.
Basically,
right.
they're stronger than
like
Yonko commanders, weaker than admirals. That's really it.
yeah.
Like,
It's like I know they're comparable, but like I believe Cat beats King, so it's like young
The fact
commander
the
plus.
fact that y'all
That's like
made
how it
sense
is.
out of this, more power to all of you. Jesus Christ.
hey man, Pat,
Didn't we
just don't,
discuss this
just
last
just ignore
time?
this part of the stream,
That
Pat.
Being
Just ignore
said,
it.
what do we think is happening in the world outside of Elbaf right now? Any bold predictions of what Oda will show us outside of Elbaf? Whether that's after the arc, do a little bit of a Wano thing, like in between acts, we'd see like Gecko Moria pulling up to like Hachinosu. Like, what do we think is happening outside of Elbaf presently? Especially if you believe in the time dilation thing. How are you guys feeling about that?
I'm
Very
gonna
I
go
will
first.
go
Think
first.
Tom, but dropping
Wait,
it to one.
before-
Everybody
before-
started talking at the same time, and I can't. let's
excited.
let's go from bottom to top. Starting off with Pat.
Wait, before Pat
Yes.
goes, I want to add something because this is my like. I'm gonna let you go. I just want to add something. It's more like bold predictions for what he's gonna show in 2026 around the world as well. Like to add to that, like maybe next year more. But that's really it. But yeah.
Pat.
Well, I am going with a very bold prediction. I think the events of Egghead are the catalyst that Dragon needs to finally make his move. And I think he's finally made his move on the Holy Land of Marajwa.
Okay.
Because there would be no other reason for them to call Shamrock back to the Holy Land than if something big was happening. And also, like, if it was further insinuated when Emu pulled up and it was like, the Holy Land is in shambles, right? Or it's in flames. Not shambles, let me stop. But he said it's in flames. So, and we know, like, the time is diluted when you're on Elbaf as to when you get off of it. So, it should have been, like, multiple months to prepare after the announcement of Vegapunk's death. And yeah, I think it's finally time. Final Saga, let's go. Dragon, he looked east, and now he's looking northeast. He's moving up.
Yeah. Do you have more, Pat? Sorry, I don't want to get in your way.
No, that's it.
Oh yeah. You want to go 9 or should I?
It's
Or
you,
do you
then
wanna go?
KG, then Griever.
Okay. My bold prediction is I'm gonna piggyback off of Pat because I agree that it's a two-parter where I agree that Dragon's attacking the Holy Land, but I also think that Blackbeard is attacking at the same time. I think it's a two-pronged attack from the Holy Land, where like
Oh,
both of them are attacking. And I think my bold prediction for next year is we're gonna get the either confrontation between Blackbeard and Emo next year, or Dragon and Emo next year. And I think that the Holy I think that maybe if the Mosa theory, I'm not believing the Mosa theory, but if the Mosa theory, Mosa being Shirahoshi theory, is true or something, I could see that the Holy Knights are attacking the trying to kidnap Shirahoshi.
again. God, if that's really what's happening, these people just don't quit.
And also, yeah, and then I also think I think Blackbeard is attacking multiple places. I also think he's attacking Wano, and he's gonna end up with Pluton. Basically, making big moves. Also, Sword, they're gonna do something, man. Shout out Kobe. I don't know what he's gonna do.
Pink Mamba.
He's gonna bring in Rayleigh, man. He's gonna
He's
yeah,
dropping 81 on Filthy Pirates right now. I can just feel it.
exactly,
We're
man.
getting the highlight later.
But yeah, my bold prediction is mostly that especially next year, that Dragon, like Pat said, Dragon's gonna attack Holy Land, and I think Blackbeard's attacking the Holy Land and trying to gonna get Pluton from Wano as well.
KG.
And then the Holy,
Uh,
yeah,
for, for me, my predictions are gonna depend on if there's gonna be a time skip or not. Like if the things in Elbaf are leading to a time skip. Because if there's no time skip, I'm assuming, yeah, Dragon is attacking the Holy Land right now, and that is gonna lead set up to the final saga, like the actual final war after Elbaf. If there's gonna be a time skip, I think this is a possibility that Dragon dies and gives the torch to Sabo. We're like in the time skip, it's gonna be Sabo taking control of the Revolutionary Army. Him, and it's gonna be like him getting stronger, Kobe getting stronger, Law getting stronger, Blackbeard, so that once Luffy goes back, they are catching up to how strong he became. That's
Okay.
what I'm gonna assume.
Griever.
Not to really cop out here, but I think that we're going to see, because I do believe in the time dilation theory, I'm going to say everybody's on the move. We're going to see fucking Kaido and Big Mom reappear. They're probably wrecking havoc somewhere. The Garp execution thing, I like that idea that Blackbeard's pulling that shit. Somebody, whether Blackbeard or Dragon, is attacking the Holy Land right now, and the Holy Land's on fucking fire as we speak.
They did
And
say
I
Shamrock
think
needs to come back because of Holy Land's being like attacked or something, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm
Continue, by
under
the
the
way. I just
impression
wanted to add that in.
yes, somebody is attacking the Holy Land, obviously. I believe,
Zeha.
and so whether it's Blackbeard, whether it's Dragon, whether whatever, but I do think that we get Kaido and Big Mom returning next year. They're going to show up whether to like sack Hachinosu or sack somewhere. They're like, fuck it, we ball.
As a tandem?
As yeah, like together,
Okay.
they're like, okay, we this time we're going all out. We're not making any mistakes. You and I, we're gonna wreck these kids, and then we're gonna fucking divvy up the spoils. You know what I mean? Now that alliance will fall apart again, but we've seen them team up 3 times in the manga. They fall apart eventually, but they always seem to team back up again. Limited, but they still do.
True.
So I think when they come back from the dead, quote unquote, they'll team up and stuff like that. And I also think we're gonna get the reveal finally of the CC fruit. That's my big bold prediction.
Okay.
The fruit, I think Emu has it, like you call it the water fruit, the ocean fruit, whatever, but he controls the seas.
Kaido will become a homie. His body is done, and Big Mom will collect on his debt. It's actually kind of
I love. Oh,
it's
fuck.
kind of it's
That-
kind of funny to me. Even if she did like turns his bat into something like Napoleon. Big Mom was
Yeah.
awake, falling into the magma. Kaido was KO'd, so no Haki to protect him. That's fair. As for
Oh, man, I
me,
got it.
I don't have any major crazy predictions, but I definitely think Teach has made a move. Whether it's on the Holy Lands, the Celestial well, that's kind of the same thing, but I'm thinking I do think the revolutionary army is definitely gearing up and is essentially ready. to try to attack the Holy Land, but I think Blackbeard may have made the move first. And what I think could be interesting is if they're both there, which you have some of the Blackbeard pirates, if not all of them, consolidating their entire strength to attack the Holy Land in tandem with the Revolutionary Army, where there's this weird three-way battle royale between Blackbeard and not wanting to share that glory with anybody, kind of thing. Because Blackbeard tends to only move or fight when he knows he truly can win, and it's one of the things I think he shares with his father. Because oddly enough, I think Blackbeard and Xebec are very different. They have commonality, they have overlap, but I would argue they're actually very different. Because I would argue that Xebec is pretty honorable, cares about people and his friends. He also is somebody who found true love. I'm not saying Blackbeard couldn't find that later. I don't know if it'll happen, but Xebec did fall in love with Eris, and it impacted his dream for the standpoint that he couldn't plan and do what he wanted because he was worried about his family getting capped. So he went back to his homeland, God Valley, to make sure they were okay and safe. So there's a lot of differences between Xebec and Blackbeard, which I think is really, really dope. But I do think Blackbeard has definitely made a move, for sure. Do I know if you believe in the Mosa theory? I think you should believe that maybe when they said, "Hey, I gotta go, something bad's happening," that could insinuate that Fishman Island is under attack, possibly by the Blackbeard pirates. But Madam Shirley had a prediction that somebody in a straw hat would destroy Fishman Island. So I don't think the island is or will be destroyed. If anything, they came for her, they took her, and they cut. But that's kind of the extent of where I'm going with that. I don't know what you guys think about that.
I agree. I think it's either Holy Knights or Blackbeard if they're getting attacked. If she's getting attacked, which is kind of like a cop out because it's the only two people that would attack him are those two people.
Yeah.
But I agree. Bold prediction: Mihawk gonna do something this. Crossguild gonna do something?
Well, yeah, I guess that's a good question. Like, do you guys see Cross Guild making any moves or making any progression in any shape or form? Like, what's happening with Cross Guild? What are your guys' hopes and dreams for Cross Guild?
I want Crossguild to move. I think everybody, once again, because the last time we saw Shanks, right, we saw him say, "Hey Ben, let's go get it. Let's go get the fucking One Piece. I'm done with this shit," you know. And so he's on the move. Crossguild's going to be on the move because Buggy just inspired to Crocodile and Mihawks. For fuck's sakes, you know. But they're on the move. So Crossguild probably going to do something. Blackbeard, once again, everything right now is so territorial because Whitebeard held the world together. With Whitebeard's death, we're still seeing that power shift right now. So Shanks goes on the move. Crossguild can move in, especially with Crocodile and Mihawk on the team. If Blackbeard decides to take all his forces to Marijois, that's an open vacuum. Big Mom and Kaido, news of Big Mom and Kaido going down. You know what I mean? What about their territories? You know what I mean? So that's Crossguild can move in on that shit. Fucking Dragon can move in on something. Like, I think time dilation is real. And we see this after the arc, and we're going to see that everybody was on the move. You know? A lot of shit going to go down.
Yeah. I want to add to my prediction compared with like what you guys said, but I think that we know that both Crossguild and Sword want to get. They're both actively looking. They're in the race for the One Piece, but neither of them have any of the things, right? Any poneglyphs or anything. I think both of them are gonna attack or like go for like maybe one of them goes for Wano, one of them goes to what's this shit called? Big Mom's territory, and tries taking over and finding the like poneglyphs. Okay. So yeah, that's
from what we understand, Shanks seemed like he almost already had them.
No, I'm talking about Shanks. I'm talking about Crossguild and Sword.
Oh, yeah. But I suppose Crocodile's. You're saying like Crocodile's information network would have like a location of a couple of them. And they're like, hey,
yeah,
your mom's gone. Maybe we go to Whole
He's goaded, so you know what I mean.
Yeah. Crocodile's information. I'm not gonna deny that. You know, but okay, fair.
My only concern with Fishman Island is that that'll think that it's unlikely that because of how many Devilfoot users they have, if they're planning, I think they would go for Pluton because it's less risk than traveling to Fishman Island. I want Katakuri to be officially named as captain of the Big Mom Pirates post Elbaf, Sudowin 4. Then someone said to Mark, um, Man marked by flames for a bit. He and Loth still need to run a fade. Dofi has endgame information, so it will be put to use somehow. I think Dofi was aware of Emu and stuff like that. I think that's what he had over them. Like he, as somebody who maybe wasn't supposed to know, he knew there was somebody who sat on the empty throne. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but I think he knew about that shit.
Yeah.
For
think
sure.
so.
He definitely knew. That might be why they didn't accept him back.
Mm. He said, "Make me a go or say now."
Yeah. Yeah,
Or
he knew.
something. Yeah.
Is
Okay.
Naya cutting out?
Hmm?
Sorry,
It
is
was like
Naya cutting out for me only or no?
oh,
No, he cut off for a second there.
yeah.
Did I really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, just for a second though.
Oh, well, my bad. Okay, so the recontextualization of One Piece. So knowing what we know about God Valley, Shanks, the infiltration mission, and even Kuma's backstory, how does this impact older moments, current moments, and possibly the future? I do think God Valley has made itself a monumental moment in One Piece that has extreme impact on future, past, and events that are happening now. Whereas, like, thinking about if Shanks maybe never got found by Roger, we wouldn't have Luffy the way that he is today. If Dragon didn't see what he saw on God Valley, he wouldn't have formed the Revolutionary Army. Are there any old scenes that you guys look at a little bit differently now? Like perhaps maybe Shanks losing his arms and getting the Abyss first level God
Yeah.
Steel deep sea contract off of him in some way, shape, or form. Like, how do you guys think this has recontextualized One Piece thus far?
For me, the biggest thing is the relationship between Garp and Roger, because I didn't before I didn't know like why would he trust Garp more than Whitebeard, for example, because they were both rivals that fought each other a lot. But in this flashback, it shows, yeah, that's a different dynamic. They are much more similar and bigger rivals. That made sense to me why he would trust Ace, because that's the closest guy to him raising his son.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Oh, to build on that, I really like that because I just always accepted it because we as readers know Garp's a quote unquote good person. And we know that Roger was a quote unquote good person. So it just made sense when we saw the scenes like, oh, yeah, you'll take care of my kid. It's all good. It's like, why would you trust Garp over Rayleigh, Scopper, Whitebeard, anybody else? And he gave him to Garp. I never thought about that. God Valley really did cement them as, oh, yeah, this dude, if he didn't feel an obligation to protect the Marines and the young kids and the world, he would have become a pirate. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I think like that's probably the biggest thing. I don't feel like it changed much outside of like maybe Shanks and sacrificing his arm.
Yeah, that was gonna be my point. For the longest time, like myself, and I know I saw this asked in the community a lot. Like, if Shanks is so powerful, then why would he just let um a Sea King just rip his arm off like that? And then the copium answer that I had, which even though it's copium, I still strongly believe it. But like he did it to show Luffy like a lesson. Like recklessness can have consequences, and I still feel like that was part of the reason. But now I think it was a great opportunity for him to get rid of the connection that he had with Emu, because I'm sure the brand was bestowed upon him.
Mm-hmm.
We can see it in the
We
flashback.
saw it in the flashback when he's in the hot tub with Scott Perkaban.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I didn't
remember, he
imagine that.
did
Yes.
say, to build on what you said, Pat, remember, he did tell Whitebeard he could have been honest with Whitebeard. So I don't think he was actually lying. I think it was just double benefits, like you're saying. Like he did that for Luffy, as he told Whitebeard, I bet this on the next generation. You know, he's not lying to Whitebeard. He's just not telling him the whole truth. It was like also side benefit, got rid of that fucking alchemy tattoo on my arm. So
Hmm. Well, for me, I think I take a big opposite approach from a lot of you guys. I think this has changed a lot and changed a lot how I've seen a lot of things in the story. The same way I feel like changing the Gomu Gomu no Mi into the Hito Hito no Mi model Nika has recontextualized how I look at certain things. But it's one of those things where it's like let's see it happen before I assume. However, the Shanks thing is one thing. I look at Teach completely differently. Not that I never believed in him before, but you know how I say that for me, I feel like Joy Boy and David D. Jones were two different people that maybe had a lot of notoriety in the same era, go down different paths. Whereas the Joy Boy lineage, if you will, though I think it's not biological, it's more through inherited will, goes through that kind of Roger Shanks Luffy pipeline, if you will, right? Whereas through the Davy D clan, which is destruction over Dawn, I think it's biological and it goes kind of like your rocks to teach, and I look at them completely differently now, knowing a little bit more about the lineage, or who came before them. So for me, Teach's importance has been elevated as a result of his father and what he did. And because they're not the same type of person or combatant, where Rox was not a devil fruit user who relied on hockey, and where Teach is like, the pros of having a devil fruit far outweigh their cons, and he's trying to collect some of the strongest, to me changes how I look at certain things. It's not like a crazy 180 difference, but I've altered it. And I think a lot of those moments I have to look back a little bit differently now, like Shanks losing his arm, or like um I had a really good example and I don't know where it went. It lost. It'll come back to me, but ultimately my point is that I do think that God Valley was such a monumental incident that you have to look at One Piece slightly differently as a result of this. Like, again, Dragon doesn't become Dragon without this moment. We don't get Shanks being a pirate and not being raised as a celestial dragon without this moment. The Yonko don't become what they become if they don't believe or feel that like Rocks didn't betray them, whatever the case may be. I still think it's a weird moment, especially for Edward Newgate. But like him being like, Rocks, I'm in your way. Yeah, I'm in your way. Okay, I'm out of here then. Fuck you, kind of thing. Even though I came to help you against this monumental monster, which is Emu. I do think it changes a lot. And the fact that a lot of these characters saw Emu like Garp still staying in the Marines, so to speak, though I'm not on that like, oh, he's a bad person or bad Marine because he stayed in the Marines after seeing Emu gimmick. I do think you have to look at a lot of those things with a certain level of scrutiny and a discerning eye because it was information we were not privy to until the God Valley incident, where I basically say right now, maybe aside from the Void Century, this is the most important thing that's happened in One Piece, the God Valley incident. It even impacted Harold. Harold lost his quote unquote unorthodox best friend by not listening to him and helping him out when he said fate is no longer on my side. I do think this incident changes a lot of things in One Piece on a personal
I
level.
I wanna yeah, I wanna challenge about the Blackbeard thing.
Okay.
Because for me, how I interpreted everything with Rocks is because Blackbeard is different than Rocks in terms of how honorable Rocks is. Him being good person or not, that's a different question about being honorable. I believe the story is gonna punish Blackbeard again. Well, he's not gonna actually inherit the throne of Davy Jones. It could be Buggy, it could be whoever. So for me, it just reaffirms his character. It doesn't really shows me like a new possibility or a different understanding than what I saw before with Blackbeard. Like it's still you're not the man the world is waiting for.
That's interesting to me
That's
because
why
I think. Oh, what's up, Alan? That's interesting to me just because I think that wait, what do you fuck? I forgot what you just said. Never mind. Go, someone go. My bad. Completely lost my train of thought.
do you want me to repeat it or
Yeah.
yeah? Basically, what I'm saying is that because Blackbeard isn't as honorable as Rocks, he's not gonna get rewarded. He's not gonna actually inherit the Davy Rocks,
Oh
the
yes, I
Davy
was
throne.
saying that I still think Teach is going to be the final villain in One Piece and take Emu's ability. So I do think that Teach
Yeah,
is going to.
yeah,
I think I get what you mean. I would argue that Rocks was ultimately rewarded because even though he was a scoundrel and a terrorist and against the government, he had love for his son and his wife and didn't want to murder them,
yeah.
didn't want to kill them, and thus he never actually did that. And even though he still died, he was rewarded for the real love and respect and honor he had for certain people and his family specifically. Teach will not get that
Yeah.
at his end. Teach will die a worthless, pointless
Great.
death completely. I'm with you.
Yes.
If that's kind of what you're
So
saying.
yeah, I'm like basically looking at it like what Whitebeard said about Blackbeard,
Roger's
it
not
still
waiting
rings
for you.
true. Like
The
yeah,
part where, yeah, we say he's not
it's
waiting for you.
like you're
Yeah.
yeah, he's not waiting for you. It's just you're not that guy, and I don't think because the way Rox is, I believe if Rox was like less honorable and like more villainous, but everything with D. Jones was true, that would change my perspective on Blackbeard. But now because he's different than Rox in terms of character, that's gonna be something Oda's gonna punish him for because I believe that's how Oda is gonna write it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Naya brought up before. At the end of the day, God Valley basically confirmed that it's inherited will versus inherited blood. You
Dawn
know,
versus
and that's
Destruction, in my opinion, at least how I see it presently.
Dawn
yeah,
versus
because
Dusk. Wow.
Dawn and Dusk.
and you know what the
My
funny
vote.
thing is, Black had had Rocks not died and had Blackbeard been able to raise him, Blackbeard probably would have turned out a lot. Blackbeard would probably have stood in the shadow of his father, but had tried to live up to his father's memory. He has no idea. Like I'm sure he knows. He called it literally the saber of Xebec and stuff like that. But he thinks of his father obviously differently, and he's either trying Blackbeard's either doing this one of two ways. Either he's been given a poor description of his father's legacy and history, and he's trying to uphold a false history, or he's trying to be different from his father because his father ended up dead.
This is actually a question that I had where like I see a lot on Twitter people saying that Blackbeard like ran a gauntlet on everyone that kinda affected rocks and like hurt rocks indirectly. My issue is that with that is that when I read the story, and this goes back if Oda was planning this before or not, I never ever had the impression that Blackbeard is doing this because of someone else, like because he had a desire for revenge, because wanted to be like someone else. It just felt like pure desire. I want to be this. I want to get power, me personally. So I don't know if Oda's gonna make it about his relationship with Rox and how he felt about Rox.
I mean, it could
I
be a
think it's
starting
more of an
point.
inspiration thing than anything else. Like he read a journal, he read something, he goes, "Hey, my old man, fucking good idea." And then he ran with it. You know, not so much like I'm doing this all for the sake of my father, revenge.
Yeah, like
You know,
that. Yeah,
not that
that
drive,
would feel
but
weird.
more
Yeah.
he was pushed in the direction due to information he was given about his dad. That's what
Mhm.
created. Like he created his own goal, you know, by himself, but he was influenced by the shadow of Rock in that regard, the shadow of his
So
dad.
like, yeah, so he got like the basically like the keynotes of who Rox is, then
Ran with it.
twisted it into he twisted it into what he is right now, like
Exactly.
Blackbeard right
Yeah,
now.
no, I don't
Yeah,
think he's doing this out of some self-righteous, you killed my father, I'm just here to get revenge. No, 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 nothing
yeah,
like that. But I do think that Blackbeard obviously got some type of clip, like keynotes, as you said, or he read a journal. His mother, probably because his mother didn't die, by the way. So his mother, he was orphaned when Whitebeard picked him up. He was already a small child, but you know, obviously with memories and stuff intact, he was like 8 or 9 years old. So the fact is that his mother probably told him stories about his dad and his dad's dream and his dad. Your dad wanted to change the world in the same way that anybody would about their dead father. You know, your mother would obviously tell you, "Oh, your dad was an engineer, and
He ain't
he
shit. He went to
wasn't
get
good
milk
as
and never came
people."
back.
Exactly. So, fact is I think that Blackbeard was raised on stories. His earliest memories was his mother probably tearing up and crying, saying his dad dreamed larger than life and always shoot for the stars, sort of that mentality. And so Blackbeard's literally like, yeah, I'm gonna own it all. I'm gonna take the world. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna create whatever. However he twisted it or interpreted it, that's what happened. And obviously his mother died early on, so he was still a child when he had these
No,
interpretations. You know, yeah.
but that's the interesting thing. Apparently, Oda had a plan for Ace to meet his Blackbeard's mother, and he might reintroduce those plans again. So he might just said to Whitebeard, "I'm an orphan." That was a lie, probably. That's a possibility. So I'm not sure
That's
how
true
he even
too.
feels about his mother.
Oh yeah. His mother could still actually be alive.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I didn't
You
actually think
said
of that.
I have to be an orphan. There's not enough aura if I have a loving mom, man.
And
Yeah.
Naya's right in the chat too. He only fights that he knows he can win. Well, technically, he tried to fight Magellan. Magellan said, "I'm going to kill you and your whole fucking crew,"
I think he
and
just
would have succeeded.
underestimated him. He didn't think he was like that.
Yeah, that's true.
He didn't know
But
better.
but
Didn't know
also he
better.
went up. Rayleigh even said like, I probably couldn't take Blackbeard as old as I am right now and out of shape, but I scared the fucking piss out of him, didn't I? You know, it's like, yeah, Blackbeard's like, I don't want Rayleigh smoke. I might die to that. Fuck this, you know, because even if it's a 80-20 fight, Blackbeard don't like those odds. Blackbeard's like, I remember Rayleigh in his prime. This dude can kill me. I know he's got the power to kill me, even as old as he is. I ain't taking that chance. I don't care if it's 1% chance or a 50%. I ain't doing it. Fuck this.
You
You
have to
know,
also
Blackbeard
remember
is a
that in that
survivor. You gotta
circumstance,
respect
a good portion of his crew and specifically his like top officers were turned to stone. So there was that too. Like he would lose Katarina Devon. I think it was Vasco Shot that was with him or someone. So
Yep.
it's like
Yep.
you
Oh
have to
no,
factor that
losing
into.
Vasco so
Yeah, you'll be
Yeah,
dead.
yeah, but even then, like
man,
people
you really
always
want to
say, "Oh
defend
no,
Vasco?
Blackbeard
Go ahead.
100% would beat Rayleigh," and it's like because of Rayleigh's admission. But once again, this dude Blackbeard's like, I don't know what all y'all smoking, but you know, if there's a chance that I gotta fight Rayleigh, I don't want to fight fucking Rayleigh. Who the fuck are you? He ran from Akainu, he ran from Rayleigh because the man, and this is not like this is actually the way. This is some Pirates of the Caribbean shit. We must fight to run away. You know, Blackbeard's a survivor. This man is surviving and successfully winning on the open seas by doing this. Going, I don't want that smoke. Even if I do win, what are my losses? You know, I might lose an
Which,
arm. So I kill Rayleigh. Great. I kill an old man who's been retired for 30 years. Great. But I lost an arm. I lost two major fucking impel down level 6 prisoners. I lost 100 members of my crew. What the fuck was the point in killing Rayleigh? You know what I mean? Like he would still lose something. Rayleigh versus him, he loses something. You know,
I also
whether
feel
it's crew
that
members.
Blackbeard doesn't have his best advantage when fighting characters like Ridley and Scopper Gaban because they're not Devil Fruit users, right?
Exactly, because the Yomi Yomi, that's what everyone told me for years. It's like, whoa, Garp versus Blackbeard. I'm like, oh, Yummy Yummy no me. I drew you closer to me. So what? So Garp can punch him in the face quicker? Like, that shit ain't
uh,
gonna work, you know? Like he's
but
got
which,
nothing. He's got nothing that Garp hasn't already contended with. He's got nothing that Rayleigh and Garp fought against Whitebeard. Yomi Yomi no Mi is so far from what we understand from our like. I'm sure there's other advanced techniques, but right now we've only see its big thing is negating devil fruit users. So hockey masters, the Yomi Yomi no Mi means nothing, and people who already fought Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi to stalemates are not going to be scared of 2 year fucking had it for 2 years Blackbeard. You know,
Hey man,
you know.
Blackbeard awakened it, so we up.
yeah, we're good of that.
Yeah.
What do you mean
It's
negated away?
interesting with. Hmm?
What do you mean
Wait,
Blackbeard
What?
awakened and Whitebeard didn't? What are we on about?
no, I didn't say Whitebeard didn't. I said Blackbeard awakened it. I never said Whitebeard didn't.
Oh, but my point is that both Garp and Rayleigh, Scopper, all these guys fought Whitebeard, who obviously had the fruit for longer. And I would still argue was better at using it. He had it
Yeah,
for way
obviously.
longer. You know, they fought Whitebeard in their prime and didn't die. What's Blackbeard gonna do with that fruit that Whitebeard didn't do? You know,
More.
more.
I would
He's
say
gonna
it's
break
interesting
Red
with
Darkness,
Red
Quake, Hockey, Air Crack. More.
Red Lion destroyed.
I like the idea of combining both. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Chaos, God, Earthquake, Darkness. That's what I need.
Hmm.
Super duper.
Pat and Alan, have you guys chimed in yet? And or Alan,
On
the question I just asked about recontextualizing stuff. I think you did actually. I think you said there's a change.
yeah,
much
I
for
did.
you.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
I don't think I said it.
I don't know if
But,
Alan is still in the cut waiting, but go ahead, Lizard.
Yeah,
I didn't answer yet. I actually didn't hear the question.
he can go first. That's fine.
Okay, so
No,
I'll,
you
I'll,
gotta go
I'll
ahead.
repeat it for you real quick. Can you talk?
Yeah.
I said, I basically call it the recontextualization of One Piece. Knowing what we know about God Valley, Shanks' infiltration, and even Kumo's backstory, how does this impact older moments, current moments, and possibly the future of One Piece? So I brought up things like Shanks possibly giving up his arm to get rid of the God Steel deep sea contract on his arm. You know, with the whole Nika iconography, Kuma kind of secretly protecting Luffy and whatnot. Dragon, if he's not in God Valley, doesn't form the Revolutionary Army. Shanks doesn't become a pirate raised by Gold Roger and thus gives Luffy the Straw Hat. Like, does it change the way you look at some older moments?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think to me the biggest one, actually probably the top two would be the Kuma thing and the Shanks arm thing. Because at first like you really like going to Kuma eventually like going to Kuma to start off with like you first only see it through Luffy and the Straw Hat's eyes. So you're watching it and it's like why the hell is this nigga doing all this? Like why is he doing all this? Why is he tearing us apart? This, that, and the other. But then when you go through and you see it through Kuma's eyes, and like I even like the way like this could be due to just like animation and like the like Oda's like for one animation changing and Oda's art style changing. But I like the way that when Luffy looks at Kuma and his from his POV and from Kuma's POV, he has a different facial animation. Like when we first see it in the pre-time skip, he looks a lot angry. He looks a lot more distraught. But when we've seen it from Kuma's POV, it's like he's looking at like a sad child.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one
And
thing
Kuma's
that I really
like,
like. And then,
I'm trying to show you you're not ready for the new world yet. You guys need more training. It's
Yeah.
not even like a
yeah. So that's probably actually one of my favorite ones. And then going back to like the Shanks moment where you normally just when Shanks says he bet his arm on the new world, it's like on the new gen or whatever. And it's like, yeah, he did, but also like it's a double layer because he also bet on the fact that Luffy is the savior of everybody besides just him.
He who will bring the dawn.
So yeah, so no, I do agree about the recontextualization of it.
Okay. Was there any characters that you were disappointed by that you had high hopes for in the year of 2025? Like a new character, maybe, or a character you were waiting to see, and you're like, "This is what you did."
Do all the God Knights count?
Yes.
Wait, could I answer the other one first or
Go
no?
ahead.
Yeah. I do think it changed a lot. Like, hey man, as a Kobe fan, that team up and shit, man. All I know is Kobe versus and Luffy versus Blackbeard is still on the table, man. But yeah, I think you guys pretty much said it. But like I think it added more to the depth to the Shanks' actions. Even like when Shanks said, what like Sengoku said, if it's because of you, I'm willing to, when he stopped through the war in Marineford.
Yeah.
I think a part of it probably is because he was a Figureland, and he had to bow the knee. But
Okay.
yeah, and yeah.
Yeah. Shanks is a Nigerian scammer. Nobody could convince me otherwise. Don't kill me. But yeah, the next question. I'll say it one more time. Fuck, I actually just deleted it. Let me find it again. It's any character you were disappointed by, like that you had high hopes for. That can be Garling, that could be Holy Knight, that could be anybody. Like did anybody disappoint you?
The biggest crash out would be Garling, but I'm more disappointed in Roger. Just because I assumed that
Mm.
Lodestar is gonna be connected to God Valley, where like in Lodestar Rox beats his ass, and then you have a whole conflict that sets up Roger actually locking in and saying I wanna discover everything and the truth. But they seem to be totally separate stuff, which I found kinda odd. Like it kinda didn't make any sense to me. Like from a writing perspective.
It makes sense. But
Mhm.
yeah.
Anyone else have any?
Um,
Yeah.
From my
I
perspective.
would say
Oh, okay.
my biggest disappointment was Harold.
Harold. Okay.
Yeah, because I went from thinking, okay, I think Harold Loki sabotaged the Giants of Elbaf, and then Loki was being made a scapegoat for trying to stop it, to thinking, oh, well, Harold's not such a bad guy at all. He just wants better for his people. To Harold, this is not the way, man. To all right, Harold, I'm done with you, buddy.
Mm. That makes sense to me.
Uh,
Just just didn't fucking
I was
listen.
willing to
Come
meet
on.
Harold on his level, so I didn't have any hopes necessarily. But I feel that. I feel that. I do.
uh, I don't know. Mine's pretty short because I disagree with Pat. It's Harold. You bum. But we like I mean I talked about it earlier, but yeah,
Mine
just his
is actually
action.
Shiki.
Yeah.
I was really looking forward to seeing Shiki kind of showcase why he's one of the people who kind of like moved the pirate world post Rock's disbandment. Um, I wanted to see a lot of his flying, slashing attacks and whatnot. I didn't really get that. I didn't really get too much from Shiki. I have to just go off like Strong World, episode 0, chapter 0, and maybe some Strong World like stuff for the most part. And like, yeah, I know we fought I think for like 5-6 hours and half of Marineford was destroyed, Sengoku and Garp. But also they were fighting at Marineford. Those two couldn't go all out and destroy the Marines headquarters. So they had to probably hold back in some ways. Shiki's the person who disappointed me, personally.
With
Silver
Shiki,
Axe is a bum, I'm with you, but I didn't really have that many hopes for him, if I'm being honest.
I actually have this hot take with Shiki. I don't know if it's hot take or whatever you call it, whatever you call it. But I just think Oda just like you guys remember when like Oda was like upset that Shiki got the power of the flying fruit.
Of like unlimited true flight.
Yeah, yeah, like if he was never supposed to have that, that was something they add, and he basically was forced to give that to him. I think it just ended up where he just hates drawing Shiki now. Like he hates the power. That's why he tries sidelining him as much as he could. He's like, fuck it, you. You're not gonna tell me what character to draw. So yeah, that's really it. I think that he just forced to.
I think that's
He
fair.
just didn't like him.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's probably a fuck you to his editor.
He's like, why give him
A
this
lot of
fucking
manga do
power
that.
in a movie? You know, like, damn. Should not giving him that shit. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Anyone else?
I just want to say that at the end of the day,
The day's
I
gonna
did
end.
not like Garling because I would love to say I was disappointed in Garling, but the fact is, the moment Oda brought up these holy knights, I was like, great. He's introducing this brand new system, like 1,000 chapters in. He's introducing these characters we've heard fuck all about, no foreshadowing. And let me guess, they're above admirals, they're above Yonko, they're above everyone, and they're meant to be feared, blah, blah, blah. Then he brings them up, and we know that they're just regen merchants. Sort of, it was like a bit of a catch-22 for me. I was like sort of happy that Garling and everybody was disappointing because I was like, Oda, do not tell me that there are 13 Yonko level characters that we've never heard about. For the love of God, and he didn't because they're regen merchant bums. So I was actually like shocked but surprised, like happily, pleasantly surprised, shall we say?
Mhm.
So
Okay.
that's the way I
You
like
got
it.
what you wanted, but at what cost?
Exactly. Like it's a silver. I'll tell you what it is. It's a silver lining. A silver Rayleigh's lining is what it was.
Alan. if you're still listening, is there any character you had high hopes for that disappointed you in the year of 2025?
I wouldn't really necessarily say it that way. It's kind of in the same vein as how you felt about Shuki, where you just I didn't get to see much from him.
Yeah.
Going into the God Valley incident, I had really expected Summers to be a problem, Summers and Garland to be a problem, but mostly because I just wanted to see. I don't know if I really expected Summers to be a problem. I just thought that we were going to get more between him and Stopper because of his comment about Stopper Gabon and him being all scared and everything. So I was assuming that we would actually get to see something between them. And so it's not really a person that disappointed me, but just a moment that didn't happen that I would say disappointed me.
Okay. I love how Garling aura farmed the 1 week after he knew everyone called him a bum. He's a tryhard. Man was sitting down cold as fuck. Like, we know what you are. We know what you are, Garling. That's fact.
Only thing stopping Garling from being compared to Spandam is that he's related to Shanks. I'll be honest with you.
What is your?
You see how Shanks is the GOAT? He carrying his whole bloodline
He
on his
really is.
shoulders, man.
He really is. I'm
Yo,
not gonna take that away from him. I'm like the Figureland bloodline is being carried by you. I'm not even moved by Shamrock anymore. You know you got
yo,
two
people are
hands.
still, people are still getting tricked by Shamrock after Garling. Like, that Shanks Hill is so crazy, man. Because like, there's no reason to believe that Shamrock are not a bum after what his dad did. But it's still like, yo, he looks like Shanks. He has to be strong.
I actually did want to ask you
He's
guys
gonna
if you
get
subscribe to the twin swapping theory in any capacity.
Which
I'm only
No.
I'm only bringing it up because it's been a point of contention between the One Piece community, and I've even seen videos about it. But do you guys think that there's a possibility that Shamrock and Shanks they swap places at some point, and Shamrock was really the one who saved Luffy?
No, I
What
don't
would be
think
the
so.
point
Here's
of
the
that?
thing. Why would that
Yeah,
happen? Like,
yeah,
what's
exactly.
actually the point?
People say
He
that the
already-
reason that Shanks got to Marineford so fast is because Shamrock is the one that stopped Kaido. It wasn't really him. And there was one more example I can't remember, but some people are using that to like. And then people are like, okay, when you use twins in this story, in stories more often than not, similar to like maybe like a time travel or like amnesia, there are certain story beats they tend to follow. With twins, you tend to try to trick the audience to some point that hey, who you thought was doing this wasn't actually doing that. So I just want to know if if you think there's any
Uh,
credence to that.
just so we know,
Wouldn't it just
Okay,
be a
I
name change
the
then?
timeline itself
uh,
showcases that he went and recruited Yasop 1 year before becoming a celestial dragon. So he already had his crew by the time we get the
His
by the time
solid,
he's there with
his
Shamrock.
Metal Gear Solid Snake mission, the infiltration.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, once he's done his Metal Gear Solid bout, he already has his crew to go back to. He already had the crew. So because he recruited Yasop, we can assume that he recruited Ben Beckman at the very least before then, because he told Buggy at Roger said, "Excuse me, I'm going to go form my own crew." We can assume he didn't sit on his ass for 4 years. You know what I mean? So he had a crew. Yasop was a year before we saw the flashback. He already had the crew. He just said, "Guys, we're gonna go deep. I'm gonna go deep cover. Then we're gonna boogie." You know. So, yeah, that the problem with the Shamrock, as you said, the twins thing is that that's done in telenovelas all the time, but I don't know about.
The
What
Luffy
for
thing
me,
doesn't work because he already had the scar over his eye in chapter 1. So
Yeah, how the fuck are you gonna pull that shit off?
Oh, the
yeah,
second question I want
for
to ask was
me,
about the scar. Is Shanks faking it? Did Fisher Tiger hurt him? Or do you think this is when he gets the 3 lines on his eye around the time Teach wounds him? People were talking about that too.
It's Teach.
uh, yeah, before to go back to like the early point and continue. For me, I don't see the point in this story because we haven't seen enough of Shanks doing stuff that you would have like a theory about Shamrock doing outside of the Marijoa thing and Shanks visiting Marijoa. Outside of that, there's really not enough moments in the story where like, you can think about the swap. Uh, for the scar, I think actually that's the reason Shanks went to Marijoa. Like after Blackbeard bodied him, he decided to go to Marijoa. Maybe that's why thinking he could get stronger there.
Okay. I'm sure it's a teach wound, but the question is, why were they fighting? That's very interesting. Yeah, a guy was on a crew with the ass off for a year and realized he couldn't live like him, went right back to his family.
I don't know, man.
Okay, do you guys have a favorite moment from the year of 2025? A favorite moment or moment? I'll give you up to 3 max. Favorite moments of the year, if you got any.
Wait, but before we go, when
Go ahead, Alan.
when Luffy clashed with Kizaru, was that this year or last year?
Last year.
Last year.
That's
Right?
Last year. Okay, I'll have to rethink that. What are all involved like this
Would
year
you
moments?
like
Like
me to start? I
Robert,
don't remember when the first chapter
yeah,
is. If you're
yeah,
close enough, I'm gonna let you rock. I don't know, but I'm not gonna check either. I'm
yeah.
lazy.
First
Someone else should
chapter
go
of
after
the
me.
year.
But moments. I will say I can give you my favorite moment or moments of the year.
Hold on, Alan, I got you. Let me look at it right now. I'm
Okay.
in front of a computer.
So
Chapter
for
All right, so the first chapter here is
1136.
1136.
1136.
Yeah.
Yes, that's when Shamrock and Gunko pull up on Loki.
Okay.
Yes. I mean,
And then we
technically
know
it's
the latest
1135.
chapter is what we just read. Okay, thank you. One of my favorite moments of this year is definitely Loki crashing out against the village that ultimately poisoned his real mom Ida, and him holding up that whoever it was, being like, "That's the only mother I've ever known." That moved me. Another one I'm gonna say is a little bit sillier. I actually really like the moment when Shaki comes to Hachinosu, and then Rocks, Whitebeard, Captain John, all of them get hard eyes. You're like, yo, she's an angel after the whole Roger slander thing. Like, I thought that was hilarious. I really like that moment a lot personally. And Whitebeard does quietly have a lot of my favorite moments, but I'm actually gonna go with Kaido with his shit eating grin, smacking the fuck out of Lin, eating the fruit midair, and looking at her like, ate the fruit. That shit is,
yeah, but
nigga. I know what devil fruits taste like. That shit is nasty. Do you know that I could see you? You're doing this out of pure spite and hatred. Like, I know that tastes nasty as hell. that popped me. That was so funny to me, in my opinion. So those are like 3 of my favorite moments from the year, easily.
just to be petty, mine is Dianco running from Garp. I had someone had people telling me that Prime Garp loses to any Yonko, and he's not on that level. Now I can just spam that panel. I can
Thank
just throw
you.
it at people.
I've been
Those
doing
people
Garden
just don't
Thunder
know
for
how to
15
read.
fucking years. I
I
love
know.
it.
Mhm.
Hey man, Sprint Beard will never be forgotten. But the second one
Okay, but did you see his
is
sprinting
Loki.
form?
Hey man, listen, if I
Immaculate.
speak.
He. No, let me stop. Let me stop. Go ahead.
Hey, he has great acceleration. He has great acceleration. But second one is actually Loki's flashback when him crying. Like that moment always like sticks out in my mind.
Mhm.
I would say like that's probably my favorite outside of Vindication for Garp.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Manga After Dark said the combo attack on Emu Sama was my top moment, just pure hype. Also, I gotta say, Whitebeard using a Quake Fruit with Advanced Conquerors, that was fly. That was fly. That was fire. Hakua, is that what it was called? That moved me.
Yeah. Void Breaker or something.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, Pat, you
I go.
go.
Yes, you
Yeah,
can.
okay. My
Ooh.
favorite 3 moments. I know we've already like run them through the mud, but the introduction of Shamrocks. I'm sorry, bro. That shit moved me. Like the nigga pulled up, his fit was clean. He had the long hair instead of Shank's short hair. He had a guiding blade. I was like, bro, he's so fucking cold. I'm sorry.
He's
Um,
clean. I can't hate. He's clean. You know me. I was on my stabs gimmick. Shout out to stabs.
Yo, it's like
Stabs,
Call
finger
Stab.
leg.
another moment was when Loki finally got free from the chains, and he was standing up, and he had
With the
Ragnir in
Ragnar.
his hands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Hydra was like, Loki, put Ragnir down. And the chapter ended, I was like, oh no, you can't do this to me. The cliffhanger was just too much.
Yeah.
Because he looks so massive in this panel, bro. I was like, God
Luffy
damn, that
was
thing is
like, yo,
huge.
you're not even towering over his pinky toe. You are tiny.
Oh my God, this thing was gigantic. And then, for my third and final moment, just really the introduction of Ross as a whole. Like that shit moved something different inside of me.
Mhm.
I've never been like that excited over a character in One Piece, I think, ever. Because this nigga just showed up in the Holy Land, in the Flower Garden, in front of you, back down with the blink. Say, you gonna
Laying
see me
down.
again.
Yup.
Ah,
That man broke the
Yeah,
gates
man.
of
I like
justice.
it.
That moved me tremendously.
Bro, that it reminds I remember the fucking the main like a couple years ago, like Spider Man pulled up all over New York, like it's
Yeah.
this man. Like that's how I was saying. Like,
Yeah.
bro, does this guy think he is?
Mhm.
Yo, that was one of the funniest moments because like Oda, like his first thing is Oda straight up just saying, yeah, this is Blackbeard's dad. Like usually he tries to hide it, like nope, that's just, like he just straight up just said that. That shit
Yeah,
always kills.
no beating around the bush, no mystery, just straight to the point. Father
I
of
mean,
Emperor Blackbeard.
you can just look at his face. There is nothing to hide.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
people
but it
would
was
still
nice.
try
Like
to think.
it's it was nice for him to do it because like
Yeah.
up until now, One Piece has been a very mysterious manga. So for him to just straight up say it upon introduction, that was unparalleled
Yeah.
Yeah.
or
He did
unprecedented, I should
not beat
say.
around the bush at all. He's like the father of your Uncle Blackbeard. And I said, you got me.
Yo, oh, before it be father of question mark.
Hey, there will be like an editor note. Who could he be the father of?
Who is this
Something like
new
that.
mysterious figure?
Whose father? Whose son is this? Whose child is this?
Yeah.
You got the buggy theory.
Who didn't go yet for favorite moment?
I didn't go, but I think I'll go last. I'm fine going last.
Okay.
Did Griever go?
Yeah,
I
Griever.
can
I'm not talking for y'all real quick. Hold
go.
on, Beaver. Let me knock these for y'all real quick. Rox's introduction. Loki saying that Ida is the only mom he's ever known, and then just finding out that Sengoku is a fucking liar. That
Thing
took
is
something
still
in my
on
soul.
Let's go.
Oh
Fuck
my God.
Goku.
Something in my soul.
Fuck that bomb.
Like when
Um,
when we heard the story of God Valley and Sengoku told us his bullshit about Garp and Roger teaming up to protect the Celestial Dragons, I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. And then when we actually get to witness God Valley and we see that this man was just putting on marine propaganda, it was lovely. And now I can call and also when they said the strongest men on the seas were at God Valley and Sengoku
Yo.
was at home. I love it. I love
That's
that.
all I needed, man. Like, no reason to
Garlic made
attack
the
that.
threshold, but not Sengoku. That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
That's all
You
I have.
told the flashbacks and they had the wrong fit on. You're a fraud. I'm blaming Sengoku. That's not an inconsistency. Sengoku don't know what's going on, bitch.
That man was lying.
Yeah. Griever.
Okay, so I love all the moments you guys talked about. Some of them would have been in my top 3. So to be a little different, I'm gonna just pick other ones that would, just to talk about something a little different. I loved Scopper showing up and fucking axing that motherfucking regen merchant and being like, and serious face old Scopper going at the end of that chapter going, fuck this, guys. And he's like, it's not going back. But he's like, Scopper, come on. Like, sweating bullets. I'm fucked. This is an 80-year-old man and this regen merchant. Ha ha ha. I've thrown fruit. Ha ha ha. I am Summers. Ha ha ha. Oh, fuck. It's a dude who's got conquerors. I'm cooked. I loved it because I hated seeing these holy knights. I'm like, where's Zoro? Where's fucking Loki? Where's Luffy? Where's anybody who can fight these
They're
guys?
listening to a
And they're like,
story.
ha ha ha, we're lording over. For
When
Scopper
my
to
father
show up
was
and
42,
fuck you.
he kicked a building.
Yeah, that, I loved it. I loved it to pieces. I loved it because Scott was like, no. Holy Knights are here. I'm about to turn this shit up to 11. And he did. They're terrified of him. And I'm like, yeah, the respect. The respect on the old gen. I love it. I love to see it. And I'm happy for it. So I love that shit and showcasing. And then him bitching out later, Zoro, you motherfucker. You're the first mate of the goddamn Yonko crew, and you don't even know how to use conquerors correctly. All right. We fucking, I'm getting the wooden spoon. No, like I'm like, all right, Scopper's a real one. Scopper's like, no. I might be the old gen Sanji, but I'm also not playing the fuck around, you know. So, I was a lot of respect for just Scopper overall in this. The other one is I know Oda does not like writing romance, and he admits I suck at writing romance, and I'm not that good at it. But I will say I love the moment when Rayleigh showed up in the flashback to get Shocky back and said, "Sorry, I made you wait too long." You know, like, you can come with me now and stuff like that. Because I love the dynamic. I love the dynamic that Rayleigh was like, I know she likes me and shit, and I like her too. Like, I'm not infatuated with her like every other male on the face of the earth, and that's why she likes me. It's one of those ones. But at the same time, I'm sitting here going, I want to adventure. I'm not going to settle down now. You know what I mean? And that's not fair to her. Like, I'm not in the right position to start, like, Rayleigh being the most responsible fucking person on the seas. He's like, I'm not husband material right now. I want to go on an adventure. I might die. I'm in life or death battles all the time. It's not fair to leave you at home with the kids. You know what I
He
mean?
don't
So
give up
I
in his
think,
holes, man. It is what it is.
Hey, Rayleigh's still
he's
fucking
like,
holes on
I'm
the
into
side,
it.
so we still ain't that good of a husband.
So when Shocky finally gets kidnapped and stuff, and he didn't protect her, sort of idea, he felt obligated to go because he does love her. He does, and he's like, all right, fuck this. I'm going to go save her. And he fucking does. And I was like, that moment where he's like, and Shocky was a real one. Shocky, you might be a regen merchant. Fuck you. I'm still going to high heel you up in the face. Fuck you. And I'm like, Shocky, she got, yeah. And then fucking really just going, and like, I'm sorry I made you wait. Like, I'm here, babe. And it's just like, all right. And then she broke down. She wouldn't stone faced in front of certain death, and worse. But fucking when Rayleigh said, I'm sorry, it's like, all right. Then she broke. It was a nice, tender, romantic moment. I love it. I'm a romantic at
I
heart.
love
I
Scopper
love
and
that
Roger's
shit.
response. All right, man, we get it. Hurry up. Get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that little bit of comedy at the very end is very Oda, because Oda's like, I suck at writing romance. I'm not good at it. So he added the community moment at the end. It was fantastic. And then for the third moment, pick any of the ones you guys chose. I love the Loki burning down the village thing for his mom. I love the fucking Garp respect, like all the Yonko running away from Garp. Garp's like, I want to hit something, and all the Yonko are fucking like, fuck that. We're running the other direction, and I like that respect because I've been dealing with Garp slander since I started One Piece 20 years ago. So yeah, I love that. So those are my three.
Those are all
Just a
great
quick
ones.
add on to that. It kind of goes back into the recontextualization of One Piece thing, but it just adds more to when we look at Marineford and Whitebeard was telling everybody, hey, don't get so scared. He's just a decrepit old man talking about Garp, but really he was just trying to convince himself the whole time.
Yeah, projection.
Yeah, no shit.
Here,
Two
he
old men
realized
talking about him. Like,
he
He
realized
doesn't.
his speed isn't good enough anymore. He can't run. He can't
You
run away anymore.
Do
you
you?
see, he didn't say that about Mihawk or Sengoku because they don't move him.
Hey.
What's your guys'
Garp
favorite
moves when he
chapter of
wants to move.
2025?
Wait, can I? Oh wait,
Go ahead,
can I go
go
with
ahead,
my favorite?
go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I have a few. No worries, man. I have a few. I think one of my favorite. I think maybe my favorite or close to it is just Roger pulling up to Hachinosu, acting like that shit was his place, man. Like he really did not care. Like I just loved that his interactions with uh, his interactions with rocks. Like this the thing where it shows like they were like they weren't buddy buddy. They hate like thing, but in like only thing stopping them really was just Shocking, because it says out in the sea was a different story, implying that they were boxing out in the seas. Another moment is kind of a tie. Is a two-parter together. I loved
Sage.
Gabon's. I love Gabon's entrance. What it's called, like his thing when he meets. Was it this year where he meets Luffy and yeah, like Luffy and Zoro in there, and he thinks Zoro reminds Luffy reminds me of Roger. Which, hey man, I still the fact that people think that Roger and Zoro parallel each other is still crazy to me, but that's something else. But yeah, and then also like I think level 52, when he pulls out and he's falling down, and then he's just like, oh, they're like, oh, this is Gabon. He was in the throne. He was the number 30, and he's like, nah, I'm number 2. Like he fucking that shit was killing
And
me.
he was like second. I was second.
He rolled back
He
up.
was like, don't you dare. Right, like he's not above me.
Same. I did
And then
want to
seeing
shout
them
out
lock
one
it.
moment real quick. The big giant girl who accepted her fate walking off the cliff.
Oh yeah.
That moment
Ranja?
was very emotional for me.
Oh yes, that was a good moment.
That was a really good moment
Uh,
too. Honorable mention.
Yeah, I think third. I just like the interaction between Roger. I mean, like Roger and Rox and Garp throughout all of God Valley, culminating into the final fight
Yeah.
and them sending him off. Though I think it could have been extended on, but I've said that before, so no point. Honorable mention. I'm surprised nobody said this, but the mural. I think
That was this
a
year, the
great
Harley
moment.
text? Oh, wow, I'm a fraud.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
right. You're right. The Harley text. Yes. Frankie. Yeah. 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 Ranja? Yes.
That was this year?
Yeah,
Oda wanted to
1139.
glaze Shanks, so he needed someone to sacrifice, but it doesn't make
Nah,
the actual
Oda
sense
was
of
in
context.
his
I'm with
bag. OMG.
you. Yeah, he snaps.
Yeah, I was
I
like,
thought that was last year.
1163 is my favorite
no,
chapter of the year, by
1138.
the way. 1163. The chapter where they all attack Emu. At the very end, Rox gets Domi reversied before you see how it really works. That's my chapter of the year.
My chapter is probably 1158 or 1165, which is the end. Was it 64 or 65? The final fight where they used infamous
65. That's where Garling
Yeah.
comes to 1 HP Xebec.
Also, if anybody wants to say Harley, it is 1138. So yeah. just
Okay.
in case.
Okay. Yeah, 1163. If you don't know the chapter number, try to describe the events, and that's close enough for me. It's good enough for me. But yeah, that chapter I thought was really good. As a side note, I like when Garb grabs Rock's foot and like flings him. That was raw. I don't know. I like
No,
that.
it was 1164. My bad.
Okay.
No,
My favorite chapter
1165.
of the year. Oh, damn.
Probably the best introduction chapter. For me, sorry to interrupt.
No, I'm still thinking because I thought I had it, but then the other one popped. So I was like, I thought this.
1155 is the one where he attacks the Holy Land and things. So if you want to know that.
That's second place. Seeing that he killed an admiral, clashed with Harold, and broke the gates of justice. That's my second. That's my 1B. My Shaq and Kobe.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm still laughing at him attacking a kid for no reason.
He had a reason. Bring Harold back to Elbaf. Good reason.
Very bad.
I got a couple. I can't remember if it was the same chapter, but the one where they had the Ross pirates with Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard, Shiki, Captain John. I thought that one was really good. Then the other one was when Ross and Harold had their last major disagreement on Elbaf, and they had a Conqueror Talkie clash. And like the entire island was getting like blown away.
Yeah. That's
Was that the same
1158.
chapter?
That one, the second one is 1158.
That was
Because it's the same
Harold
one where Roger
versus
Waldo.
Rocks.
Yeah, that's the one where Roger pulled up to Hachinosu, and then we cut to the thing. I think it's 1156 or 1157, the other one you're talking about.
Okay. And then the last one would could be like all of the top tiers as we know it, attacking Emu.
1163.
And this nigga Whitebeard pulled out a name that's
Hakua.
Yo, hey man, I needed that, man. You were acting like Whitebeard never fought Roger with his devil fruit and only hockey, man. But
no, but that isn't that crazy though? Like we've been reading One Piece for 2
I think that's
decades,
true though.
and we've seen him clash with Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Roger, Odin, and he never used the named attack. But then Emu shows up and he gets a named attack from Whitebeard.
Yeah,
That's got to be telling us something.
exactly. And I actually would argue that I'm not. I actually like if I'm like being like for real, and I'm thinking about fights that Roger and Whitebeard had. I'm going to assume Whitebeard uses Quake Fruit, but we've never actually seen it. Anytime he fights Roger, it looks like he just uses what's it called Murokamagiri and like hockey, and doesn't really use a devil fruit, almost like out of respect. Like I could just hockey up and beat you with my strength. I'm not saying it's the truth. We have never seen him use his Quake ability on Roger. He hasn't done it.
Yeah,
That's actually sorry to interrupt. That's an idea about Whitebeard that came to my head about him being the strongest man. Could it be that Whitebeard does use his fruit versus Roger and Garp, but because of their hacky, they basically negate it? So it's kind of irrelevant to the fight, which makes it okay. In 1v1, they could be equal to him or even beat him, but he's still the strongest man.
That's interesting to me, but I feel like Whitebeard's hockey would be strong enough that they can't just negate it. Like if they're fighting someone weaker than them,
I don't think you can
Not
negate
completely negate it, but like
it's
minimize
not even
its
about
impact.
you
into
can
the
or
fight.
can't negate a Quake. If I had that fruit today and I fought Roger tomorrow, he could negate that shit. But if I was on Roger's general level of hockey, he can't. I don't believe that personally.
I think it gets a little misconstrued now that we know that double fruits can be like neutralized by hockey. I think it's more so like things that affect you internally, like sugars, double fruit, or even law of double fruit to a degree. But I don't think like for something like that causes a physical mark, like you know what I'm saying? Like I don't think a quake
I think
is
there's
something
still
that you
more
could
to
just
learn about
neutralize with
hockey and
hockey.
devil fruit negation that we'll get eventually.
Yeah, I think. I mean, if they're equal, it should just be that they're Rogers hockey equals Whitebeard's hockey plus his double fruit. That it should be simple. It's not that wrong. They're both equal. Yo, Pat, peep the Soul Kings chat, the chat here. Is this the panel you're talking about?
I'm gonna look too. I'm checking.
Yes.
That's 1156.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I can't read anything. I can only look at Big Mom.
Who didn't go?
But
Who didn't go yet? For favorite chapter.
Oh, for favorite chapter, I don't know, man. There's so many good ones.
That's fair.
You know, a lot of them is like seriously, like so many of the God Valley flashback chapters have been fire. Probably one of those. I'm not gonna say a specific one because that would take too long. But yeah, definitely. I'd probably pick a God Valley flashback chapter if I went through and reread them all and said, oh, this one, you know.
Alan, you there? Might be in the trenches. Okay.
Oh no, he's there.
Favorite chapter of the year, or describe it if you can remember the events.
It would probably be either probably the chapter of Rocks, Roger, and God all fighting. And just at the end when Roger was sad about having to put Rocks down, he was like, no, I can understand like the frustrations on how this is going.
No ties for
But
tears, you adult.
Yeah. So that would actually probably be mine. And just Yeah, I'll just choose that.
Okay. And ultimately, I want to know who your MVP for the year of 2025 is. If you had to pick a character. Well, this is Lizard's question, but who's your MVP of
Rocks
the year?
easily.
Rocks for you?
Rocks easily.
Okay.
Actually, for me, it's Garp. He cleared his name and in flying colors. Like his performance was probably the best in God Valley itself. It's either him or Rocks.
hmm
So I'm probably gonna say Garp.
My answer might surprise you, but it might not. But Pat,
Oh, it's Rocks. Easy. This
everyone,
nigga injected so much juice into One Piece is crazy.
Griever. Griever. Who's your MVP?
He's muted.
Oh, okay.
I
My
can go
answer is
then.
Loki.
Loki.
Yeah. My answer is actually
Oh,
Loki.
he went with the low key answer.
I have been nothing but so excited to see this nigga get active for so long. I like his introduction. I like everything that he's done. And for me, the last two chapters, the things that he's done here, I'm like, listen, I got Rock as my second favorite character. I am not denying any of the impact that he has. He's literally my 1B. But you understand, Loki holding that little nigga up after crashing out on the whole town, saying Ida is the only mother I ever known. That one incident, I'm like, damn, I gotta put you like 1 point above Rocks right now. Cause here's kind of how I justify it in my head personally. I love Xebec. I love Rocks. Teach upscale, if you want to use like the YouTube terms. All of that fire, loved it. Second favorite character right after Crocodile. But he failed at the end of the day. He did fail. You can go to whatever reasoning behind it, whatever the case may be, but he didn't succeed. And maybe Loki doesn't succeed in what he wants to do, but Loki's got that potential. And for me, Loki is Harold's redemption. I hate Harold. I don't like him. And I'm like, you're gonna do everything your bitch ass dad didn't do. You're gonna show out. You're gonna cook. You're gonna show why ancient giants are not to be trifled with. And I cannot wait to see the devil fruit. I think he has the world serpent from Norse mythology. I think that's his ability. The Harley Dex, that snake. I'm thinking, huh?
Yeah, Jormungand.
Yes. I always butcher it. If I don't read the name, I always butcher it, so I never try to say it without reading it. But yes, Jormungandr or whatever the fuck his name is. But yeah, I gotta give it to Loki. Just by a like Loki won by 0.01 seconds in the 100-meter race. Just barely won. But I gotta give it to Loki. That's my guy, bro. I'm rocking with him. I can't wait.
I have a
Can I just
general
say
question.
Sorry, Pat?
Well,
No, go ahead, River, because you didn't give your MVP.
No, I just want to say that to go on Naya's thing, I agree with Naya on that one just because it reminds me of Captain America Civil War when that movie came out. People were like, okay, Iron Man has a point, but then it came to that point in the movie. Spoilers for a fucking 10-year-old movie. But
Civil War is like a 20-year-old event in comics, so yeah. Go ahead though.
So where he just goes, it's like it wasn't him, Tony. It wasn't him. And Robert sells his phone. I don't care. He killed my man. And I was like, if you're not on Iron Man's side with that line alone, you're wrong. I'm sorry. You're fucking wrong. Cap was wrong. Iron Man was in the right the whole time. Loki was in the right the whole time. Burn down the village. Burn down all of Elbath for it. I don't give a fuck. It's like, no, that was my mom. Fuck you.
Yeah.
So I'm going with Naya on this one. And as much as I want to give it to Rocks, I'm just like Naya right there. I'm tweaking out that little bit. If that chapter hadn't a dropped,
I know. It would have been Xebec again. I don't agree with you guys.
It would be Rocks. It would be Garp. I got to give my credence to Garp because as the guy
to keep my sprinting analogy going, Loki having that moment was like him dipping at the end. When he dipped forward in a race, and he just won because he dipped forward against Xebec. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I'm with that. I got my three being Garp, Loki, and Xebec. But
We spoiled-
I think
we
Loki
spoiled
just
King.
wins it out
Whoops.
just by that hair. Because of course I only put Garp so high because honestly I thought other characters this year had more of a better portrayal. Because I've always been a Garp guy, like
Yeah.
time skip.
You
I'm
couldn't
like,
have
Garp's
Garp.
that dude.
I'm a Garp
And
Glazer.
nobody
Yeah.
believes me. So yeah, so I've been in that camp for 20 years. So for me, I was like, this is just proving my point. Y'all need to catch up.
Hey, that's
You know what
that's
I
how
mean?
I feel
I've been
about
in
Garp
this,
too. Like it's like
but
I'm a Garp guy. I'm a white bearded guy. Like they can do very little to like disappoint me. So like I was already rocking, you know. But I'd have Garp at 2 and white beard at 3.
exactly.
But
We got vindication. That's what
one
happens.
A,
But I was
Loki,
so
1
surprised.
B,
Bro,
Rocks, 2 Garp, 3 Whitebeard. Sorry, Edward Newgate.
Yeah. All right, I'm at that same list. So that's my MVP.
To argue
Niggas
against
try to
Loki,
act like-
just yeah, sorry. Yeah, continue.
Oh no, I just a quick bark. I was like, niggas tried to act like somebody whose name is the Fist didn't have hands. Like, be for
Thank
real.
you.
I
Go
know.
ahead.
Oh, Garp Smoker, Garp Tashigi, Garp. Shut the fuck up.
Garp is Garp.
No,
It's Garp and
Eh,
Kobe,
eh,
man.
Garp is Air Garp to the Pink Mamba. That's what he is. But yeah.
Exactly, man.
To argue against Loki, to do like a basketball analogy, for me, like Loki has been great, but he hasn't gotten to the where I'm seeing him performing. Like he had a great regular season. I'm waiting for the playoffs.
That's fair. I'm not mad at that.
That's where I am with
All
Loki.
right.
Uh,
I like
Listen,
this.
when he stood up,
I like this. Look,
when
as
he
a
stood up
Cowboys
bleeding-
fan, I understand. We're great in the regular season.
when
We
he
don't win
when he
playoffs.
stood up bleeding and they said
'Cause
put
his father
Ragnar
also played
down
the playoffs.
and he
His father
hammered
played
the
the
tree and summoned the lightning, I was moved.
Lightning.
I was so moved, bro. I'm like, he
Said, oh,
is.
this nigga is the menace.
Lola does not deserve you. You are cold. Swing that fucking hammer, my nigga.
Nah,
Swing
that killed me.
Ragnar, bro.
I didn't expect to hear a sports analogy. Oh my god, that shit caught me off guard.
Oh no, that's accurate as fuck though. That's accurate as fuck. We don't care how you do in the regular season. If you can't win a playoff game, it don't fucking matter.
I want to see if he's
I believe.
fraudulent as his dad. in
The
playoffs.
same
That's
way
the
I
question.
believed in my Canadian foul merchant, I believe in Loki. Okay, it's coming. The same way I believed in Kitchener's finest and the Joker is coming.
Yes, sir.
The same way I believed in Kawhi in 2019 is coming. It's loading. Shout out to the
What if it-
Raptors. We got a ring,
What if it was?
bitch.
What if it was 2020 Kawhi though? Hold on, you need to. What if it was 2020?
You went to Los Angeles. I don't like Los Angeles. I don't give a fuck what he does there.
Yeah, fair enough.
But my hottest basketball take for like current time has been if Kawhi is healthy and locked in, he's the best player in the league. That's my hot take. I believe that. I actually believe that. I still believe that. I mean, I don't know. Actually, hold on. I haven't watched a single. Wait. I haven't watched a single game this season. Let me not talk about 2025, but I believe that from about 2018, 2017 to about 2023, I believe that. Like, if he's healthy and he's locked in, he's the best player in the league.
I got Alexander.
I'm
my
not
guy.
mad at
I gotta
that.
go with my
That's-
Canadian.
Let's go with Shea though. Yeah, Shea time, baby.
Others
Shea.
Hey, man.
I'll be honest with you, right now,
MVP.
he's not talking to Jokic. I don't think any version of Kawhi is as good as current Jokic. That's just me. But like from 18, 19
Defense.
to like 22, 23,
Defense is my
that's the
equalizer.
perfect
I
take.
think offensively as a whole package,
Yeah, alright.
Jokic, I feel you, but defensively when Kawhi was that guy, you're not scoring on him. And Jokic, even on his best defensive days, he's not Kawhi Leonard. And to me, basketball is a two-sided game. So, and I've always put so much emphasis on being a two-way player.
Yeah.
And I think Jokic is the best player in the league. So I'm not even denying what you're saying. So I'm with you. He's the best player in the league and has been for a while, but he's not the defender Kawhi is. I'm not even
I
calling
would-
him ass. I'm not even saying that.
I definitely.
I'm not even saying that.
Oh
I'm
no,
not
I
saying
can call
that.
him ass. He's mid even. But
When
I
what
think he's
I
mid.
saw
Like, I think
Kawhi do to
he's exists.
Giannis, oh my god, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. That nigga is strong.
But that's the thing. That's what I would argue with Kawhi. It's that after like 2019, maybe 2020, like 2021, he wasn't the same kind of defender. He just couldn't be.
I
So
would
Especially after
Wizards
argue
Jamal Murray.
on in
MVP
moments
for
and in sections of the game when he wanted to lock in, like against Luca, he did it. But he couldn't. He can't. But
Yeah.
his knees could not sustain that for an entire game. I'm with
Yeah.
you. I'm with you. This is why I said
Yeah,
lock
that's the
in
thing.
and healthy. Those were the two
So
stipulations I
So-
gave you. Healthy
so
and
Yeah,
locked
Wizards
in.
MVP for 2025 for One Piece because it's not.
Go ahead. Go ahead. My fault.
I
Yeah,
will.
man.
Kylian
shit,
Mbappe.
man.
He hurt though.
Shout out Rocks, but hey man, I'm gonna go with my goat Roger, man, because I just loved everything. Like, gave a new side of his personality.
Roger FC.
Hey man,
I
he
take
pulled up and
Iguodala.
he took action.
Nah, I ain't mad at you, Lizard.
He said,
Like, yo,
Sage, my Trinity brother said, Loki got them H and giant knees. He good? Yes, sir. That cartilage.
Hey, man.
That cartilage strong, boy.
But yeah, I just loved all the different personality we saw from Roger. Like, he was just chilling and like how he acted. It was so fire.
I am not fucking
Then
with
he
the
locked
community.
it.
I like Roger more as a result of this flashback. It's made me like him more.
Yo,
Yes.
I'm not fucking with him.
yo, hey man, people
Roger
just,
is
they want
more
to
him
war
now.
for him or something.
Not anymore.
Roger is better
Listen, man.
now, in my opinion.
Oda also killed it off when they're like, "Oh, look at him, he's twerking for Shaqy. Nobody else did it." 1166, Shaqy or what? 1157. Shaqy pulls up. All of them start twerking for her.
Yeah.
So
To
it's
be
like,
honest, the only thing with with
Singing.
Roger that I think
Go ahead.
Did nobody read? Did nobody read the narrator? Birds stopped singing. Rain doesn't fall because the sun starts shining due to her showing the fuck up. She literally is the grand line in a person, with weather patterns.
I will.
Like,
we're only
and you're
counting this stuff for
surprised
7
that a
weeks.
dude with a dick is like, fuck, I want to give me some of that.
And Sage.
Luffy's
Oh,
an
the only thing I-
Luffy's an alien, all right? He's Mr. Bean.
And
What
Sage,
do
to
you think
piggyback
about,
off what you're saying, is what I really appreciate. Like, this might sound really weird, but my only nitpick of Edward Newgate in the flashback is the Rocks moment where he left. I didn't like that. That didn't make sense to me based on what I know about Whitebeard. But even him running from Garp, let me tell you why I like that moment a lot. I actually think that moment is fire. Because I don't think it's a lack of Whitebeard being like, I can't contend with him. It's more so like, it's going to take a long time, and I got shit I need to do.
Yep.
We got to go, even with Kaido and Linlin with me. One of my favorite quotes, and Pat will appreciate this, comes from Diego Armando. Prosecutor Godot. Even the mightiest of redwoods began as a mere sapling. And for me, I got to see before you were legendary and cemented, I got to see your shortcomings, your fallings, your failings, and the things you can't do right. That does a lot for me because I don't care about my character always winning, being the coolest, beating everybody's ass. I don't want to read Soul Leveling or a fucking Korean webtoon power fantasy. I want to see your
I'm
faults.
trying to level up.
Luffy
I
leveling.
want to see your faults. I like seeing Luffy lose, struggle, have stamina issues, X, Y, and Z. To me, that makes his triumphant moments and him overcoming obstacles and trials and tribulations. I still brought it back to Ace Attorney with that one.
Yes, sir.
That makes it more fly to me. I like that.
Yeah.
I want to see where, okay, when you were 19, when you were 17, Dragon, you have a gun? You're using a gun? Even Luffy wasn't moving this week. And I know where you've come from that moment. I even given Dragon credit. Like, I like that. So for me, that adds to the overall mythology of the character. So yeah.
Before
yeah.
he was the great one, he was just Wayne. Before he was his royal airness, he
He
was
said
just
Maradona.
Michael Jordan.
I'm not a Maradona
Before
fan.
he
He's a
was
cokehead.
Black Mamba,
Messi
he
is the
was
greatest.
Kobe.
I don't want to hear about no Maradona no more. It's Messi.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Also, I just love
Stop
I
it.
just love that, and like it was one of the biggest points for Roger. Like even Garth brought it up before that he would never run if his crew was in like if his crew was in trouble, he would always put himself in a thing. and we've seen that throughout God Valley. Him constantly saying, "You guys get yourself. I'll hold these people back." Or when Xebec is attacking him, his first action is like, "Yo, you're not gonna go after my crew." I just love seeing like him just fill out that part of his
And
thing.
Ace
where
inherited that part of him.
he just
Like
didn't
the
have
people that he
Roger's
loves are
devil
behind
look.
him, he won't run. That was Fly.
Yeah, unfortunately,
And,
he just didn't
that's
have
actually-
Roger's devil's look.
Yeah.
Something that I want to point out is like the more we actually see of Roger, I think that we start to see a lot of differences between like him and Luffy, while we can still see their similarities. Like as we get more into Roger's personality,
We
I
see
start
where
thinking that him and Luffy aren't really that
we see where they
as
differ.
much alike.
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah.
They have, I guess you could say, the most important things to maybe being Pirate King or achieving Pirate King.
They're
They
cool,
have
they're same,
commonality and overlap, but they're so different. First of all, Luffy might be asexual. This guy he didn't give a fuck about titties, ass, vagina. He don't give a fuck. Luffy is way dumber than Roger in an overall scale. And this isn't even me trying to like diss Luffy, because Luffy is one of those people who understands who he is, so he delegates. Can't navigate, can't cook, can't use swords. Nigga, can't even lie properly. And Usopp goes, oi. And Arlong goes, what good are you? You're trash. I can beat your ass. I can send you flying. Butabase, nigga. Yeah, come see me. That's my role. And I've always liked that. I said meat. But yeah, like I've always liked that. Like Roger to me is much more well-rounded. Roger likes bitches. Roger is actually much more cruel than Luffy. We've heard stories of Roger crashing out on the kingdom because you spoke bad about Rayleigh. Ray don't get no bitches. Fuck you say? The kingdom destroyed. You know? like they're actually not the same. And I like that. Even with Roger's like, bro, I went to Lodestar. I'm telling you, bro. I know there's another island. I can't read this shit, but I can feel the shit. Let me borrow this nigga for 1 year. Please. 1 year. And I'm going to do something crazy, Whitebeard. I'm telling you, like, they're not the same, bro. They're not. And I like that. The more I get from Roger, the more we're differentiating Whitebeard and Luffy's personalities and whatnot. I like that. That's fly to me.
I think it's kind of like they have the same core, like they're both
Crashed out on
built the
Squad.
same base.
It's like
You know how these, but they're built off in
Jiraiya and
different
Naruto
ways.
are parallels.
Also,
Yeah.
the reason, hey man, all I'm gonna say is both
Not that pop me.
Blackbeard and Luffy not getting girls. That's the truth. That's how you win. You can't have any bitches, man.
You got Boa
That's really
Hancock.
fucked up. That doesn't count because he doesn't reciprocate, man.
He might. He
He
might
needs to
later.
want it.
What if he gets? What if he knows what a dick is later? Sex.
That's gonna be after he beats
Remember,
Emu and Blackbeard though, so it's not
guys,
gonna matter.
Don't forget. Remember the Family Guy joke back in season 1 where fucking Quagmire and Peter swear off women and they're sitting there by the fireplace counting their billions of dollars, you know, because oh, we didn't bother with women, so now we're fucking on top of the world.
All right, let's go.
Luffy about that. Luffy like, I want to be king of the pirates. Bitches. gonna
Blackbeard
stand in
did
my way.
too. Blackbeard's like, oh damn, my yo.
No.
Blackbeard's thing is he can't get no bitches because he
Blackbeard gets
ugly.
it off.
He
He gets it.
He ugly and fat. He gotta pay. He gotta
That
pay.
chick's got too. They gotta pay.
100,000 berries for an hour.
Well, to be fair, Davon ain't that much of a looker. Maybe she'll give him a free one.
Oh my god, I'm grossed out by that.
See, Devon is the
Y'all are
most hideous thing I've
forgetting
ever seen
his
in life.
introduction post time skip. Y'all are forgetting his introduction post time skip. He had like 5 girls. on it.
Them
He
cheap
did.
ass clothes was bought for.
He did, but he
Y'all-
paid for
y'all
them.
forgetting.
He paid.
Hey man.
Might be looking at Katarina Davon. Yeah, could you turn into somebody attractive?
That's great.
If
That
Oda,
bitch is an idiot. Oh my god.
if Oda would or could kill off a Straw Hat, which one do you think it would be? Why and how would it go down? If you think this is a possibility, because I don't think any Straw Hat's gonna die personally, and I've had this feeling for a very long time. And the only time I ever was worried about a Straw Hat, really and truly, if I'm being honest, was Sabaody. I won't lie to you. I was worried about Zoro. I was worried. I was. And I thought if Oda was going to do that and pull the trigger, Zoro would be a great character to do it with because I'd feel it. I'd feel the gap of strength from the quote-unquote the second, if you're not first person that Luffy had joined his crew. I would have felt it. I don't think it's going to happen. personally speaking. I don't. If anything, it's my belief that either when they find the One Piece or around that time, Luffy will die. If anything, his lifespan will run out. He used too much of his lifespan using Gear Second, Gear Fourth, Gear Fifth, whatever the case may be. Luffy's the one I'm the most worried about. But if you asked me which one I would have to pick, I would pick Brooke solely based off the fact that I don't know if he'd come back again. I don't know if I'm cheating. But also, Brooke lived 90 years, so to speak, so he's the oldest one. He's the one that wouldn't bother me the most if he had to go down in some way, shape, or form, personally. But I don't foresee it. I've stopped subscribing to that theory at least a decade ago. I think every Straw Hat will see their dreams come true, see Luffy's dreams come true, and then after that, it's free game. But, yeah, go ahead.
I probably agree that no one is. If I wanted to be a rat, I would say Chopper, just for me. That just like for my personal desires. Outside of that, it could be Usopp. It could be a thing where Oda doesn't want to write a consistently brave Usopp that's confident and strong. Like after like he gets whatever character development he's supposed to get, so he might just kill him after like he gets a big grandiose moment of bravery.
Okay.
That would be my assumption. Yeah.
He's gonna kill Brooke and say, "Oh, I'm already dead. I can't die."
Yo.
Great answer.
Yeah, I do think though if I had to choose, I don't think anybody die. It's pretty much the same. It's either Luffy at the end because he's gonna be too much, but even then I think like looking at it, I think the addition of the Nico fruit and being turned to that kind of kills that because you can just be like, oh, I'm imagine myself not having this fatigue or like this life-ending fatigue on me or whatever, like this life strain on me. And then two would be Usopp, yeah. Because anybody else, it really doesn't make sense. I do have this take though that I think that the Straw Hats are gonna continue. Like I don't think Luffy's goal is to become Pirate King and then whatever his dream is, right? But I think he wants to live his life as a pirate. Like I don't think he wants to stop or settle down for much. Like, he wants to be on the sea forever. Like that's just a life. That's just the kind of person Luffy is.
I feel like he'd go back to the Grand Line and like go to like Raijin Island and like the other pathways he didn't take, and to see everything.
I mean, he has to help
yeah,
Nami with
circumvent
her...
the world, and yeah, and help her fulfill the world map. Shout out to the Blue Hole and Dave the Diver. That's just the all blue.
Davy D Diver.
Davy D Diver. Yeah, that's just the Blue Hole's the all blue, bro. I saw what you guys did there. I know you One Piece fans. I didn't catch that. All the fishing, all the sea life in the sea, living this. Okay, all right, all blue. You think I know what this is? But the Blue Hole. I know what you guys did. I see you. Y'all not fooling me. Griever. How are you feeling? This was your question. How are you feeling? What do you think?
All right. So, because I had three possibilities. Obvious, you guys already brought it up. The obvious one is just like J.K. Rowling with Harry Potter. Oh, how is she gonna end the thing? Well, if you kill off Harry Potter, there can't be another Harry Potter book, right? So you kill off Luffy. It's a classic thing that people say, right? You kill off the main character after they succeed, and then you can't make a sequel, right? But I was thinking a different avenue. I was thinking, it's already been brought up, Brooke for number one. And the reason is the emotional impact of Brooke. We all know Bing Saki. We already know that like some really like that's a tearjerker and stuff like that.
Oh no.
Exactly. So it would be poetic. It would be super poetic. It would be really a heart wrencher if Brooke was the one to actually die this time, because and he would have a speech. You guys can see it, right? A chapter where he says, "You guys gave me I already died 50 years ago. I had my adventure and I died on the Grand Line. I got a second chance to see the world. I got a second chance to adventure with all of you. You guys are the best crew I could have ever had. And I finally got to see Laboon one last time before I die." And then his skeleton just crumbles away. Like he goes into dust sort of idea. You could write the most beautiful emotional scene where, his finally it's done, it's over, right? Like some ending where the devil fruits are slowly losing their powers. Like the end of the series, devil fruits are slowly disappearing from the world. So Brooke goes back. It's the end of the story. He goes back. He sees Laboon, and he sits there, talks to Laboon until he dies. Right? Like that would be. I could see Oda doing that at the very end of the series.
When you're done your like entire spiel, I have a question for you.
Okay. So that's number one. Is this about Brooke? Because then
No.
You can interrupt now.
It's about okay. Well, my question for you is, I know there's a lot of people who feel that like, I think stakes come from more than just character death, right? I think
Mm-hmm.
if Superman saves Metropolis from Darkseid's invasion, but at the cost of human lives and maybe a Justice League member goes down or a friend goes down, there were still stakes there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or like, let's say somehow, in some way, shape, or form, he had to give up his powers to stop Darkseid, and now for the next few issues, he's a regular human. He lost his abilities. You know what I mean? Like, to me, there's other ways to introduce stakes. Are you one of those people who think that a Straw Hat dying would really show the terror of the new world and like the danger of piracy, and thus would elevate the story stakes? Because I don't necessarily think a Straw Hat needs to die for the story to have those ramifications. But I want to know if you're on the opposite side of that.
No, I'm good if it's done well. I'm good with either way. I don't think necessarily a Straw Hat needs to die. The tension's already high.
Okay.
We're still for the sake of the world. You know what I mean? The world government's corrupt. We need to end. Like we need to revolutionize. Like Dragon's got the right idea.
Mm-hmm.
We have to revolutionize this world. This world is fucked. So you don't need a Straw Hat to die for the stakes to be real.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's why Brooks, for example, only makes sense at the end of the series when people have successfully won their ghost, sort of like Hohenheim at the end of Full Metal Alchemist.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Went to Trisha's grave, and finally it's like, I've lived a long life. The world's saved. I can finally rest. And that would be Brooke. Brooke's like, I've lived 2 lives now. It's time for me to die. It's time for me to go. I've done everything, you know? That's what I mean by
I fulfilled my promise, Laboon, I'm back.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then he dies there looking at Laboon. So Brooks is the best one that makes sense. Jinbei, the only reason I say Jinbei is because he's lived a long life. Yeah.
Get him out of here, man.
Chill.
Fake ass roll.
Chill on my fat shark man fish. Chill on him.
I shark alone.
On my whale shark. Chill on him. Go ahead, Griever.
Okay, so the reason I say Jinbei as a possibility is because he joined so late, because he already said like he's another character. Maybe it's just because he's older, similar to Brooke, but he's already done a bunch. Like he was with Fisher Tiger, and then he was part of the Warlord system. Like he like similar to Harold, but going different avenues. He tried every way to improve Fishman. You know, that was his goal. He's like, okay, I agree. Everybody. And then he was like, no, this is the wrong way. So now I agree with our queen and stuff like that. So I'm going to do it that way. What's the best way to do that? We become part of the world government, and I'll become a warlord and help them out. You know, I don't agree with it, but it's the best thing for the fishmen. Then it's like, no, that's not the best thing anymore. I'm going to join Luffy because Luffy will do, like, he'll do better. Like, I'll accept blood from Luffy, or Luffy will accept blood from me. I'll give him my blood. We will, you know, change the world together. You know what I mean? So Jinbei has already had 3 separate journeys at this point, and his character arc is basically complete. So my only argument for Jinbei, if any Straw Hat were to die, is that Jinbei's already lived a life and gone through it, and if he had to sacrifice himself for Luffy, he literally did. When he joined, he sat up and said, take my life, Big Mom, go ahead. She couldn't do it, but he literally sat there saying, I'm on the executioner's
You're
block.
only a mere Yonko. He bodied her.
Yeah, you are only a mere Yonko. I cannot be fearful of a Yonko when I'm going to be a member of the Pirate King's crew. Like, your power scaling be damned. You are down here. You know, and like, what a baller moment. But also, he laid down his life right then and there. And then again, at the end of Whole Cake, Jinbei, you come back. I'm your captain now. If you die, you still come back to me. I won't accept death, as an excuse. And Jinbei smiled, had that, sort of thing. Yes, my captain. And he went. And he came back and stuff. And great. And everybody wanted him to be the eye patch pirate. I did too. But the fact is that Jinbei has had these near-death experiences multiple times. He's lived multiple lifetimes. And at this point, I could see final arc, him sacrificing himself to save the rest of them. You know what I mean? He's quote-unquote the dad of the group, as people have said. You know what I mean? It would narratively, it would, as Naya, I know you said, raise the stakes, but it doesn't have to happen. But I could see it happening and being like, oh shit, now Jinbei's gone. You know what I mean? So that's the other one. The third one is simply Zoro for the same reason, like you were saying, raising the stakes, like losing someone that no plot armor. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, original Straw Hats cannot die, right? And it's like, no, we raise the stakes. If you really want to fucking cook, you want to pull a Josh Whedon, kill off Zoro. Killing off Zoro, especially before his duel with Mihawk, would fucking flip the table of the community and stuff. You really want to do shock and or awe? Kill off Zoro. Toei's fan favorite. You're willing to
Wouldn't
kill
that
off
just be
Zoro?
shock for shock though?
I was gonna ask. That was my follow up question. Is that just shock value for shock value's sake, or is there like a narrative impotence or reason for it?
Narratively speaking, I don't think it makes sense. This is why this is my third one. I'm more on the Baroque or the Jinbei one.
Okay.
I'm just saying that Zoro is the third potential out of all the Straw Hats, because I don't think realistically any of them are going to die. But if they were, who would be your top three? Zoro for shock and or awe value. Plus, we already had that Grim Reaper thing. You could make a narratively speak, where in Wano, he's living on borrowed time. That's why the Grim Reaper showed up, sort of idea. It's like, you've been living on board, similar to Luffy with the drugs and all this bullshit and Gear Second and all that crap. You could make an argument that Zoro's been living on borrowed time the entire time, like he should have died at Wano. Like, his body has been broken. He's been living off of sheer willpower alone. Enma's keeping him alive. Hockey's keeping him alive. Something. It might not make the best amount of sense, but I could still see it because we still have no explanation for literally the Grim Reaper showing up and being like, Zoro, and then we get nothing, no conclusion. He's like, oh my god, death, and then he's fine. So we have no explanation for that scene yet. That's the only reason that Zoro's on the list, because of that death Grim Reaper scene. I can't explain it yet. I have no theories other than maybe that's our death warning sign for the future. So yeah, those are my three. That's why I posed the question. I just wanted to see if anybody thought, oh, Nami's gonna die or whatever. No.
If Nami dies, they all die. They're not getting nowhere without her. They gonna sail right into the Calm Belt and get eaten by a Sea King.
Yo, Nami, Chopper, and Robin are safe, man. They're not messing with the merch there, man. Editors won't allow that shit.
Fair. Well, that's why I'm still not sold on even my Zoro theory, because even though there's a couple of points, Toei loves Zoro. There's no way,
Oh, wait, like Zoro? You mean Sanji, right?
Toei would keep.
Totally. I mean Sanji.
They're gonna change. They're gonna change the script.
Toei would definitely change it to killing Sanji. Yeah, it would change it to Sanji dying.
Listen, I'm a Zoro guy, but even I'm like, all right, this is a little blatant, guys. I love the Zoro respect, but you're kind of disrespecting Sanji by doing this shit, And I like Sanji too. I'm more of a Zoro fan. It doesn't mean I don't like Sanji. So I'm just like, Toei, come on, man. Like, you give Sanji some love, right?
Get it together, man. Does anyone else want to chime in or have any thoughts on the matter? You think someone's gonna die or not die, or would like to see it?
I mean, I just know nobody's gonna die because it's a shonen manga. Like, main cast never dies. It doesn't happen. And if they do die, they have a way to bring them back.
Okay, it's rare.
Yeah, they're all gonna be real to be holy knights, man. Regen merchant.
Just let's look at the history of this shit. Fucking Dragon Ball. By the end of the series, everybody was alive. Fucking Team 7, they all survived.
Grandpa Gohan
Bleach,
is dead.
main cast still intact.
Your grandma
Let me
goes
stop.
on
Let me
a
stop.
little
Let
taxi
me
Like
stop. Let me
man.
stop.
10 seconds
I'm
of screen time.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He chose to stay there. He's like, there's holes in heaven. I'm chilling.
I'm just saying, bro. Like niggas don't die in shonen manga. At least not the main cast. Kenshin, everybody survived to the end. Gintama, all the main cast survived at the end.
Hey man,
It just doesn't happen.
Oh, that's gonna subvert. Let me stop.
subvert expectations.
Mhm.
Everybody died.
Everybody did.
Yeah, King and Indies literally said, "What? This is the problem with this question." I thought it was a fun question to
It is.
talk about, but the fact
yeah.
is that it's like, yeah, when they tried to kill off Byakuya, all the death threats Kubo was getting, it's like, oh,
And
well,
I'm
I guess I gotta bring him back.
Byakuya's #1 glazer, and I accepted it. I'm like, this is a good send off. I'm mad as fuck
It
though.
Oh,
was
you are
okay.
his number 2 Glazer. I'm number 1.
What?
He
You're
said, "Pull your rank.
you
Pull your
are
card."
you are a Rukia Kuchiki glazer. I am Byakuya's #1
I
fan.
I'm a Kuchiki Glazer. Period.
Pat is the
They
head
have
of the
so much
Kuchiki
motion.
clan over here.
I used to
I
score
even
goals
I
and hit the
glaze over Hisana.
Bankai, bro. I used to hit. That was my Selly. I dropped the sword.
I
Rukia,
glaze
that was
over
a
I glaze
beautiful
over Hisana
bonsai.
just because she looks just like Rukia.
Listen, that man got the cherry blossoms, the sakura petals. He got the noble drip. He the gold.
He got the super most perfect, prettiest, most well kept, most well developed Bankai of all time. Like how are you topping that?
Hell yeah.
The worst problem is that, and it was already that the problem. We all love shonen manga. We've been reading it for years, all of us collectively. There's probably
I
a
hate
million
shonen.
chapters between all of us. But the fact is that outside of flashbacks and old mentor characters, they refuse to double down and actually kill off characters, and that's a big problem. Not just in One Piece, in shonen manga generally. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's unlikely any of that's going to happen. Or if it does happen, it's always the end of the series. You know what I mean?
That's
Whereas
mostly just due
no
to
stakes.
shonen as a genre is really optimistic.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's geared towards young boys who want to make a lasting imprint on the youth of a generation so that they can be better for society in the future. At least that's the goal.
Mm-hmm. So a few days ago, I never watched the video, but I saw this and I actually, for whatever reason, because I know, see, this is my problem with Google and all this technology. You listen and watch it when I'm doing. So when I went on Twitter, I started to see even more of it. But I saw Sanji and Zoro currently versus Big Mom. Could they get the W that Kid and Law ended up getting? Or do you guys think
Yeah.
Lin Lin is triumphant? So this is gonna be our power.
That victory, like the
This is
ring
gonna
out.
this is gonna be our power scaling segment. So sorry, what the hell? Sanji and Zoro versus Big Mom. Who wins?
That's the Canadian in you.
Wait, do you want? So is it ring out victory, right? Like they don't have to.
I
beat,
don't care what the win condition is. You think it's ring out, death, knockout, dismemberment, sealing,
Current,
sealing
as of,
jutsu, I don't know, whatever. How do they win?
as of this chapter, though, right now, like as
Yeah,
of
like
this chapter,
they
Zoro
have
and
they have their current strength of Elbaf or post
Zoro
egghead,
and
if you will.
Sanji take it. Together, yeah, 2v1, yeah, they take it. No question.
I personally think that their unique abilities, their quirks, Law and Kid, played a big part in dealing with Big Mom long enough to then like send her flying. I'm not sure if Zoro and Sanji can do that because most of their hits have to be in close range.
Mm.
So they're gonna get
I
hit
agree.
more. And
Manga
It was
After
more of a
Dark, I
matchup
would
thing.
argue if he can hurt Kaido and King, he could hurt. Well, okay, maybe I'll chill on King for a second, but I think he could still.
She was
I
the
think
one yelling.
he could
"Kaido,
definitely hurt
God."
Big Mom.
I agree, but remember, like because of the souls around her, she could heal. So her getting injured wasn't that big of a deal. Because people talk about the ring out. If people weren't there, Law and Kid would have just beaten her naturally because they broke her arm. But
I
yeah,
definitely think that defensively, Big Mom's hockey was superior to what Kaido was doing. Um, she's just so fucking difficult to deal with because she has a lot. I mean, a lot of moves. and she has a tendency to be careless, but like it's like what KG said, like because she is careless, it worked in Law's favor because his attacks damage you from the inside,
Hmm.
while Sanji and Zoro like they're really just up in your face about it. You know, like they're gonna well, Sanji's gonna speed blitz you and Zoro's gonna take you down with brute force. So I don't really see like not to say that as a tandem they're inferior to Big Mom, but like as a matchup, I don't really see them
Yeah.
being able to defeat her.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I think people underestimate both Kid and Law, because I really think they're stronger than
Oh yeah, for sure,
both
for
Zoro and
sure.
Sanji.
Even still,
Because
currently,
there's
you believe
people
that?
that's gonna tell
Just out
you
of
that they
curiosity.
think yeah, no, because there's people that think that Zoro's stronger than Law just because Law uses a sword. We all know it's
No,
we know it's not true.
no,
That is his
no.
scalpel.
Both. Yeah, I think. I mean, I really do think that even this Kid, I think they underestimate. Kid had some insane durability things. Like he was tanking attacks on Big Mom like crazy. Both their attacks were crazy. I think both of them were like both of like I just think they're both stronger than Zoro and Sanji. And yeah, I just don't see Zoro and Sanji having the same win conditions that they did. Like
Does the
it took
Germa
them both.
exoskeleton plus Ifrit Job and King of Helmo with Enma not change anything for you guys?
I
I mean, they'll be able to damage her.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That was something that they weren't able to do at the beginning of Wano, but I don't see how they win is the problem.
it's also
I
like
think I think post Elbath, Zoro and Sanji would be able to beat her.
Okay,
Well,
it's
post
that's the
also
thing.
Elba.
We
like
have
what
to see what
But
happens after
but
Elbath.
presently, no. I think that's fair. Okay, I was wondering. I don't have
Yeah,
I don't really have an
and I
opinion
would
on
say that
this.
because I'm assuming that by the end of Elbath, Zoro will learn how to properly use his Conqueror Haki,
Hmm.
and giving like what Gabon and Sanji are talking about off screen, Sanji's gonna learn something else, something also. So yeah, I would say most likely after Elbath they'd be able to beat her.
well, I mean, Sanji getting Future Sight and Advanced Conqueror's Hockey, that's obvious, man.
I will say this like for the fight because Zoro gets is gonna get tired quickly from using Enma. What if he like attacks her, like has an effective attack, but then she uses the souls of others to heal, and he's on the ground, and it's gonna end up being like Big Mom versus Sanji. That's not gonna be a pretty sight.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
Just like
well, he'd be at full stamina this time around instead of like weirdly mishmash pushed together by Chopper and the other minks. I'm just throwing. I'm just playing devil's
As,
advocate. I'm
as,
not on any side of
as
this argument.
obviously the only well, no, you don't need to play devil's
yeah.
advocate. I'm the only one who's saying Zoro and Sanji right now take Big Mom. So I can speak on it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like I hear what all you are saying, and I do agree to a point. The thing is, when he was part of the rooftop gang, he didn't even know he had conquerors. When he fought King, he didn't even know he had conquerors. He was using it subconsciously. Devon just told him, "Bitch, you got conquerors. Fucking use it." He's like, "Oh shit, yeah,
I
all
do.
right, fair enough. Yeah, I do." And then we don't know what Gabon told Sanji or whatever like that, but let's just assume that that's irrelevant for right now. But he
Mhm.
has now unlocked conquerors, knows he's got it, can use it. I'm just sitting here saying that these were attacks that Big Mom sweated and said, Kaido dodge, and then also managed to scar Kaido. Now, we can argue durability feats all day, but if he can fucking scar Kaido permanently, he can, and now that he's improved since that fight,
He
he
can
can
scar Big Mom. It's Big Mom,
100%
yeah.
cut Big Mom. So I'm just saying that Sanji, knowing he's got the exoskeleton, sorry, Diabo Jambe, all that reason is can
Ifrit
distract Big
Jambe.
Mom. Big Mom's not attacking. Big Mom gets enraged. That's the problem. Big Mom doesn't stay focused, right? She gets easily distracted. She gets easily so she's not focused. 2v1 would bother the fuck out of her. It's the same reason that Chopper was able to get the upper hand. Frankie was able to get the upper hand. Fucking Jinbei was able to get the upper hand on her. Everyone gets the upper hand on her because she's not a focused fighter. So 2v1 is actually added. I know what you guys were saying. It's like, oh no, this is an advantage. No, because the matchup's poor. No, the matchup is poor because it's not a 1v1. Big Mom wins a 1v1 because she
Well,
only has to focus on one person.
technically,
She gets distracted way too easily, and Zoro with full control of his Conqueror's Hockey and Enma, I'm sorry, that shit's going to town.
But if it's current
no,
song,
but
thing wouldn't you have full
technically, hold
control?
on. If this is a 2v1, quote, Sanji versus Zoro, really it's a 1v1 with support because Sanji's not going to be able to hit her.
No, but
Yeah.
Sanji can take the hits with the exoskeleton, so he gets it. His observation hockey is apparently fantastic. He gets in the way of Napoleon. Zoro comes up on the side. Fucking Enma onigiri.
We can
know?
just assume he's an attacker for like the sake of argument, like forgetting about like his code, like just for the sake of argument, fighting someone like me. No, but for me, my thing is like I agree for like the first 5 minutes, Zoro and Sanji are gonna perform great. My thing is because it's such a close combat, and because like with Zoro, like he has a lot of output, but at this moment he can't handle it for a long time. It's gonna wear off very quickly. Like how many hits can Zoro take while putting all that output, and Sanji having to defend him and not being able to actually like hurt Big Mom because he doesn't have Conqueror's Haki or anything to that level attack wise. Like
But
it's
the flaw with
it's
your
gonna.
argument right there, Enma draws out his Conqueror subconsciously. He didn't even know he had it, and that's the only reason he was able to hurt Kaido and King in the first place. So
I think that
Okay, but
subconsciously,
here's another question for you, Griever. Do you honestly think that Zoro's Conqueror's Hockey is on the same level as Big Mom's?
No, but I'm saying that but I'm saying it's relevant. It matters. It's not her reinforcement isn't going to stop his attack. Is my point.
I
Because
mean,
she's not going to be
I know it's not
defending
going to
that.
stop it,
I mean,
but the problem is like Big Mom is
I'm saying it's a high
tank.
diff battle. I'm not saying like this is a clear victory. I'm saying I could easily see if Zoro and Sanji teamed up to fight Big Mom, I could see them taking the W. Is all my point because we just saw a kid.
I'm with King of the Indies. Ifrit Jump is doing damage.
Yeah, right. That's my argument too. Everyone's saying Sanji's
Ooh.
not going to do
To
damage,
Big Mom.
and I'm the Zoro guy, but I'm saying that Sanji.
Why is he hitting a woman?
Frankie hurt her. King hurt her.
He's
Sanji
already
is on
attacked
that
Big Mom in
level.
Whole Cake Island, technically.
It was a
saying
block.
He don't see Big Mom as a woman.
You don't
Big Mom not a woman to him.
hurt her. You don't.
if
need,
you ugly,
don't
you're not a
need
woman.
That's a
Conqueror's Hockey
freak.
to hurt Big Mom. That's my point. You don't need Conqueror's Hockey to hurt Big Mom. So Sanji can absolutely do damage and has the durability, and Zoro has only improved his endurance and stamina every fight he's been in. So I'm not seeing how them it just to me this is a coin flip of who wins.
I have no
More
dog
than
in
that.
this race. I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
I do
I think it's
the
a
one
6.
thing
I think it's 6-4, no matter which way you go out of 10 fights.
yeah.
I'm
I
okay
do
with
think
that. I'm
that's,
just saying it's not a 10-0 is what I'm saying on either side.
I think Kid and Law is like one thing that's underrated, or maybe not underrated, but like the mobility that Law and Law's fruit that gave them during the fight is underrated because it's like they're able to get in and out of situations that, let's say, like, oh, Big Mom's cornered you, like Big Mom's cornered you. If she cornered Kid, Law could just teleport him out of there. Versus like Sanji or Zoro, it'd be like, damn.
But my big thing is everyone like let's look at what Kid actually pulled on Big Mom for a second. That crazy attack, that super gamma, machine thing, boom, Magneto
Havana
style.
BBW Hunt is crazy. Continue.
So the fact is that Zoro, even if it was only for a few seconds and he would have lost, stopped the sovereign attack from Kaido and Big Mom. You can't convince me that Zoro couldn't pull the same, if not better, against Kid's strongest attack. If that pushed Big Mom down into the center of the earth, I'm just saying that Zoro can do the same.
Oh, your question kind of
Like,
confused me because I'm like, if he hits him with a railgun, does that magnetize his swords or something? Sorry, continue. I get your point. I get your point. Just for a second, I was like, wait, that's a bad
That's my
matchup.
point. We have a beat attack. We have a Kamehameha that's been blocked by one character. We have the super Kamehameha blocked by the other character, but we're saying the guy who blocked the super Kamehameha is weaker than the dude who just pulled a regular Kamehameha. And I'm sitting there going, no, that's not how that works. So it means
but
that should damage Big Mom. Zoro can do more than.
it's
How do we know?
different though, bro, because Law weakened her from the inside.
Yeah, but once again, but the railgun was for intricate hockey. It was doing outside damage. So the internal
But
damage.
that was an awakened devil fruit technique, and he upped a big thumper on her after she was already weakened.
I don't know. I think the Ashura fucking 9,000 words whatever is as strong as the railgun, if not stronger.
Nah, man, that was the big blammer.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
that
Shanks
underrated.
proved
Man.
a sword beats that shit. I'm just saying.
Zoro not Shanks though.
No, but I'm
But
just
Shanks is
saying is
different.
that the damage is at the very least, even if it's not better, you can't deny it's
Also,
equivalent.
to be
Zoro's
fair,
strongest attack gotta
Shanks
be able
just
to do
didn't let him get the attack off though. I
Yeah,
mean,
he knew it was going to cause mass devastation and mayhem. Low key, him taking down Kid the way he did was putting respect on Kid's name for real.
Yes. Oh, I hate the kid slander for that one. Shanks, as Ben Beckman said, oh, he saw a bad future, so now he's going to go out there and change it because shit would have went terrible. So he's like, oh, fuck, I got to stop this attack.
What? I don't know.
Also, I feel people minimize the railgun exploding in Kate's face. Like, I feel like people minimize that part of it.
That's not moving me. I saw how much damage it took on Wano. It's not moving me.
Oh, Kate is still ass, but I'm just saying.
Bro, Kid has commoners hockey, man. That shit still kills. He
said,
couldn't take out.
"Commoners
That's the thing, too.
hockey?"
That
Yeah, that yo.
Oh my god!
Why did Toy like that shit
Yo!
killed me, man?
Call
Yeah,
out the
by the way-
average person. Oh my god!
Are we saying
What?
are we saying that railgun that Big Mom took had Conqueror's hockey in it?
No.
That shit would make
I
a
don't
There
difference.
you
know.
go.
That man
You're
is-
trying to convince me
That man
that
is
a
a devil
railgun
fruit
on Big
merchant.
Mom with no Conqueror's hockey is better than an Enma, Ashura, fucking 9,000 worlds fucking attack with Conqueror's hockey. No, guys, I ain't buying that.
Yeah,
Zoro's attack is stronger. I'm sorry, it just is.
man.
Not in
Yeah.
in AOE, but fucking singular. That shit doing more damage. I'm just
Maybe
saying.
solos, but
Man, y'all are sleeping on useless capping mid, the commoner of the sea.
Oh my god!
I don't think
Yeah.
Sanji and
Slander
Zoro can beat
crazy.
Big Mom under the conditions of Kid and Law because of the healing. That's fair. The railgun didn't hurt her, by the way. Now we're saying
Yeah,
that Kid getting one tap by Shanks is respect on his name. The Kid copium never ceases to amaze me. The railgun
man,
just
it's
pushed her
not
down.
copium.
Railgun didn't do anything, in my opinion. Shanks hockey probably negated it. Maybe. I don't know. Like I always say, if you cut him in half, I have nothing to say. I don't feel like one
You
slash
know-
should taking that nigga out like that. That's just me though.
yeah, one of the funniest things somebody brought to me yesterday was like, yo, a kid's epitaph for his nickname be just being captain is hilarious. Like,
Well,
It's
he's
just
he's
fucking
based
Kid.
off. Is it William Captain Kid though? So I get it, but like you're right. It's just like captain. Like we're all captains, nigga. Like what the fuck are we doing?
man, fucking chose
If it's my
captain.
crew, I'm the captain. Like what are we talking about? No, you're right. That's funny. Okay.
Yeah.
Chat. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, prognostications, now's the time to ask. Cause I'm on death's door. I'm ready to eat and sleep. I'm tired.
Oh, damn.
He's tired. Oh, I was gonna say,
Go ahead.
because I wanted to bring this up earlier, but we moved to the next topic so fast.
Mm-hmm.
So we know, like, since Dressrosa, we've been moving on the timeline of 3 chapters. Well, at first it was 4, but now it's 3 chapters, then a
Mhm.
break. So naturally, we only get like 35 to 40 chapters a year. In my recent memory, since reading One Piece week to week, for me, it goes back to 2010. Is this the best year that Oda's ever had for One Piece? Like, strictly with the manga?
As
It
in
might
numbers,
be.
like numbers of chapters produced.
No. I'm talking like quality.
Content, right?
Yes.
Didn't Sabaody overlap with Marineford? Or
But I'm saying, like, from the recent stretch since he started the break format. Well, he didn't really start that streak.
Whatever year what that was Zoe, I think Zoe was a contender because I really think that arc was fire. And
That
I
should be
don't
like 2015.
and I don't know
right?
if that like bled into another year and started in a 1 year kind of thing or was all in 1 year. But yes, I would say 2025 has been his most excellent form in a very, very long time. Like he's absolutely bodied it chapter to chapter. I don't think Elbaf has a bad chapter. I don't. Even the beginning parts where they're getting in there and fucking Roto is put him in their Lego world. I think it's all fire. Because I saw
I
him use
agree.
Gear 5th differently. I saw him use Gear 4th without really fully transforming into it the same way that he kind of uses Gear 2nd. Like, there was something to take away every time. And even he was like, bro, Usopp, please tell me you were not struggling against this shit, bro. He's like, bro, it caught me off guard. Like, it was all fire. All gas. No brakes.
As someone who liked Roof Piece, I'm gonna say that was a baller year for me because I liked Wano. I didn't have people did on week to week with Wano.
All right,
Roof
Lost. I'm
Piece.
going to put it on screen for you. It's time now. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
I like
I'm
Wano.
not
Like, I'm not as down on it as other people have been, but I just feel like the quality across the board for Elbaf has just been sensational.
I just didn't expect him to show God Valley low key this
I didn't
year.
like the way it started.
Real quick, y'all, I'm about to tap out here. Y'all have a great night.
All right, I appreciate
care.
you.
All right,
Thank you.
brother.
Yes, sir. Y'all
All
be easy.
right, is Johnny Depp going to be the newest character in One Piece? Look at the screen.
100%.
Are we getting Captain Jackson?
All right.
Oda drew that shit. We're gonna get Jack Sparrow in One Piece.
No,
and I'm here for it.
No, I need this. And he needs to be top 5.
No. Here's what's gonna happen. Jack Sparrow is gonna be Davy D. Jones. We're gonna see him in a.
I was
flashback.
about to say, yeah.
He's
I was thinking the same
100%.
thing.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, and it's gonna be glorious. I'm not gonna give a shit.
Davy
I'm gonna
D.
fuck
Depp.
him up. Davy D. Depp. Yep. Oh, the D stands for Depp. We've solved it,
And
people.
will Emo be the Amber equivalent?
That's
hilarious,
Love it.
Oh, nah. I'm here for it. Design a character off of him. Make him fly, bro. I'm here for it. Try out the
Fuck yeah.
Jack Sparrow's top 5 pirates of all time. So I'm with it.
He is so good. He's so good. Keith Richards in a pirate outfit. What could he want?
Yeah. I have a question. If we're, I don't know if you want to answer the Lost question.
What did you say?
Oh no, I just said I have a question as well, like for the thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna ask everybody, do you think Elbaf is ending in 2026 or is it gonna continue afterwards?
I think at most early 2027 it'll end, like no later than March. But that's kind of my prediction. I do think, let's say
With
we
the
get,
amount of breaks Oda
if we
takes,
get
we only have
34
about
to
40
38 chapters, yeah, I think it's gonna take maybe a little longer than that. But you know what? How far are we in already though? Is really my question. Because maybe you're right. Maybe it'll end next year towards the end. But I'd say like the earliest October. So if I'm going earliest October 2026, the latest would be 2027 March.
That's a fair prediction. I'm going summer of 2027. Or
I think it can go to 2028 low key because this is like the second most hyped up arc in the entire series. Well, but like after Wano, I feel like they've been talking about this for so long. And like Egghead itself was already 2 years, and I think this could be longer than Egghead, especially if he cuts to the world and we get like when Egghead he did the 10 chapters around the world.
Yeah.
If he does something
Oh,
like
yeah.
that,
Ça fait
Like,
du
half
sens.
of the
Ça
series
fait du
is in
sens.
a
Ça fait du sens.
Like, think about it this way, though. Like, Elbaf, we started off, and I didn't like how it started off with the Legoland bullshit, right? For like 2 months. That was all the chapters, right? Then we got to Elbaf proper. So for 2 months worth of chapters, it was nothing with actual Elbaf. Finally get to Elbaf, and now half of the year has been a flashback of God Valley. So we've only actually been in Elbaf for 6 months. For one of the most hyped up arcs. That's why I'm saying we need at least another 40 chapters of actual Elbaf.
There's also ignoring like any, hopefully not, but like Oda's like thing. If you take like he took a month, was it a month break this year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
Also, I
fair
guess
enough.
I
I'm
guess
willing to
one
wait.
thing we
I
could
don't
be
care.
not considering is potential flashbacks or backstories to get into that we're not considering. I'm sure Gunko and Brook will get one, but there could be someone else we're not considering. So that could elongate.
Tajuden backstory.
Oh my God, please no.
I think we were covering pretty much everything in this one because a flashback inside of a flashback right now.
Yeah.
So
Flashbackception.
yeah. So I think we're basically Leonardo DiCaprioing whole fucking works of it right here, right now. And then when we get back to the present, I don't think Oda's gonna give us a flashback. He might give us quick scenes, as you said, like Brooke and Gunko, but it'll be like half a chapter. It'll be a few panels.
I just checked the Lizard. Oda did not take a long break this year.
We
I
didn't.
thought he did. I thought it was sick.
Mm-mm.
You think it
No,
might
that
have
was
been-
He
last year.
did like
that was last year? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No,
it happened like in an indirect way where like multiple times this year is like I'm too sick to actually do a chapter.
Oh
this
yeah, he
time.
took like he was like
Technically, the latest chapter he didn't finish it. So for the like
oh yeah, I
Shonen
think
Jump,
I got it.
when for the volume it'll be fixed like when it drops. But for the Shonen Jump weekly issue, it was
Because also he says he plans his vacation days around that. So like if there's a Shonen Jump break, he then takes the following or the previous week off as well. So we get 2 weeks.
Mhm.
So it feels like it's longer because you have a 14-day break between One Piece chapters. So
Yeah. All right. Any final words for the people?
Kobe gonna be the MVP of 2026, man. Y'all be ready.
I'm not mad.
When he
at it.
takes
Pink
in-
Llama, baby. Kobe.
One Piece is fire. It's still fire. I don't know the people. One Piece and LBF have been fire all year. Read One Piece.
Let them know. Read One Piece. Pat. Any final words for the people, them?
Yeah, Sanji's still the best drawing. Never changed, never will.
Future Sight Sanji 2026. Be there, be square.
All I know is
Understood.
Deb D Davy. Hey, for me,
I can just show up with a
for
fucking
me,
leg.
I'm gonna
show up
chill.
with my sword in my mouth and be like, "All right, let's finally settle this."
I just dropped that Deadly Class, a Bloody Education and Anarchy and Angst video. This is one of Rick Remender's best comic books. I don't care if you're a manga only. Go watch that video. Go get initiated and then go read that comic book. It's fire. Go ahead and subscribe to Young Paperwork. I've been cooking. This is the comic book month. I got Rat Queens, I got Saga, I got Monstrous, East to West, and many more comics coming. All right? This is the channel. This is it. So go ahead and follow that. But yeah, Crocodile's the GOAT. That's my man's. Ain't never gonna change. Shout out to Loki. 2026.
Harold,
We're gonna get active.
Harold the bum.
We're gonna get active. Harold is a bum. Holy Knights are
Harold worse
ass.
than Odin. Harold worse than Odin.
Yes, yes.
Hey, chill out.
Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for everybody who was in the call with me. I appreciate you guys for this 4 hours and 32-minute stream. We out. Low-key sweep incoming. Big facts, my Trini brother. Y'all be safe.